it's work. Feel like 10,000 days. Bros in court with the A-list model. Why's that? Cause she breached the NDA. Just had a call with Irish Jack. Man don't rap but he lets it spray. 2 leg ones came through, they're twinning, so I'm gloved up like Craig. Sweet one just wanna waste my time, babes. What's the ETA? I like my girl on time, that's period. Nothing but stress when you say you're late. Girl, you can get new nails and bags, but when I call cabs, bitch, underlay. And the way my name on that plastic, man, stop acting, babe. Yeah, what? Man, snowflake, bitch, you like 10 WAs. Future plan by your mum and dad, but she's out here testing fate. Old man when her son-in-law, he's got brains. She wanna break the law, my rock chains. Growing up, put her on the right road. Now man, she's out here mad on the mains. Hey, bare clout and nicotine that you're craving. Out in libertine, feeling faded. Bare problems, man, you've been creating. When I'm in the studio with you, call my phone, you don't stop, man, you got no patience. Tryna make that paper, money come first and pleasure come later. I showed her love, now she thinks she a part of me. Going mad on my gram, babe, don't be a drama queen. Bad to give a man city girl vibes, but I'm in the field like Harlan G. She want Prada, shoulda do nada, man. That won't go far with me. High for the A, but I sing to a girl and take her away. Something like Drake, like if you're hearing this now, by now it's already too late. Calling me out, come to the clash, your girls, they're promoting my mixtape. Big mixed race, big boy with a belly, I'm heavy, so you don't know me overweight, yeah. Yeah, she what a man bought me, committing that's unrealistic. Nah, ain't part of my plan, see me, I'm done with these bitches. Say this year's all about money, fuck the matrix and its glitches. Used to see her drive my whip, but I guess my perspective shifted. Yeah, she what a man bought me, committing that's unrealistic. Nah, ain't part of my plan, see me, I'm done with these bitches. Say this year's all about money, fuck the matrix and its glitches. Used to see her drive my whip, but I guess my perspective shifted. I showed her love, now she thinks she a part of me. Going mad on my gram, babe, don't be a drama queen. Bad to give a man city girl vibes, but I'm in the field like Harlan G. She want Prada, shoulda do nada, man. That won't go far with me. I showed her love, but I don't really trust these hoes. We ain't on the same path in life, so I leave that one for the roads. For the streets. She acting like she unique, next week she'll open up for the bros and then act like nobody knows. I showed her love, now she thinks she a part of me. Going mad on my gram, babe, don't be a drama queen. Bad to give a man city girl vibes, but I'm in the field like Harlan G. She want Prada, shoulda do nada, man. That won't go far with me. I showed her love, now she thinks she a part of me. Going mad on my gram, babe, don't be a drama queen. Bad to give a man city girl vibes, but I'm in the field like Harlan but they don't move like gangsters. Why do they walk like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they act like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they rap like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Change don't change like it used to. Who runs the roost round here? The coop's gone clear. Got the heart from the bass to the snares, but the word is what's keeping them here. Word to my peers, the work don't stop till the top. Think it's resting, but we're not. I spread the message and it's love. I get the S and the P and the R from above. I see them restless with the keys and the palm for the bump. A bit of grinding up the herb is what I'm on. Shouts go out to mums. This one is the icy one. Go get the long johns. 50 Pret in London. If it's on, then I'm on. I know they feel it when I spit. It's like the Missy song. Shut your noise. Silence when I run the voice. In your ears, open your mind. Why do they talk like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they walk like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they act like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they rap like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Tell your favorite rapper that I'm here, not to clash, I'm gon' collab a lot this year. Maxing out the bang, don't need no gloves or mask for that. I got this yapper ear, a geezer with the tracks they want to hear. Been this way for years, still they sending messages in bottles. Was this really meant or was it not for? Can't connect the dots, I got this smelly in my pocket, I forgot yo. Strictly high grade and that's the motto, unless the plug is awful. Don't do OZs, not the other lab, been left alone to be my own steez. Now they clock on, race to the bottom. I see it all, I know my options. Never gonna stop unless I often. Not Billy and Mandy, you're dealing with me and a beast, a different beast. Not feeling the average, I come with the elegant steez and do as I please. I am a mountain to a molehill, highlight of the show reel. Love me cause I'm so real. Gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters. Why do they walk like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they act like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they rap like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I can let up. They ain't not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. They getting nervous, I seen it. What I seen, you wouldn't believe it. They say they want it, I need it. Damn, I'm going dumb like I dropped out of class. Get in my lane and I'm going right past. I turn it up, watch me go to the max. You ain't it first and you know this you last. I thought I told them I'm coming right back. I got a flows like it came from the tap and I came from my city, that's right on my back. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I can let up. They ain't not tired of me never. Give me a shot and
He goes in and he steals the Baron.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back to day 2 of Battle for Glasgow 2025. We're here in Scotland where not quite as sunny as it was yesterday. A little bit gloomy, but the vibes here are anything but. We have an exciting day coming up ahead of us. But just a reminder to our viewers that this broadcast does contain flashing and strobing lights that may trigger photosensitivity and epilepsy in those viewers. So make sure you're careful out there. But let's take it away. Roll the clip. They're clearly coming back to win. They won before. Why wouldn't they do it again?
Grizzlies literally only won Rocket League last year, may I remind you, was Chargers. They won Valorant. They won League of Legends. They won Counter-Strike 2. They're gonna do the exact same, if not even more, this year.
Hey guys.
Trajan, settle something for us real quick.
What's up?
Tell K-Serene that this BFG is gonna be another sweep for Chargers.
You're out of your mind if you think the Grizzlies are going down without a fight.
I don't know. I think the Strathers could finally win it this year. What? Okay, let me break it down for you. Strathers' Overwatch 2 team are at the top of their game. Coming off a second place finish in NSE and a win at Battle for Scotland, those guys are hungry for yet another win under their belt.
Oh, please. If we're talking winners, it's got to be the Grizzlies. UOG has a legacy at this tournament. They've got 2-time Rocket League MVP Rossi Tusasi back for blood. And with Rainbow Six returning to the lineup, we're looking at total domination.
Total domination? The R6 win was 2 whole years ago. And if we're gonna talk players, Challenger level player Heavynix is returning to the GCU League of Legends lineup. And with Valorant's MVP Smile back for another year, I think we're looking at another win for Chargers.
They didn't even have R6 last year.
Chargers have it, I'm telling you.
Come on, dude. This is historical data analysis, okay? You're falling into the trap.
There's
They're
no
not
way.
going
Just
to
leave
lose,
that
they're
one
gonna
in
keep
front.
their
And
streak.
then
Come on
also,
now, folks.
Rossi Tusasi.
Guys, we're live in 5.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do wonder who's gonna take it this year.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
That's right. We're back for day 2 of Battle for Glasgow 2025. Now, those of you that missed day 1, just a quick recap. We had some exciting games of Rocket League and Valorant, and all 3 teams won 2 apiece. So now the scores are sitting at 2, 2, and 2. There's a total of 9 more points on the line available for these teams to pick up. And at the end of our 3-day tournament, well, whoever has the most points will be crowned BFG 2025 champ. So a lot of bragging rights on the line. Today we have an exciting lineup of League of Legends and then Overwatch 2, and we also have another special guest joining us. The voice actor for Hazard in Overwatch 2, Connor McLeod, will be joining us for a special meet and greet and Q&A, so you're not going to want to miss that. VIPs can head over to the meet and greet area during the break. but everyone can go and get an autograph as well. And then we'll be back on the main stage for a Q&A. But before we get into the exciting Overwatch 2 action, we are going to start today off with League of Legends. So who's excited to meet your players?
All of them.
This is going to be a fun match against Strath. Gonna shit on Glasgow.
Strath, you know, they're like the heavy favorites, but I mean, David and Goliath is a story, and David wins.
Say you'll be gone and I'm doing the chase. Like an update and you all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on my base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you'll stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace. Say you'll be gone and I'm doing the chase. Like an update and you all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on my base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you'll stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace. All black on the scene, you can feel this. And I got all black, everything on block for your bitch if you still wanna come see it here.
Holla, wait a minute, bitch, I'm back. Got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to.
It's gonna be an easy Strathclyde duo. We're just better than all the other teams. Like, it's not even close.
Turning up the price, went up, yeah, you could do the math.
Absolutely thrash Glasgow in Val, and Cali will be an interesting match to see how it goes this year.
You're not ready for Bigma being Khan to rock the stage. We play in a very scrappy way. You watch like GCU run like a really poorly oiled machine, and you watch Strath play like people who haven't showered in a few days.
Let's just say the Hulk mirror might be coming out, and I think they're scared. Ombre, you know, you don't want this. You don't want this Hulk mirror.
Ross, don't watch my mechanics, just watch Ross. Solid. Ross might be able to carry.
Tryna get me down, but then I get on up. Into the sea I drown, and it won't shut me up.
League of Legends players. Now, after Rocket League yesterday, Strathers put 2 on the board, GCU 2 on the board during Valorant, and of course, Grizzlies 1 each. So this game is going to be so important to get those points on the board. 2 points up for grabs for each teams. So we're going to let the teams go get ready. And I'm going to throw it to our wonderful casters, Trajan and Bloxer, to introduce the first match. See you guys all in the Rift.
Thank you, Kaiserine. Welcome back, everybody, to Battle for Glasgow. Welcome to League of Legends. My name is Trajan. I'm glad to be back. And welcome, Bloxer.
Hello.
Shipped up from below the border. How are you feeling in gloomy Glasgow?
I'm so sorry to bring a little bit of English to this broadcast
Dude.
right here. My bad, my bad. No, I'm super excited to be here. Actually, my first time in Scotland at all. It's been great. I'm very excited that it's raining as well. You know, it feels like the authentic Glasgow experience.
Yes, we had lovely weather right up until the moment you pulled into Queen Street, so cheers, I suppose, for doing that. And we have, unfortunately, as well, we were talking about this last night, we have managed to commit the cardinal sin of wearing the same colour, but we've at least stylistically mixed it up, so I think we get away with
Whoops.
it.
Not ideal. We really needed to talk about this a little bit more.
Probably should have done that. But for now, we have some teams to talk about. This is League of Legends. So for Battle for Glasgow, we have seen a shift over the last few years. There's been a changing of the guard away from Grizzlies. A couple of years ago, they had it locked out 22-3, and then the Chargers have ridden in to take control of it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're able to come through all of a sudden, pick up that victory overall, looked so good. To be fair, though, at least in the League of Legends, right, you've got some hypey hitters overall. Yeah. Heavenix specifically, and we're going to talk about this man a lot overall, but the fact that the Chargers were able to pick up that victory in the League of Legends definitely helped them, but they really took the clean sweep overall last year.
Yeah, that was just Chargers' year for sure, 24. So far today, as far as we know, it is even across the board. It is 2-2-2. We're coming into day 2 with no one in the lead, so it just shows you there. When we have this wide spread of games, this complete portfolio, all the unis can shine in their own ways.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that right now, 2-2-2, I think that's especially exciting right here for Strath. The fact that they're able to keep themselves currently in that even Stevens place. And hey, we've been looking through the rosters, we've been looking at all of these teams, and as much as I would still say Chargers have a bit of an advantage here in the League of Legends, it's not like there's a massive gap, at least in my mind, between what Grizzlies and Strath are able to do, and even when you look beyond Heavenix, the rest of that Grizzlies and Chargers roster, they're still pretty even overall.
Yeah, for sure. I think because last year the Chargers, they have Heavenix and they still do, but they also had Crania coming in, who is a very experienced, very tenured semi-pro player in mid lane, and Crania is no longer with us. You know, so they have a new player coming to replace, but that takes a little bit of that extra kind of that mid jungle duo. Heavenix Crania was just going to run the league, and it basically did, right? But Heavenix has now been moved into the mid lane to take up that mantle, and they have Awesome up in the jungle, otherwise known as Ethan. So there is a little bit of a shift. There is still Heavenix as kind of the key to play around there, but Grizzlies and Strathers, as you say, I think they have been steadily upgrading, especially Strathers. The last 2 years have been notable step changes, and I think this year, this could be the time, as I said in that trailer, might be the time Strathers can take it.
Hey, you weren't just trolling, you weren't hinting. You hadn't just been given the straw right there to have to talk about them. No, and I think it's also interesting when you talk about that movement of Heavenix down into the mid lane, what that has done to the other teams here, because teams have responded. Looking specifically at Strath right here, they've moved Blarge and Cass about in order to bring the slightly stronger overall player into that mid lane, because one thing you really don't want in League of Legends is a complete mid diff.
No, because that lane, you can take that advantage to everywhere on the map. It is the most convenient place to just convert a lane difference. So they're trying to shore up that mid lane with Kais down there, with Blahaj going up in the top side. Now Blahaj does have a lot of Annie games, so I was wondering if we were there's a potential to flip it around again, but Kais definitely a bit more of a scrappier player, more attuned to the fighters and carries in top lane, so you can maybe translate that a little bit easier into mid.
It's going to be really interesting to look at what the actual meta in the mid lane is going to be, because as you said, Annie's a thing that's been popping up more and more recently. We've got a ton of the very mobile champions, the Aries, the Talias, the Gallios, all of those that can get into other lanes very easily, but also the good old-fashioned Orianna always exists. If you don't want to lose lane, Orianna is a great pick to be able to pull it through on. Then the question is, can you just sit back and absorb the pressure that Heavenix can put down? Because we know this man can pop off and just completely take over.
Yeah, absolutely. So in this first game, which is Grizzlies versus Strathers, we're going to get a bit of a temperature read to see how they can do, because they are both fighting to try and take it back from Chargers to try and defeat that man in the mid lane. So Strathers we've spoken about a little bit here, and with Kais being able to scrap at the mid lane, with Blahaj definitely focusing on supportive, kind of tanky weak side champions in their kind of flex history. There's Malphites, there's Mundos. They're playing kind of for the team to try and have a solid front line, which I think is a good way to play it out, because the bot lane of Arturo and Royboy, that is a consistent theme for the last 2 years. They're very, very synergized with each other. They can carry, they're versatile. I think that's probably a good win condition to play through if Strathers are looking for one.
Absolutely. bot lanes in the recent meta have been somewhere that you can really try to focus around. With lane swaps coming out of the meta, junglers all of a sudden are actually heading down into the proper bot lane, diving them, playing around them, and something that I'm seeing a little bit of play here is potentially the Lucian army. That's been popping up more and more. Things like that where you can just completely take over your individual lane, but also the Draven has a lot of playtime for a lot of the different bot laners right here. We could be in for a really exciting bot lane.
Yeah, for sure. Now, picking Draven on the Battle for Glasgow stage when you're not called Lewis is a challenge. We'll see that later on. And for some reason, last year, Lewis was given Draven both games in a row. He is just a straight-up Draven one-trick and has been for years. Questionable decision-making, perhaps, in the draft phases in those games. But there is room for others to pick it up, and I think Royboy particularly is a very competent enchanter player. He's been an AD carry player in the past, so he knows what the AD carry wants out of the game. He knows what it wants out of the lane. So Arturo and Royboy, I think, is going to be very, very interesting to watch. Matching up against Grizzlies, this is a new quantity. For Mothman, Believer, and Evar, these are new players, as far as I'm aware. So Grizzlies potentially shoring up a new bot lane that do look like they're playing, once again, quite a range of champions. They're picking strong meta options, things like Varus and then Engager in the bot side. So this could be an interesting, as I say, a check to see how these bot lanes are going to match up and what Grizzlies can offer with this slightly refurbished lineup they brought this year.
Mothman seems to be playing a little bit less of the hyper-aggressive bot lane pickups, and then do we get a little bit of a difference right here where you've got a very aggressive bot lane for Strats, and Grizzlies instead, they want to play something like you said, the Varus, maybe the Ezreal, some of these champions that can sit back a little bit more and still can do absolute work during team fights. It's not like these are bad pickups even slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. We have had word from production that that Strathus have picked the red side, so they'll be taking the ultimate counter pick. This does give Grizzlies that power pick, and as we've just spoken about, one of the most common kind of B1s, just like if this is a good champ in all situations, is the Varus. So I think that leaves the door open for them to get a very solid, well-practiced pick down there for Mothman. First BFG, first game on the stage, let's just get the guy something comfortable.
I gotta be honest, you've just blown my mind. I've not seen the words picks red all year. All year, I've not seen a single team pick red. Blue side is very much, in the current understanding of League of Legends, the better side. You get so many strong first picks available to you, but this is the conventional wisdom coming from pro play, where everybody plays everything, and being able to pick up one of the strongest champions that's probably a Gwen, probably a Rumble, is just better than whatever you can do for counter picks. I think at this level, with these kinds of players, the red side, it makes a lot more sense. Like you said, being able to get that counter, get something comfortable for one of your players, and not have to worry about it so much. Still, mind blown, genuinely.
And to be fair, I like that you mentioned the Gwen right here, because that does open up the other kind of carry option for Grizzlies, which has been Sharp in the top side. He was here last year, and he is a very, very proficient top laner. Again, likes to fight, is a Fiora main by trade. Big Fiora boy up there, and will replace it with any skill checking option if the Fiora is taken away. Now, we didn't get to see too much last year, maybe a little bit neutralized. The teams played around him well last year, but now you have maybe more threat coming out of bot lane. You've got a little bit more time to potentially offer utility in mid, and if they can have multiple threats, they might be able to give Sharp some more room to play and actually perform and try and get that lane dominance out.
Yeah, the top lane recently has been in a bit of an interesting spot where you can totally play around it, you can also completely ignore it once again. But these carry options, they've been rising and rising and rising in priority, so to have someone who loves to pick them anyway, I mean, we've both had plenty of experience with players in the top lane that love to play these aggressive champions. It completely changes the way you have to play, because the majority of top lane matchups in competitive isn't like that. So all of a sudden, you're into a Fury, you're into something like the Aurelia, maybe even if we're going a bit more standard, the Jax and the Renekton, they're still aggressive pickups. And if you actually play around topside, very easily diveable in the current meta as well, you can completely change the course of the game where you're all the way up your topside. Maybe you can even get the Atakan spawning up there. I think that would help.
Yeah, for sure. And it opens an interesting question for Strathus, who originally there was consideration as to whether Blahaj or Kais was going to play mid. As we are into the pick and ban, everybody, I think in this match, honestly, I would probably put Kais top lane, because I think that Kais, again, is someone who plays a similar style and can scrap it out with Sharp, whereas you don't want to necessarily put Blahaj on something like a Malphite or a Mundo that just gets chopped to pieces by a really skilled carry top laner, and then you maybe switch it back for Heavenix to try and, you just need to adjust where you put your power to deal with the biggest threat on the enemy team, right?
We'll see if that's what ends up happening. You see right here, the Fiora actually going to be taken out right here.
Unsurprising.
So nobody wants to be dealing with that one. That's correct. We always like to see Fiora bans. The Annie, the Skarner also going to come off of the board. So those are a couple of very high priority picks in the overall meta. It still leaves a lot of strong pickups available. I wonder what the looks towards jungle is going to be, because things like the Vi, the Xin Zhao, and the Jarvan, these are champions that these guys play and are also incredibly strong at the moment.
Yeah, it does give me hope, I think, that the Grizzlies have done their homework properly here, because they are on the blue side and they've banned away Blahage's Annie, which if they were planning to put Blahage mid, that is the pick removed, so it definitely weakens that possibility. The Skarner is by far Tairatsubi's most successful jungler, so I think they are approaching this draft very, very well. The Mel is the final pick taken away there, and there's the Jarvan, the Lee Sin, abilities, active, kind of engaging, bridging junglers, and then obviously you just could not let the Fiora go through. So let's see what the B1 is going to be. Is it going to be Gwen? Varus, maybe something else.
Yeah, there's a lot of very strong B1-able pickups. The Ezreal or the Varus are super easy to pick up. You don't have to worry about them. Something like the Orianna also, if you want to just be a little bit more chill. I do wonder if we're going to get something a little bit wild, a little bit more aggressive. You've got that B1 that you can take anything from at the moment. Yeah, standard
solid
League of
choice.
Legends.
Yeah, absolutely good choice for them, to be honest. You compare this with Enchanters, you compare it with Engages. It is strong in lane, it scales into the late game, you've got lethality versus on hit. It's just a very, very versatile B1, and we might end up seeing the Gwen taken away in response. Now, I like this option. It does make me think that we're probably running Kai'Sa in the top lane, and this is locked in, and I think you do need to take it away from Sharp, right? You do need to deny him these picks that he can 1v9 on.
Exactly, and the Gwen can have a good matchup into a lot of these very aggressive picks. If you think you can go toe-to-toe, that one does work. They're going to pivot at the last minute straight into the Tristana, something we've been seeing popping up more and more in the mid lane, honestly, but also bot lane, a little bit of a flexible pick, and that is another joy that you can have on the red side. Keep your flexes until really late on, only reveal what's happening in the later stages of the draft.
Yeah, and if that then ends up being a bot lane Tristana, which we might then see going into Arturo's hands, this is something that, again, can carry the game. It can contest the Varus in lane if you've got a good engager that can catch him. He's not mobile. It's kind of the one thing he can't do. And you can get a snowball in Tristana to play through that bot lane win condition we spoke about before. They have ended up locking the Gwen. They pondered the Aatrox, so they've gone to the Gwen. It's a good choice, and we'll see what the answer is going to be for the blue side, whether we're going to lock in a bot side, maybe get a jungler before the bans get too hefty, because they were focusing them out in that first phase.
Yeah, I'm surprised to be seeing this Pike cover. I'm hoping that this is going to be locked in because it's the most fun thing, and there it is. I am surprised by that, though, because Varus, you usually pair it up with just a basic engage support. We've been seeing it pair really well recently with the Rel, with the Nautilus. Any of those champions are absolutely fine. This is way more exciting, and it makes something like the Tristana so much less comfortable in this lane. You all of a sudden have to really worry about what you're pairing it up with, because if you are just a Tristana alongside an Enchanter, you could get one-tapped here.
Yeah, you just focus the Enchanter, and Tristana cannot really offer you that much help, and you have to pick your moment to engage very carefully as the Aurelia comes out. Now, no doubt this is going for Sharp in the top side. I love that we're giving this guy a pick to carry on. We saw it in the Four Nations, the UK and Irish League, for the first time in a long time. It's not considered a strong champion right now, but when you watch a good Aurelia player, it still does work.
Yeah, it's gorgeous to watch, and into the Gwen is a super interesting, very skill-based matchup. What you're going to be watching for as the Gwen is those stacks. The second Aurelia hits 4 stacks, walk away, step back. Yeah, do not abort mission. But as long as you can play around the Hallowed Mist, pull it up to stop that Duet Blade, you're in a much better spot. It's playable, but it's very much a skill-based matchup. I love to see those in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have the Lulu coming out, so it is a support, an Enchanter support down in the bot side for Royboy here. Again, he's a very proficient Enchanter player, but he's going to have eyes in the front, back, and sides of his head to avoid getting caught by the Pyke in lane, getting caught by a Varus ult in lane, by Aurelia later on. This is going to have to be some strong positioning play from the Enchanter down there.
Yes, exactly. I cringed a little bit when it was locked in, just for worry. You know, it's not necessarily bad, and it's a great pairing alongside the Tristana. You can even pivot this and still put the Tristana into the mid lane. With the Gwen top, you've got enough AP damage that you don't necessarily have to worry about taking a double AD. You can pair it with something like the Lucian if you really want to change things up in this draft. It's still possible, but if it is going to be the Tristana Lulu like we're thinking, you just have to be on your best behavior. Fancy feet activated, specifically pre-level 6. Once you've got that wild growth, it's a lot less worrisome to be in this situation. The wild growth does a lot to stop the Pyke executes, but without that, oh boy.
Yes, and it is worth noting as well, before we talk about the bans, that the Polymorph is a very good anti-Aurelia button. When anti-Aurelia wants to dive in, sit in the middle of your team, dodging and diving, stacking up, and you just go W. don't want to hear about it, right? And we can see that Grizzlies are super not convinced by a bot lane Tristana. The Lucian taken away, which would have been a great pairing there, the Jinx as well, so they're fearing a potential flex. We'll see how much Strathers are going to give away with this first second round pick.
Exactly. You've got a lot to really just lay it out here. If you pick yourself a mid laner, cool, we understand. At the same time, just take the jungler, keep the flex going. I really like the Sejuani in this matchup. You need something tanky, you need something that could be able to step up and face check a bush, because trying to play around these objectives without a tank, kind of miserable to do. Something that actually, right now, you're kind of leaning into here. You know, there's no real tank to speak of at the moment here for Strath, so they're going to have to pull something in.
We're going to keep the spirit of Voy alive. Was the long-time jungler and kind of captain, pseudo-captain of Grizzlies, not playing this year, but the Aurelia was a pick of his, but it's the Viego instead. So again, still no tanks. The Aurelia is the closest we have to a tank, and there's a lot of disruption and mobility and kind of time wasting with Pyke, Aurelia, Viego. But, I mean, if Tristana's getting resets, if Gwen comes out of lane doing okay, no one's going to be able to stand up to that.
No, first kill in this game is going to be absolutely critical because both the Tristana and the Viego are going to be wanting their resets as quickly as possible. And first kills could come very quickly when you've got yourself a Pyke. That execute is huge, and we're now going to see the Sylas locked in right here as well for the Grizzlies. And I really like this pickup. There's a ton of great ultis. We were talking about how good the polymorph is.
Yeah.
Well, now you've just got Wild Growth to say, nope, he's fine. He's chilling. He doesn't matter anymore.
You've got Sylas extra bonus ratio of Wild Growth, which is going to be massively playmaking in a team fight. It obviously does require Greg in the mid to consider how he's playing out the fights, right? Because the Sylas wants to be focusing on surviving a long time, maybe getting to backline, but you also need to be maybe thinking as a support if you've got a Soul Lulu ult. Sion to wrap it up. Now, are we playing
Sion mid?
Sion mid for Blahaj? Have we gone just put the top laner in mid, or are we doing Gwen mid and we're just putting the carry top laner in mid into I mean, it is a melee matchup. It's not even... Is Sylas into Gwen good? Bad? Who can say?
Sylas into Gwen is... I wouldn't love to play it out as the Sylas. You better be very good on those Oscondo ducks, otherwise you're going to be in a bad
Because you use your ability
spot.
to get in, right? And then you're just in the range of the Q.
Snip, snip.
You get maximum stacked up. Gwen has her own self-healing.
It gets a lot easier once you're level 6 if you're both firing needlework at each other.
Yeah, you're both just... But because Sylas again has bonus ratios and more AP, so maybe he could just out-sustain in an all-in once level 6 hits?
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I really like what we're seeing right here out of Strath. Because this is a composition that just works in and of itself. The Gwen mid is weird, certainly, but you've still got yourself a melee versus melee matchup in the mid lane. That's fine. You've neutralized out the Aurelia if you're good at playing out this matchup. And because you've got that Sion and Sejuani, that's a tank duo of dreams to be able to make these team fights work.
Yeah, look at that front line, man. Sion, Sedge, Gwen with a Lulu behind it. If Arturo cannot stay safe on this Tristana, this might be a skill issue. Like, you have so much space control and peel for this Tristana. I love that they're building the comp kind of around this Tristana, at least in the front to back style, and then they have this Gwen as a backup. The front line can also carry with a Gwen in it. So I like what they've done for Stratos here, and I really want to see if they can keep building on the last 2 years. The step-ups they had were so good through their mid lane. You mentioned the Ahri before. They had massive carry performances out of mid lane on picks like Ahri. Now they have a completely different approach to that lane, but I'm hoping that they can still build on the performance and use the synergy that these players have. They've been playing together for a couple of years now. They should know how they want to play the game. They've given themselves a solid, easy to execute game plan when it comes to team fights. I think this is a very promising start for them.
Over on the other side, right? This composition is ripped straight out of solo queue.
It's a little weird.
I've played this in solo queue, and I gotta be honest, it sucked to play against. As much as this is an odd comp for a competitive scene, if any one of these champions begins to pop off, oh boy, the one that's the most boring in this situation is the Varus, and it's the best one in the overall competitive meta at the moment. So this comp, if it gets rolling, it's so tricky to try to play against. Yes, there are tanks. Yes, there are tools. But at the point at which you've got yourself an Aurelia and a Sylas leaping into the backline, a Viego that can get that initial reset, and then you've also got a Pyke to finish those kills off, you don't have to worry about leaving someone on low HP. The Pyke can clean that one up with the ulti. Varus, artillery over the backline? Doesn't even matter
Just right-click whoever's nearest to you, to be honest, and let the rest of the backline confuse them. Because I guess something that Stratos need to be aware of right now is they have one backline ranged carry. They need to remember that they have a Gwen, but when it comes to the Sion and the Sedge, you've got to be aware of what is happening to your backline, what is happening to Arturo. You cannot leave him out to dry, because there is a Pyke, an Aurelia, a Viego, a Sylas. So many people that can be diving onto him. You've got all the peel in the world, just don't get too excited on the engage, and remember to check over your shoulder and see if you need to turn around again, right? Because they've got good engage, but they also have great peel, and making that decision in the key moment in the fight could result in a win or a loss.
And it's an interesting situation you've been put in here, Steph, where usually looking at this composition, I'd say, this would be a great composition to play the team fight slow. Over time, this composition should win out. You've got two big tanks. that Tristana, the more rounds of shots you can get off, the better position you're going to be in, and the Lulu can keep you hailed.
Yeah.
But the composition that you're in, with as much healing available as these champions have, over time, in a long, drawn-out team fight with multiple rounds of Aurelia stuns coming off, of Silas engages coming through, I actually don't know if you would rather play these team fights out a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's tough to decide what the strategy is going to be, right? And you mentioned for Grizzlies, like with all these different options that have many different ways to maneuver around the fight, many different targets they could choose to go through. Are the Grizzlies going to look like a complete mess of headless chickens going in 5 different directions and getting picked off one by one by CC chains, right? Or are they going to have a consistent vision and be able to successfully confuse Strathers in a fight? There's a lot of ways that every player's individual decision on Grizzlies can actually have a pretty massive effect, and it is hard to try and track them, but it's also hard to actually win a 5v5 game when you have 5 individuals playing for themselves.
Absolutely, and then do you play the team fights at all? Because there's a decent split push opportunity here as well. Aurelia is
Silas
a
Aurelia,
nightmare on the side lane. Silas too, he can sit by himself pretty easily, and any situation in which you don't know where the Viego or Pyke are, they can appear in a lane very quickly, so it makes trying to get into those side lanes to deal with these champions pretty tricky. Same time though, of course, Gwen and Sion both are good too. This could happen across the board.
Okay, we are on to the Rift, everybody, for the first game. BFG League of Legends. Let's hear it for Strathers and Grizzlies as we get into our first game here. And we have to catch up. We are in tournament realm, of course, so we'll catch up on everybody's names here. I don't know why Roy Boy, the Strathers OG, the figurehead of this uni, has decided to be Kevin De Bruyne instead.
Hey.
Why not?
Kevin De Bruyne is pretty cool.
Came out in the Naruto mask, changed his name to Kevin De Bruyne. There's a lot of fandoms going on here. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but we do know the quality is there. We can see standard lanes to start with, and it looks like we have had Kais in the mid lane, just to confirm, right? So going back to what we'd said before as well, yes, we have the Sion, we have a pick that Blahaj is comfortable with up there, but it is into Sharp, it is into a very strong carry top laner. They're going to have to keep an eye on that top lane.
How much can you just neutralize this lane now? Sion is great at neutralizing lanes and is a very interesting champion in that you can die and die and die.
It doesn't matter.
He's still pretty dang useful. Obviously, the peak of that everybody always talks about is Baus, but I've got to be honest, I've been watching a lot of people play the Sion recently. This champion, I'm going to be honest, I think is a little bit busted.
I think it's one of these champions that has literally never not been viable ever, especially once they changed it. It's like the rewrote Sion. And people just remember and forget. It doesn't get stronger, it doesn't get weaker, they just remember and forget the champion exists. Like, it's so good. The kit that it has, the way the passive scales into the late game, the amount of damage it can do, the build variability that gives you, it's just always, it's like Varus, to be honest. It's just always relevant, to be honest.
Him and Sedge and Varus, I think, again, they're champions that people find mind-numbingly boring, so we don't get to see them that often, despite the fact they're very, very good. And we'll see what this Silas is going to be able to do in this matchup. Absorb the pressure, don't die, or if you die, make sure it's only once. Don't compound upon those losses, and you should be just fine.
Yeah, we can see already this bot lane getting scrappy right now. The level 2 has been hit. The Tristana can jump in for the resets here with a nice double stun from Pyke, and suddenly the decision doesn't seem so good. A flash away, but Varus to follow. Davis looking to secure that first blood for Grizzlies, and the hook back from Pyke. It's going to be the 2-0 to start bot lane off.
What do we say, Trajan? What do we say?
Pick your moments carefully, Tristana.
And pre-level 6? No. Don't.
No.
Until you have that polymorph fully available to you, until you have that wild growth specifically, don't go for these fights, and we got to see it exactly. We're going to have a look back at this one. I mean, the double stun is gorgeous right there, really well played out of Evob. And it's such an easy rundown right here. You don't have to worry about this one at all. Just
stand and fight. You just know you win at that point, right? Lovely play by Evob there. So the Pyke, an unorthodox pick, but already getting the Varus scaling up right here. And this is not the solo carry, right? Tristana maybe has some weight on the shoulders to be a very important Fed member, but Davis is just one part of the whole. He's one part of the 5 stack of carries that Grizzlies have crafted.
Exactly, and if he's in a good spot right here with this on-hit version of the Varus, that's so important, because you've got these big tanks to try to deal with. This is why you have to go towards this slightly shorter range version of the Varus, because otherwise nobody's going to be able to get through the Sion or the Sejuani. Getting these kills early, huge.
So it's a great start for Grizzlies here. It has been a while. They would like to get some redemption. Looking for a second kill. They can catch Sion out too far up in the lane. Viego for sure going to pick that up, and they give the kill to Sharp as well. Really trying to, I think, hammer and put the pressure on that lane and give the gold, keep the gold in the top side.
Apparently, everything coming up Grizzlies, they're going to be able to pick themselves up that feat of warfare nice and easily very early on into this game as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep up the pressure. This is something that you can do as well with the Viego. You can be a little bit more aggressive. Sejuani ganks fine in the early game, but doesn't clear particularly fast. You spend a long time finishing off that first clear. See if there's going to be a little bit of a response, as right now things are a little bit chiller, and you do get to steal away a camp at least right here on the Sedge. So it's not like Strath are getting completely run over, and at the same time their composition is more competent during the team fights.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world, but you know, the cracks are beginning to show.
Yeah, we can see already as well that even though Royboy and Arturo had a disastrous level 2 play, they are still able to just keep the constant push. That is the Justana guarantee. So yes, we gave the kills over, but they can now return to the just don't do it, not even once kind of mentality, and still keep themselves at least getting decent farm, pushing the waves in. As long as they keep track of the jungler, they can be able to, they should be able to opt out of this lane somewhat.
Yeah, which they have just done, because you see the Viego's E come through on that ward up in that tri-brush. You now know he's in the bot lane area before he gets anywhere nearby. It's going to give them a lot of extra survivability that they know, and it helps in top lane as well. You're not going to get ganked. Mid lane, you don't have to worry about it. Constant hooks coming through right here. It's miserable to try to keep stepping up.
Okay, they've got the barrier out. They are actually able to still find these decent fights. Despite being down a whole pickaxe and longsword there, they just cannot contest it damage-wise, but they're just outplaying at this stage.
Yeah. Right on Knife's Edge, right? You are very close to getting taken down, and Tristana has more than enough damage available with a full jump-in bomb combo at this point in the game.
Yeah.
You are within kill range, but you're next to your tower, you're all right. And actually, all of this pressure in the bot lane and the mid lane means that this is going to open up the Drake to be taken down. An initial Mountain Drake as well, a really good one to just take.
Yeah.
And things like the Scion, the Sejuani, a little bit of extra survivability is wonderful.
Yeah, they would love to see that. We are seeing Scion go down a little bit in this top side, but no more than we would expect, to be honest. And as long as the kills don't keep flowing into Sharp's pocket, that will be at least a neutral coming out of this lane. They're going to pick up this first objective, maybe get a little... Ooh, okay, no steal for Davis. He tried it, and he got pretty darn close, but it is still Tyrant Subies.
Little bit of a clencher right there. That was a little bit worrying. I've seen plenty of Varus steals, but isn't going to happen. We are now going to see another gank up in the top lane.
Ooh, uses the ultimate to go unstoppable to avoid that duet. Necessary to get out there, as there was no flash available still.
Yeah, Blanche just going to have to jump away from that one. Without that ulti, though, any potential plays that happen in the top side just aren't going to be available to you. The grubs, specifically, going to be spawning relatively soon, and now you don't have that available to you. Long cooldown in the early game.
Okay, they're going deep here. Faris does have the flash, but I don't think it's worth using it. I think he knows it. They're just going to get that shutdown. And Strath is retrieving some value in this bot side. A lovely kill for Arturo. They need this Tristan to scale up. A Scion is getting diced to pieces right now by Sharp.
Blanche not quite going to be able to dodge away from that last little bit of damage. But we get to see Sky get on the board, actually pick themselves up a kill. And it's on a very key target. You want the Tristana to get as many kills as possible in the early game. Need to be able to go toe-to-toe right here with Davis as well. Picking up that kill is going to be huge. And there's been a ton of action throughout this early game. 5 kills already, 7 minutes into this game. It's resulted in a 2,000 gold lead so far for the Grizzlies, so they're going to be happy with the early game at the moment.
Just absolutely spam pinging down through the jungle. I'm not sure who's doing that, to be honest, but they really want to tell where that player is. They're TPing back into the mid lane right now. So Grizzlies, given that they do have these multiple carries and they seem to be just doing decently in the lane, is there any pressure for Dave in the jungle to do anything apart from farm? Do we need him to actually get involved before kind of these objectives come through, or are we just waiting and watching?
I think you've done your job. You get that initial kill onto the Irelia, and then beyond that, you can just sort of sit back and farm, and now you can pair up alongside Evob, get involved in these lanes as a support jungle duo, which is incredibly strong in this situation, and now play around these objectives. Grubs are now going to spawn. Like we said, you're not going to have that Scion ulti available to you, so that's something you're kind of missing out of when it comes to this big overall teamfight priority. We'll see what the junglers... Hang on. Surely not. Surely
they
not.
both took 6 as well. And I was like, okay, we're sending it, but we're sending it in mid lane. In fact, here comes the aggression. Sejuani ultimate in's going to catch up the Silas, but a stolen Lulu ult keeps Zekreg alive. In goes Viego, looking for that reset. Use the ult early. Can't quite find it. Dave goes too deep, and the Stratos come out on top.
I get the idea from Dave, right? If you can't get that reset off, you completely wipe that fight. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately for him, it's going to go down, but does enough damage to some of the main carries that it isn't looking like you can go and get straight onto those grubs right here.
Oh, hold up. Little Tristana solo killing bot side. We saw them dropping low, and Arturo's dropped both Summoners, Davis as well. As we can see now, Sion is able to sit in the wave, get rid of most of it, and Sharp is already not quite able to do much against it yet. The Blade of the Ruin King is not there, just doesn't really have enough damage to shred through.
The Varus is very strong with the Pike. The Pike is a key part of that. Without the Pike, that's a ton of your damage just missing out at this point in the game. Like I said, pre-Bork, what can you really do in this situation? Definitely needed to not just step up in a straight-up fight. We'll have a look back at what happened in the mid lane. And the key thing right here is watch what Dave ends up doing. He gets very, very close to being able to actually pick up this kill onto Chaos.
Yeah.
If he's able to grab that one, as we were saying, the reset come through, you're chilling. Unfortunately, not quite happening, but the grubs do survive, so that's still going to be something to potentially play around. Right now, Dave is in the area, whereas you can see Sedge nowhere nearby.
I think it was the Lulu shield from Royboy that actually kept Kais alive there, adding up the HP. So that little bit of extra helpful shielding to deny that first reset, right, is so good, and the ult from Lulu once he gets level 6 as well will be strong for that. We can see now that Arturo is basically completely back on top in this lane, evened up in kills, first to those Yuntal Wild Arrows, so bot lane is now fine at this point. As long as they play safely around Evarb and they don't give away a full reset, they will be fine there. Grubs are taken though by Dave on the top side in the interim, as currently Tairatsubi's on that bot side, might look for mid lane, as the one lane they haven't really been able to solve yet is mid. We're going into a quick pause for now, but overall Strathers, tough start, still a little bit down in gold, but it's not snowballed out of control.
No, things are absolutely fine. It's a little bit unfortunate, I'd say, in this early game right here, where as the Grizzlies, you do so well in the bot lane, get yourself into a good spot, and
perfect start.
Mess it up twice in a row. Like, it feels so bad.
That's
Unfortunately,
BFG, baby.
Yeah, that's the way that things happen. For the Strathers, you feel pretty good about the fact you've now got the Tristana in a good spot. I gotta be honest, as much as we were excited about the Gwen whilst we were in the actual Champions Tract, I'm looking at it and I'm like, I don't think this is a main carry. I think the win conditions right now for them is Tristana's ahead. Well, this Tristana has managed to do that for themselves. That's a pretty good look. And then, do you have tanky front line to keep it alive? Which, you know, so far, your Sion's kind of getting beaten down, but the Sedge is fine. The Sedge is in a good spot, so I feel like you're beginning to put these pieces together right now as the Grizzlies.
Yeah, and the Gwen can just be a drain tank on the front line, right? But threaten anyone who doesn't keep track of and, you know, stands in the wrong spot, but ultimately the needlework healing is going to make her more of a frontliner than a carry, necessarily, and maybe just working on, as we say, trying to punish Dave when he picks his moment, trying to deal with Sharp if he tries to go in too early, you know? And then Arturo can be the one pumping out that damage. That Tristana scaling is so massive. As we are back live right now, 2k is the lead for Grizzlies, but the Dragon in hand for Stratus, and another one coming on the Rift in just a couple of minutes, I believe.
Yeah, things slow right now without any of these objectives to go potentially play it around. But in these individual lanes...
Oh, there's the Blade of the Ruin King. It seems to have arrived, and now we're doing half HP on a trade.
Yeah. And the amount of healing you're going to be getting through this one as well is huge. Something I'm going to be fully tracking is where is all of the anti-heal? Oh no! Oh
Caught him sleeping on a ward, and Pike can maybe still get away. The champion's slippery enough and will survive. A loss of the Sejuani ultimate before the Drake fight, but no one else is in a position to stop them.
And they're just going to be able to take this one down nice and quickly. Dave is in the area potentially. He does also have...
the triple Blade of the Ruin King. The front line is going to suffer if they can get this one down. They've got a Hex Tech, so 2 Dragons stacked up with an Ocean Rift. Not the luckiest. I feel like Ocean Rift has low-key become the least excited one. Used to be Chemtech, but I don't think people are living and dying for Ocean Soul these days.
No, but to be fair, hang on, watch this hook. In this situation, I think for the strategy, you're going to be pretty happy with this Ocean. Because you've got these big tanky champions, and the fact they've already got those first 2 Drakes, if you can fully get yourself a 4 Drake Ocean Soul, that's going to put you in a really good spot. So we have a look back at this one.
Maybe just doesn't quite get the polymorph off. Possibly used it, maybe used the Whimsy instead.
Not ideal.
Yeah, so unfortunately they couldn't get the full CC chain, and that's just Pike, right? You've got to keep him locked down from minute 1 to dead, otherwise it's very hard to keep him there. But Sejuani waiting for a little play in the bot side.
Doesn't have the ulti available, no flash either, so you're just going to have to go in with the Arctic Assault.
Varus has no flash. If Varus steps far enough up, the wave is creeping back towards the red side.
They know something's up.
Silas is even tending down the lane to bot side. I think we're just going to pull the recall for Tairatsubi, but cancels it. They really want to make this work. Maybe now they can see Silas. I think maybe not worth forcing.
Yeah, I think you just need to
cancelled
back
again.
this one off. At this point, you're wasting so much time, and you're stealing so
Yep.
much XP away from your bot lane as well. This is
Yeah.
shared XP at the moment.
Losing red buff topside as
Yeah.
Davis just strolled in, and it is abandoned up there. We'll take it for free, as leaves it potentially for Aurelia to step in and get that one too, which puts even more threat onto Sion. He's currently pulling the recall. As we can see on the gold graph, still heavily behind, but that Tristana, as much as it rectified the lane, it just got him back to even. There is no one actually in a gold leading position for Stratos just yet.
No, right now it is Grizzlies, 2,000 top lane, 1,000 jungle, 1,000 mid lane, and then bot lane's pretty dang even. Yes,
Yeah.
that's good because Arturo got put into the dirt early on, and the Tristana scales incredibly well. But without any of the rest of these champions really coming online, as we were talking about, needs the front line.
Yeah.
You cannot make this happen on your own in this situation as the Tristana. Grizzlies, they've done what they needed to early on. Like you said, the triple balk is fascinating to see, very funny as well. And it does make this the single most anti-heal game of all time.
Yeah, the tanks, they know they need to get rid of this tank line, and they are building appropriately. We'll see how well it works as the game scales on. As we head back to this mid lane as well, it's been the quietest lane so far in terms of 1v1s. We've had some team play straight into it, but both of them would like to scale up. Gwen has got the Nationals, would love to hit a second item before the major fights start to kick off, as I imagine Jug must have a bunch of gold here, right? He's got so many pieces in the inventory at a 20 CS lead.
Yeah, you'd think that he's just enjoying this
There
laning
we
phase. Now he's going to head back. Yep, also teleports back into lane, so isn't even going to lose out onto anything in the mid lane. And once again, Chelsea will be back in the bot side.
Knows where what side the bread is
Yeah.
buttered on. It's get this
Yeah.
bot lane ahead or bust right now.
It's a lot of time.
Aggressive plays. Trying to bait them in, I think, but Pyke and Varus are not to be...
You can't trifle with this bot lane.
Yeah.
You can't dive them because there's enough mobility from the Pyke. The execute makes it terrifying, and the fact you can get locked down by the ADC as well makes it an almost undivable bot lane. And without that, what do you really do? Now it's going to look towards the mid lane.
Silas tending towards the brush, heads in, gets the Glacial Prison. Now can they burst through the Silas? A simple flashback to the turret. There's the knockup from Lulu as well, but has the stolen ult under turret as well. So Tuani going to tank that one up. Viego is on the flank as Silas wants to keep them keen. Flashes in for the stun, looks for that reset, but the heal again. Lulu keeping the front line alive as Gwen can handle it, but all the players are rotating in. Silas comes through, knocked up by the Sion. There's the kill for Gwen that they wanted. Aurelia's arrived on the flank. Will they choose to commit hard? Pyke's looking for a hook. Tristana jumping in. Another kill for the Gwen, and the resets could start. Grizzlies need to get out of there.
Yeah, this is exactly what the Strathers were looking for in this situation, and now with low health bars, blinking health bars, even defending this tower feels a little bit tricky. They're just about going to be able to do it. The Strathers, you're going to be so happy with this one, and this is what we were talking about, Trajan. The team fights with these tanks are so much better.
Absolutely, massive work done by the Sejuani and the Lulu combination, frontlining up for Kais, getting those 2 kills, including a shutdown to level up that mid lane. And that was the one lane we hadn't seen Strathers really with the plan for, but now they're all good there. Onto the Herald they go. Sejuani's still pretty low, but so is the Viego, and I think doesn't have the flash or the ultimate. This is risky business. It's been picked up by the red team already. Aurelia TPing in. Sharp could look for a flag, but Viego, he's abandoned on the front line. And look at the split team of Grizzlies. They can't break into this unit of Strathers one by one. Gwen, or Silas I should say, arriving with a stolen Gwen ultimate. Varus has rocked up. They've got the Lulu. The shielding and healing is down. Sejuani too low to stick it out. And a couple of kills returned by the Grizzlies as Strathers run for the hills.
Strathers overall going to be pretty happy with that one, but the couple of kills got back by the Grizzlies is going to make this a little bit easier to play out. The second that the Lulu dies, that's the point at which Strathers have to turn tail and run. The Lulu is everything in this matchup.
Yeah, Sion trying to full charge the Q, but of course just gets shredded down. Doesn't have much mana either. Gwen struggling in the mid lane. Varus will maybe can proc that arrow, does land it. Kais with the TP might need to head back and TP back onto the map.
Kais has to use the needlework there in an attempt to get away from that fight. Not ideal. The cooldown's not particularly long at this point in the game, but still, it's going to be something key that you don't have up available to you as the Ocean Drake is now on the Rift. It's going to be started up immediately right here by the Grizzlies, but there is going to be at least a little bit of a response. No, you're not even going to think about it.
Chill out, Chuck. We do not need to do this. Does not. Steals the Tristana ultimate, can at least knock a jungler away if there was one present, but Tyrant Subi is 10 miles away on the top side. So, no instant soul point for Strathers. Not going to have that to play for necessarily. Here's a replay of that fight. It just kept on going.
And this is what we were discussing during the draft, right? Big tanks make team fights easier, and how fast do you want to play these team fights out? This slower fight actually really did benefit the Strathers. The fact that your Sedge is able to survive, wonderful, and then it's the point at which somebody who's been getting kicked around, Barge comes flying in with this ulti and makes it work. Actually lands this on a pretty tricky angle as well. Gets the damage onto both the Viego and onto the Silas, and then you can play the rest of this one out. We jump out of the replay, and I feel like Dave might be dead.
Dave is in a bit of a rough spot. Wrong side of town for this Viego. So Sejuani's even there to make sure he gets caught. Ult goes through the upright, sadly will not connect, and Dave is going to get taken out. Funneling more gold to Arturo. Picked up those kills in the top river as well, so now 5-1 the Tristana. This is going to be an Infinity Edge completed. If not already, then very soon.
Yeah, the fact that the Eye Edge is going to be coming through, that and the Young Tao's arrows means that the crits are going to be landing, hitting like an absolute truck, and you can go towards this crit version of this Tristana very easily when there's no tanks available for the Grizzlies. This is super easy to play out as long as you, again, space things out correctly. Now, the fact that the Rocket Belt has been completed right here into the mid lane for the Silas makes that even trickier to do. The mobility of that champion is completely insane. But the amount of damage he does, you can see it here. That was 2 auto attacks, and the bomb already beginning to chunk Davies down. And, hey, I feel like I've seen this one before, Trajan.
Oh, wow. It's the same old story. This time it looks like no vision for Grizzlies here, but they are just hanging out under the tower. They know that they do not really have the juice to stand and fight right now. Sejuani not going to hang around too long, but they're committing. Rough timing there, but in goes Arturo, threatening onto Davis, the barrier, the burst of the ultimate. But now UOG are the players have the players in the area. Speed up for Stratus, backsteps it, but Dave's going to cut him off, and the flash has just come alive for Lulu. Bursts it, drops the shield, but there's the reset. Eva diving in with the double pike ultimate, gives up his life for it, but that's what he's been waiting for all lane.
Hey, I don't mind you dying in that situation. That was sexy right there out of Eva. Absolutely love to see that one. Using the extension of the dash to be able to just about, both of those pike ults were on the very edge as well. And without, the Lulu actually survives, right? It's like Kevin De Bruyne over here survives in that situation. Still, kills going back and forth, back and forth. And I think that is going to be the Eye Edge completed for Arturo as well. So this Strathers bot lane is rolling. Oh, not quite. He's got to be so close. He's got to be like 20 gold away.
They could have just crashed that wave and backed. It probably would have been fine, but sadly they were not given the chance. And unfortunately, that was the moment Taretsubi did not choose to stick around for 3 waves, because that would have been complete disaster for Grizzlies if they'd chosen to pick their fight there. But ultimately, they get away with it. They keep their lead constant. It has been about this 2,000, now 2.5 for a long time. It doesn't feel like they're necessarily in control, really, but they do have like a constant income of gold going into those carries. And once they start to get the further items, they're going to be able to shred these tanks a little better. As the Herald soars through the mid lane, I guess we're going bot here. Sort of.
How's the drifting?
Yeah.
How's the drifting?
Oh, he ran out of juice.
You know what? He did
It's
hit
still going to get to the turret.
Yeah.
So we're still going to knock this one down, which is fine. And is this just the first turret of the game? It's not quite the first turret of the game. Top's already gone down. As Grizzlies are going to trade this for Atakan, and this seems like a pretty decent trade.
Exactly. The second that you see Taretsubi heading towards the bot lane, you could just start this one up nice and easily, and there's going to be no contest whatsoever. It's not like you could do anything about this as Blage, and so not potentially going to be the ideal. Yes, you get the tower. That's at least a decent chunk of gold. But Atakan at the moment, this Thornbound Atakan is really strong. The amount of extra stats that it gives you, absolutely huge right here for the Grizzlies.
Yeah, and again, if they want to look for those first resets, you get the more kills you find, the more value you're going to get. It's going to potentially help Dave to have a little bit of a better time. It's been a tough game for the Viego so far. Hasn't been able to actually complete those first kills to really unlock himself. Strathers have been ready and waiting to deny him, but checking in the inventories as well. We mentioned that the items coming through for Grizzlies is going to be nice. We've already hit 2 items for Sion, despite the rough lane. We've got 2 in mid and bot, the key potential carries for Strathers. So they are perfectly happy to go up in a 5v5 if they need to.
Hullbreaker as well as that second item right here for Sharp. Fascinating, right? So far hasn't really looked to join in too many of these team fights, and I think that Hullbreaker indicates that actually it's going to be perfectly happy to sit in these side lanes. Right now, nobody can step up to him in a 1v1. Ooh. Good jump. I don't even know if a 2v1 particularly goes in anybody's favor at the moment either. And so you can just leave this Aurelia in the side lane and it will maul through towers. The second you get even close to them, those are going to begin to fall.
Now Strathers, if they want to start the fight up now, they might be able to force the TP out of this Aurelia. Otherwise, that push is going to get pretty deadly. Currently, Sion is still going to have to deal with it. They're dragging up little in just a few seconds here, but Grizzlies, once again, control of the river, but they do have a little bit of vision, I think. There was a ward in that brush, so Strathers just need to pick their moment.
Yeah, where can you find it? That Glacial Prison out of Chishu's is going to be incredibly important.
Dave on the front line, Evarb, if he goes too far forward, of course, using that camouflage to prevent an actionable target, as Dave is just pushing in mid lane. So Strathers, you've got to make a decision. You're losing time on the map here.
Yeah, you are losing out so much. Mid lane tower just gonna fall. And now you can see Sharp beginning to
Wants
wander
the
down.
TP.
Oh, is TPing.
Oh, but is Sion going to be able to cancel it? Spots it, doesn't manage to get there in time. It's going to be the 5 versus 4. Sharp's still going to, or Sion's still going to be there in time. Tyrants will be holding the front line. Watch for Arturo and Kais. They need to do the damage. Aurelia's found the way in. Flashes back over, but a jump away from Arturo is completely separated from the team. And Stratos don't have their key carry. The rest of Chris is going to try and mold them in the river. The resets are coming in. And just like that, Grizzlies go wild in the river. Arturo heading for the hills. Nobody left alive.
Triple kill coming through right here. Final kill is going to be picked up, and that is the clean ace right here for the Grizzlies. They make their statement play around this Drake in the bottom side of the map, and it all comes off of the back of Sharp, getting that TP off, and just taking Arturo out of the fight. You highlighted it beautifully. Without the Tristana sitting and hitting, the damage simply is not there, and at the point at which you finally avoided the Aurelia's initial engage, it's over. It's too late.
Yep.
The fight has already been won for the Grizzlies.
Yeah, just that choice to jump up instead of down potentially cost Strathers the fight there.
Yeah.
They lose the dragon as well, and the gold lead now balloons for the Grizzlies. Varus got so much value there, now to 6, 2, and 3 after starting well, struggling later. Davis performs very well in that team fight and reaps the reward and can now accelerate through the build.
Oh boy. That's rough. That's really rough because it felt like the Strathers had done pretty good for themselves to get themselves back into this game. They'd found ways to get kills onto this Tristana. 5-3-1 is still a totally reasonable score. Unfortunately, the rest of the map just isn't strong enough, and the second you're split from the team and not dealing the damage, they have none to be able to put it through. We talked about anti-healing, right? There is the beginnings of anti-heal coming through, but it's going to be 2 Bramble Vests into Thorn Mails on your tanks. Your tanks shouldn't be getting hit anyway.
Yeah, they're not focusing you. They're going to be focusing for Kais and Arturo, and we need some way to keep them alive and to allow them to get that first kill instead, right? In that last play, I think there were plenty of potential resets available for Stratas. If they could just get that first one on Pike, perhaps, once the invisibility runs out, if Davis gets caught out, they could have done that to Grizzlies, what was done to them. As of now, they have to sit back and try and collect what gold they can in their own jungle and sort of just wait for the next play to materialize. The Baron is up in 5 seconds, and Stratas do not want to be out of position for this.
As much as you don't want to.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm slightly worried for the
Nobody
continued
narc.
existence of this
Out
Scion.
comes Sharp, does have the ultimate if he needs to get away, so Sharp needs to try and body block if they can to try and keep them locked in. Tyrants will be waiting and waiting. The entirety of Grizzlies have stormed up to this top side. They won't be able to find a kill right here, but
they're
let's
gonna
start the
start
Baron
it.
instead, forcing the issue from Strathers.
They will take it incredibly quickly. You do have teleport available to Junk as well. Hasn't decided to use that one quite yet. Now it's going to get spotted out, so what's the response?
Okay, the TP, a short-range TP from Silas. Tristana's still in the mid lane. Tyrant TP's just going to have to go for the
Smite
flip,
fight.
and nobody's going to keep them out for Grizzlies.
Oh.
Who's going to take
Oh.
it in? They go!
Oh!
Tyrant Subi! A clean flash out and a blast cone for good measure.
Oh, that's just styling on kids right there. Does have to throw out the ulti at the very end, just to ensure his continued existence. That was fun. That was gorgeous, and that sucks right there for the Grizzlies because you had that one set up. You're stronger overall at the moment as well. You don't need to flip it. There is no reason to turn that into a 50-50 smite fight. Let's have a look back at this one. Was it a
They've
mistake?
got all the vision in the world as well. They see
Somebody
exactly
go over.
what's happening.
You have a pike. Why is your pike not over the wall?
Yeah, where's the Varasol? Where's the Pike Q?
It's just gorgeous. It's not even missed. It's just gorgeous reaction times right there out of Taratsubi as we are gonna jump back to us.
I
Hello.
assume they paused out of sheer mental fracturing at that point from Grizzlies. But they had the map position to make that play, and the idea is I guess you just force the Kais DP, you can maybe just dive over the pit and force a fight after it, or you can try and use Pike and Varus to keep Sage out of the pit, but they don't do any of that. They just start it up and Tyrant Super just nips in, puts it in the shopping bag and heads out. It's just that easy.
Hey, and this is what we wanted out of this battle, right? If we are looking at these League of Legends teams and thinking, right, the Chargers are probably... Hang on.
This is a replay of that last fight.
It's a replay? Okay,
Yeah.
good. If we're looking at the Chargers overall and being like, yeah, this is probably the strongest team, we
Yeah.
wanted these other two to really go head-to-head, back and forth, make it interesting between Grizzlies and Strathers, and right now, it feels like this game's on a knife edge. As much as I'm going to be giving the overall advantage to the Grizzlies, they're making critical mistakes here and there.
Yes.
Every time they get themselves a big lead, it feels like they do something that begins to give Strathers a way back into the game.
Yeah, there is a chance. We could see in that fight. The actual slow-mo tilt fest coming in from the Grizzlies, unfortunately dropping that one. Unlucky.
As a jungle main, I feel it. Like, I get you, alright? in that moment, nothing feels worse. And it's got to feel especially bad, right? Because you look to your left and to your right, and your teammates are sat next to you.
Just like,
at least when I'm in here in a solo queue game, I'm never going to meet these people again. I have to talk to these people after the game.
You gotta face them straight away and then go, "Ugh, my bad, guys.
Might be my whoopsie right there.
Yeah, we'll get them next time.
Feels terrible, but I mean, this is a small thing, right?
Yeah.
This is a small thing in what has overall been a very good game here.
Yeah, it's not saved the game for Grizzlies. They're still up in gold. We need to see what Strathers do with this lead. With a Baron, your kind of incentive is to try and put a lane push together. Now, pushing into Pike, into Aurelia, this is very risky business, right? You cannot be lax with it. You cannot forget where your enemies are. You need to ward well. You need to have good flank vision. So there is a chance for Strathers to try and use this to get some money back, to really put that 5-stack to use, where they can form this kind of fortress running down a lane where it's very hard to break in. But if they do it sloppily, they'll just lose it straight away and then lose their own base.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a rough position to be in, it feels like, for the Strathers, where anything that you do as a mistake from this moment on is terrible. The fact that they steal this Baron away buys them time, and this is good. But boy, oh boy, it isn't going to be easy at the same time, as we've been saying, right? The Grizzlies, they've not locked this one in either. They've not done everything, and we've seen some horrific throws in our time. We watched a horrific throw very recently come through, and neither of these teams are that far ahead.
No, there is plenty of room to flavor this one. Like, there's no soul in the next pit as well. Like, another Ocean Drake at this point does not really affect the game. The soul and potential Elder might actually be the tipping point here, but right now we can see the Grizzlies have reset on the map. They're going to head back out. They're going to mentally reset, hopefully, and be like, okay, doesn't matter. They've got you've got the Baron buff now. We'll see what they do with it, and we need to see how Strathers play it. Currently, they still have Sion in a side lane. I'd much rather see Sion standing in front of Arturo right now, trying to get this mid tower down personally.
Wit's End on Sharp is fascinating to me. It's obviously just a good item overall on the Aurelia, but also interesting that he seems to think right now it's Kais that is the big issue that he needs to be worrying about. Arturo feels like he's the stronger person, but
yeah, no respect being put on Arturo's name right now in the build.
No, I mean, this is a Wit's End and Mercury.
No one's got a stitch of armor in that too. There's a couple of cloth armors. They're thinking, well, he's got 5 kills, 3 items, Tristana. Maybe we'll give him a cloth armor.
Tarbies. There are no plated steel caps on my screen at all.
That's crazy.
When the Tristana is the main carry that we're looking at right now.
Very
that is
rude.
wild.
Very, very rude. Now, Grizzlies once again heading onto this top side. A TP in from Kais, I think, to try and cover off the Sion play that was being attempted right there. And we saw the Strathers would have been it. That could have actually gone very badly for the Grizzlies. But you know what we are doing? We're wasting Baron time right now. Grizzlies are wasting and running down that clock.
Exactly. What I was just thinking was, hey, what are they actually going to be able to do with this Baron?
Yeah,
because
any pushes?
It's great to take it away from your opponents, and it gives you 1,500 gold across the team.
Love that.
Wonderful. But, you know, it can do more, right?
Yeah.
If you get near a tower, it can do more for you. Currently, the outer tower in the bottom lane was taken, and that's the only tower picked up so far for the Strathers. They've not been able to even sniff the rest of them, really.
Yeah.
And I don't know that they're going to be able to in this situation. You're certainly not going to be able to push into the Aurelia. We're watching it right here. That's a miserable lane.
Yeah.
Which lane can you even try to play around? Can you even pull off a 1-3-1? Or do you need a 1-4 right now? In which case, you kind of just get matched.
Yeah. It looks like I think we have a Warmogs coming in for Sion with the Bracer and the 2 Giant Spells, which, to be honest, given that you just kind of get chunked down to half and then farm your wave, go up to full health, get chunked down to half, farm your wave, that seems pretty solid. Yeah, we do have Strathers again trying to take some position in this bot side. We have another Dragon coming up before too long, and last time, the indecision of Strathers really was the downfall there. Let's see if they can now, after they've taken this Baron, they've gotten a new lease on life, they've got 3 items on Tristana. Let's make a solid decision, and let's just go for it.
Yeah. Find that fight.
Yeah.
Keep the Lulu close to the Tristana as well. Keep them alive as long as possible. And there is a 1 fight in the future of Strathers at some point.
Turret's going down up there. Once again, it's time to get stuck in, right? The bot lane's not in position. You can just force them out. Kais is diving deep with the needlework to try and shred down Dave. Just get this one started. The stones to ground. Ultimate to Kais to the front line. Drag back is going to first to die with the TP's coming in once again. It looks like it might be a replay of the last fight, and the Grizzlies diving deep. Massive Aurelia ultimate locks down the rest of the 3. Arturo still alive. Needs to find that first kill. Barely out of range. Double for Juck, and the Silas sews it up. Once again, the Strathers rock up to Dragon River, and they get wiped out.
Yeah, no kill's gonna go down right here either. Grizzlies get away with that one cleanly, and they're gonna put themselves onto Soul Point. If they can pick themselves up a 4 Ocean Drake, Ocean Soul, that's crazy amounts of healing overall on a team composition that can already heal massively off of waves, off of champion hits.
Yeah.
And it really, these fights are so tricky, right? You can see Arturo is constantly running for his life, had to blow the barrier, had to blow the flash, and still ends up going down right there. Once again, I think part of the problem is that you're getting the teleport in from Blarge way too late. You need that Scion there in the front line before these fights start. Otherwise, the fight's a mess from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's either you need to go at the exact same time or ahead of time, or just stick to the Aurelia-like glue when you see that Dragon Fight coming out. Just ult them on the spot or Q them to knock them up. And to be honest, removing Sharp from this equation, that might just be enough. It might just give Arturo enough room to breathe.
Yeah, because watch what ends up happening here the second that Sharp actually gets involved in this one. 3, 2, 1, immediate ulti. And now you can do nothing.
It's over.
This fight is done. Yeah, you don't immediately get those kills, but the second that you as Arturo are not able to sit and hit, it's over. It is completely over, and the rest of the fight is like that as well. You can see, even amongst multiple members, Blarge is pretty tanky. If Blarge is there from the beginning, this is potentially playable. It just isn't when you have this fight work out as it is.
Yeah, it is another team fight going right for Strathers, and UFG now 10k almost is the lead. Again, it feels like, it doesn't feel like they're 10k up on the map. It feels like they're still not able to necessarily get massive blowout fights. They're managing to outperform in those Dragon plays, but Strathers are holding the line. They've still got all their Nexus turrets, all their inhibs, and 10k down 30 minutes in. That is a rare sight to see. When the next Baron comes up, that's perhaps when we'll see Grizzlies be able to get the tool to actually break the base, because they're finding good picks and Sharp is able to push, but the rest of the team isn't really able to approach the base that well.
Yeah, they need a Baron.
That would help.
Doesn't get
really
stolen.
Useful.
Let's try it again. Right, 5 minutes on from the previous Baron. What can you do?
Yeah, Tyrant Tsubi about half a mile away right now, and just there's so much complete pitch blackness there. All the wards being taken up by Evar. Baron down below half. He's not going to be able to get in range, so no time for the steal right now. Juck and Evar doing what they need to do. Stun lands onto the Pike, but again, no solid CC changes. Cannot lock him in position again. Sejuani ult down, and Strathers need to run.
And this is what we were talking about, right? Now they've got the Baron. This should be the push. This should be the push unlocked. A very short-range composition out of the Grizzlies has made it difficult for them to push, but the Baron, it fixes that for you immediately. And now Sharp, who's already had good push going on previously, I think you've just got to send all 5 members straight at him, kill him, and then you can try play the game. Otherwise, the amount of pressure that Sharp is applying just means you can't breathe as the Strathers.
And Sharp now with the Sterax as well, 4 items deep, completely unmatchable. Now with the Baron waves crashing into the inhib turrets, Strathers starting to sweat inside their own base. They need to potentially find a pick, try to interrupt, try to catch Grizzlies on this push, but the inhib's falling is going to make this even harder.
Push coming through nice and easy. Top lane inhibitor is going to be the next tower, next inhibitor to fall potentially, and at this point you have to do something, right? You cannot just sit here and watch your base falling. You will lose the Nexus. Last Stand is going to have to come through. The stolen away Sedge ulti does go wide.
To a hook back. Doesn't have to blow his rocket jump as well. The Baron minions crashing onto the base right now.
The bot wave's pushing too.
1 wave left, and the entirety of Grizzlies can now coalesce and just pick up the push where it left off. They're managing this late game so well, Bloxer, and Strathers just can't find room to breathe. They're sending it. They're sending Scion in.
No.
Doesn't find any knockups, unfortunately. The sea parts before him and gets left out to dry. As in the backline, Sharp is going deep, holding the time, does go low, but does not fall. Flashing from Dave, doesn't find the stun. Sejuani ultimate on the backline only slows them. Kais, ulted cleanse, has to get away. Juck's in deep, has to go golden. Arturo desperately wants that first reset. Kais gets one, Juck's pretty low. Davis is there. Dave dropping low too. Sharpest TP's back in. A couple dropping for the Grizzlies, and the push might not be ending the game just yet.
Arturo, alive and well, survives the entirety of that fight, but now the 3rd inhibitor is going to fall. You need to pick up a ton of kills, otherwise you're just going to get overrun by minions. There's super minions in the top side of the base. These Baron-empowered cannon minions are shredding towers. The first Nexus tower falls straight up.
This needs to be a game-saving play, but Grizzlies are not offering it to them. They're simply backing away. There's an Ocean Soul wait for them in a minute or so, but we can see Arturo, when he's not attacked, he can do some damage.
Watch Arturo this entire fight. The Goldens are what really screws him here, because he can't get that initial kill to get those resets through. It's so tricky as well when you've got a Viego. As soon as he gets that initial reset, you can't be hitting him either. but still, they do enough damage. But the fact they even lose one of these inhibitor towers once the members of Grizzlies have backed off makes it so rough to play around. They're still going to have another 30 seconds or so of Baron buffs available to them, most likely. So you do have something to keep this push up if you want it as the Grizzlies. If not, nice, easy Ocean Soul, just a cherry on top.
Why not? Going ahead and pick that one up. Sharp is going to become even more unkillable as these fights stretch on and on. The 3 inhibs down. No wards got into the base down for Glasgow, for Grizzlies, so there's no option for a base backdoor TP from Juckers who has it available. But at this point, they're looking so strong in the fights that Strathers are really running out of options. Now, they have Sejuani in position to maybe make a play onto Sharp, but 2's not going to cut it. You're going to need everyone to try and snag that.
Absolutely.
Tyrant Subi might end up actually on the wrong side of town himself.
He's got the recall.
Has dropped the vision down. It's not going to be picked apart, but in come the super waves. The triple stacked, double super waves. It's time for Strathers to find the final play to keep this one alive. In goes the Scion. Short run down, does not find the knockup. Stun on the Sharp, not much damage. Comes Super V8, it's already done. It's a 4 versus 5. Sharp actually taking some damage. Where's Arturo? Needs to get those autos down. Caught on the front line, jumping back to safety. Pops the barrier with the shield. Sharp is foregoing the fight and going for the Nexus. One auto away, but the Supers will do it! And Grizzlies clutch it up at the end. Excellently played. Strathers a hair's breadth away from turning that around, Bloxer.
Oh, the looks of relief right there on the faces of the Grizzlies members. Just about able to pick that one up.
They know how close that was.
Oh yeah, that team fight was millimeters away from actually working out right there for the Strathers. So close. Congratulations to Grizzlies though for picking up their first win here at BFG 2025.
Yeah, Sharp on your screens there. The man who ended that game, who took the game in his own hands and went down to 1 hit for the Nexus. The Super Minions and Evar finishing the job. Grizzlies taking that win. So this is not necessarily going to be the culmination of the Strathers ascendance from last 2 years. It is the Grizzlies that are rising up to remind everybody that they used to run this game at BFG year after year.
And this is a good start for them going on forwards, because their next matchup, of course, is going to be up against the Chargers. Chargers looking so strong at the moment. Grizzlies, they've shown some great scrapping potential, a great set of team fights on them as well, but there were weaknesses. There were moments where they were throwing things away. That stolen Baron, the play around the mid lane, some of the over-aggression in the bot lane as well. Weaknesses that a team like Chargers can most certainly exploit.
Yes, absolutely. They're going to have to keep a tight lock on that one, but Grizzlies, I believe Grizzlies Chargers is the next game, so they at least have great momentum going into this one. They have all of the potential errors or things to clean up is fresh in the mind. How do we approach this instead? How do we, block out the Baron? How do we fix these lanes? How do we want to spend our time in the jungle in the early stages? So there were parts because he's to work on, but ultimately the quality coming out of Sharp, particularly in the top side, just absolutely crushing on the Aurelia. Jacques as well in the Silas doing a lot of work in the team fights, and then Evarb getting that early double kill in the bot lane and managing to find a couple of clutch plays. So solid upgrade from Grizzlies, feeling good about this new roster coming into this year.
Absolutely. I think these next set of matchups are going to be incredibly exciting. The one I'm very interested for as well, though, is going to be what the Strathers can do up against the Chargers as well. Because you lose this matchup, but it felt close. It felt like there were ways you could have been able to play this one out. At the same time, though, did you show enough that you're going to be able to actually challenge? Because going 0-2 here in the League of Legends stage feels super rough.
Yeah, that's not what you want as the Chargers. Champions last year, and they're potentially coming back to go 0-2 when everyone is so even after day one, when we cannot split the teams just yet. That is going to be tough to get 0-2 down on the Saturday in this first game. We do, of course, have Overwatch later on today. There's plenty more Battle for Glasgow to go, but you don't want to lose momentum at this stage. We can see this Baron play. And they did the hard part, right? They got the vision set up. They got like the preparation done, which is normally what teams don't do. But then they just forgot to do anything with that, and we're just like, well, oops.
The thing that is the most egregious about this to me is that you have a Pyke, one of the best champions in the game, for jumping over the back of the pit and just being annoying. Even if you die in this situation, who cares? Oh no, the Pyke doesn't have Baron on his back, and it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at all. And instead, everybody just sat there super far back. Nobody even goes to then engage upon.
Yeah, are you keeping him out? Are you keeping him out? Was I keeping him out?
Yeah, somebody needed to make the decision that I'm going to go and try to stop that one happening. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
It didn't cost them the game.
End.
The next one they played and they did the prep again, and Juck and Evarb kept them way out of range. They played it a lot better. They got the Baron, and we saw once they had the Baron, the triple lane pushing was done very well. Sharp was completely uncontestable at that point. Nobody was getting caught in the mid lane or the side lanes while they're split apart, and they just completely shredded the base.
Sharp feels like someone you can most definitely potentially play around going on forwards. He's going to be into Crawford in that matchup up against the Chargers.
Yeah.
Let's see what Crawford can do in that situation. We'll talk more about Crawford and how much we both love him.
Oh, yeah. So
the
this,
next
you can
game.
see Kaiser Arturo, this replay, the actual damage is completely on a separate front right now. There's a blast cone that gets spoiled right there on Arturo. Instead of jumping up, he could have jumped left. And look at these resets right there. Look at those 2 fresh kills.
You get that first kill?
Right for the picking, right? Then you can reposition to get away from Sharp again. There was a chance for this fight. Again, it might not necessarily have been enough, but it would have given them a chance and kept them at least closer. So these little individual micro decisions in those fights that we flagged up in the pregame, ultimately I think did be the deciding factor in the win for Grizzlies.
If you don't give those initial 2 kills over to the Varus, and then you play out the laning phase as you did for the rest of it, awesome and amazing. Looking great right here on your Tristana.
Yeah.
You have your Scion at the team fights, at the start of the team fights as well. The bones of it were there.
Yeah.
In the alternate universe, I can very much see a situation in which Strathers end up winning that game. Unfortunately, we live in this universe, and it just isn't the case.
It is just not the case. For now, I think we're probably going to throw to a quick break. We'll be back with Grizzlies and Chargers. I imagine if that's not going to happen, then someone from production will come and throw a tin of soup at me or something. But for now, I'm going to throw to one and see what happens. So stick around, everybody. Got more BFG coming up after the break with Grizzlies versus Chargers.
All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. That's how I shoot. Lately I'm driven like I'm on the road. They in my lane, I got told on the move. Now that I'm popping, got too much to lose. Look at the numbers, got nothing to prove. I'm in the city, just me and my crew. Told me I'm sick and I know that it's true, but I'm still gonna boss like I got a flu. Yeah, run it up, I told them that I'm coming back. So let me get all of that. Time is now, I'm coming around to get a check. Said I need my taxes back. Over time, I'm getting mine to get in line. And it's with no respect. That I told them all I'm about the ball, getting chips. Feeling like Kobe Shaq. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah. Yeah. Look. I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just run me the check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. Shit be a shit, dog, I'm cutting the net. I thought I told them I came for my spot. They told me time is like money, that's why I done made it. I swear that I'm spending a lot. They never seen the hours I put in to get here. They only just see what I got. I spent my time in the lab all this winter. I swear that this summer is gonna be hot. I cannot lie on this shit. I paid a lot for this shit. They got some money to spend. I got some money to get. I gotta talk on this shit. I swear I told them I'm here. I feel like I'm in the league. I just keep making these hits. Took a little break, but I swear that I'm back. Go and ask anybody, put a city on the map. They was trying to call when they sent a contract, but I never reply unless they send it for the max. Everything I said, man, they know it's all facts. Told them if they want a verse, and they go and get text. Told them last year that I'm coming for it all. Go and check the numbers, dog, I'm putting up stats. Yeah. I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told them I'm next. I need my bag, just run me the check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. Shit be a shit, dog, I'm cutting the net. told him I'm next, shit. Oh my god, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my god, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. I got a ball, I told him I'm here, I'm not waiting for y'all. They hit my phone, but I ignore the call. I got the drive and I see that they stop. I bought a whip and I paid it in cash. Numbers keep growing like what's on the dash. Draw me the Addy, I pull it the maps. Dressed in a white tee, I bought it a Gap. Hitting the gas, he trailing behind. This in these games, but I stay on my grind. I told my family we all got me fine. Said I'm a star, that's why they all align. Said I don't rob it like all of these guys. I told them all like a million times. Waiting for me, but they know I'll rob. What I'm doing to y'all, it should be a crime. I told them, oh my god, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my god, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my god, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my god, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Shooting like Luca, said that I can't, but I told him I do it. Up in the morning, I sweat it is brewing. Hitting these goals like I play for the Bruins. Thought that I told him I can't, but was mine. They throwing shade, but I'm still gonna shine. They check my wrist and they know it's my time. They ain't seen the numbers, I swear that they blind. But that's how it goes, they know when I'm chose. Need me the flowers, not talking no rose. Was whipping the Chevy, I need me the ghost. I need the money for me and my bros. Ice in my veins, I swear that it's froze. They know when it's heat, it's like right out the stove. Way that I'm shooting, they think I'm a pro. I told them so much that they really should know, that's real. Oh my god, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my god, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my god, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my god, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Look, I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I done ran low on my patience. Make sure my time isn't wasted. I told them all that I've been real. They know that I cannot fake shit. Funny how none of this makes sense. Now that I'm up with an A-list. She tryna throw me the K now. Telling me happy belated. Got too much shit on my mind. I told my mom I'm fine. I told my girl that I'm stressed, but I'm gonna make it on time. I pray to God for these signs. He know how hard I done tried. Lately I'm looking for real shit, the things that my money can't buy. They don't understand how the shit goes. How they all use it to switch goals. How they all speed when they need some. Then when you need them and they gone ghost. They want the money in big roles. They use your name for a quick post. The same ones that told me to quit rap. I saw this shit, man, it gets sold. But for now, I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax.
the truth is being told. Got them running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. I never see the silver lining, only see the gold. I don't speak in caps, though, everything bold. And I put that on myself, cause it's a life that I done chose. Way I'm moving, I don't see them in a way. Way they talking, I'm not hearing what they say. Got some bands, and I bought myself a place. They get a couple and they blow it in a day. But I ain't built like that. They done said my time is up, but it still ain't passed. I done heard what they say, but it feel like cap. Yeah, I took a couple shots, but I'm still intact.
Alrighty, hello and welcome back to Battle for Glasgow 2025. I've got a little interview right here. I'm joined by Evob, the support for the Grizzlies. Had a great Pike performance just now. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Introduce yourself a little bit. You know what course you do, what uni from, all of that.
Yeah, so I'm Matt. I'm a computer science PhD student here at the University of Glasgow. I'm in my last year. And yeah, I'm new to the team. I joined this Scholastic here. It's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, exactly. Something I really want to get into. You and Davis.
It's not been difficult at all, really. So me and Davis are new, yeah, but I feel ever since we played our first game together, we just instantly clicked. We have the synergy, like we understand each other pretty good. And this started quite from the beginning, I feel, at least personally. I hope Davis feels the same way.
Yeah, I mean, it's so far looking pretty good, right? The way that you guys were able to play this one out in the bot lane was particularly impressive so far. The Pike was really fun. What were you thinking going into this draft with the Pike, right? Because it's not something we've been seeing recently at all. It's very much been these engaged supports in the meta, and then if you are going towards the enchanters, maybe there's a Lulu game here and there, as we did see from the other side. Pike, completely different. Why did you decide to go towards this one?
Yeah, so our intention for this game was winning lanes. We wanted to have prio in our lanes. We wanted to have lots of options and get into mid-game with a strong team. Also, it was a somewhat comfort pick, so I play Pike a lot, and it was pure comfort for me. So going into this, we were feeling good. We felt like we could get a good lead in the early game, and we did.
It overall looked pretty good from the Pike perspective. The whole team was looking pretty good overall. Obviously, when you're looking at the teams here that we've got, Strathers were okay, but there's a sort of level up when you're looking at playing against the Chargers. What do you think you're going to have to pull out in order to beat them, in order to really be able to reclaim the title here for the Grizzlies?
So for the next game, we're going to try keep positive mental, right, first of all. We're regrouping, we've discussed what we did in this game, what we could do better. We probably want to stay with the idea of strong lanes, right? We want to get into the mid-game, feel like we actually can make plays, skirmishes around these objectives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds perfect. Now, League of Legends is one thing, but people are slightly more interesting, so just a couple questions about you. What's your favorite color?
Bluish.
Bluish?
Yeah. Teal, I think.
Ooh,
yeah, that's
okay.
a good
Teal's a
color.
good color. What's your favorite food?
Ramen.
Okay. Just straight up basic ramen, spicy ramen, what we feeling?
Any good ramen.
Any good ramen.
So like,
all right.
Not instant, okay?
Not
like
instant
I need
ramen,
something that's been made for 3 whole days, okay?
You're making me hungry right now, you really are. Final question. Beyond the Pike, you can't pick Pike. What is your favorite champion in League of Legends?
If I can't pick Pike.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think Pike's my favorite
Is it just Pike?
champion. Yeah,
That's
it
fair
is,
enough.
100%.
Hey, he's fun, and hopefully we get to see you play on him again. It was super good. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. We're going to throw it back to another very quick break. I'm going to sprint back over there to get back to my desk, and then we're going to be getting into our next game. We've got Chargers up against Grizzlies. This is the big matchup right here. This might be for the overall title here in the League of Legends.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna I wanna I just wanna have fun, turn around. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna I wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around,
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself. Yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down?
And we are back here for BFG 2025. Game 2 of League of Legends is about to get underway. My name is Trajan, I'm with Black Bloxer. We have seen our first game, the Grizzlies, beginning the redemption arc early. One win over the Strathers, and now they're up against the Chargers here in number 2.
I mean, what a performance that was that we got to see out of the Grizzlies right there. There were a couple moments where things got a little bit iffy, but the overarching vibe of the game was that they were in total control with a composition that was completely wild.
Yes, it was just stack a carry in every lane, and hopefully one of them pops off, and many of them did.
Yeah.
Sharp, particularly on the Aurelia and topside, finally getting to play that fighter carry style that is so well suited for him.
Yeah.
And was able to control the side lanes, was able to dominate team fights. Just an excellent
everywhere.
performance from Sharp that we didn't get a chance to see last year, that I'm really glad we got to see this year.
Yeah, getting to fully get a champion that you love and pop off on it on a big stage here in front of a crowd is one of the most fun things you can possibly do as a player.
That's the dream.
And we'll see if he's able to translate that into this next matchup right here, because he's going to be into someone that we know quite well.
Yeah, he's got an interesting opponent ahead of him right now. Last time he was going up against the Scion, kind of trying to neutralize that lane with champion pools, and was able to stack up an advantage. But in game 2, he's got Crawford Scott. He's got Mr. Scott Crawford, who is an admin extraordinaire, Charge Esports production member, and multi-role player at BFG. I believe this might be his 4th role played in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, this man is all over the board. Whatever role he needs in League of Legends, whether it be in-game or out of game,
Yeah.
bro's on it. We're
Man's
going to have to
gonna do
get
it.
him on the desk at some point in UKL.
Yeah.
Like, he is all over the place. But this is a hard matchup. We can't sugarcoat this one at all. They're relatively even in terms of just number of games played, ranks that they've got for themselves, so this could be pretty explosive.
Yes.
And looking at what Crawford likes to play, hey, it's pretty aggressive too. Has a ton of the Yasuo and Yones under his belt, oftentimes in the mid lane, but this man's multi-role.
Yeah, if Robert takes the Yasuo Yone into Sharp, my jaw will hit the floor, and I will be very excited to see that. But ultimately, last time we saw a team try to deal with Sharp by trying to neutralize it, trying not to fall too far behind against it, and it actually didn't work too badly. Blahaj was able to come out of lane not massively far behind. He was able to get a couple of good plays on the Scion. So whether the choice is to try and stand toe-to-toe with Sharp, or choice against to try and neutralize, try to lose as gracefully as possible and be useful elsewhere, will maybe get us a sense of what the mindset is like for Chargers up there.
Exactly, because they don't need to play through this top lane if they don't want to. If you do just want to neutralize out this top lane, you've got some other places to look.
Yeah.
We got to talk about it. Heavenix in the mid lane.
Yes, Heavenix has been the kind of puppet master of GCU's league team for a couple of years right now, has a great strategic mind, a lot of pro play experience, a lot of mechanical skill, a deep and varied pool that it's very hard to ban out entirely, and has power picks that if you leave them open in the right scenario, he will just slam them and completely take over a game.
Please don't give this man Jace. Like,
Probably don't give him Jace. Probably not that one.
do not give over the Jace. I gotta be honest though, I think even if you give all 5 bans over and the Chargers lend you 4 of their bans as well,
Yeah.
you're probably still going to be chilling right here
Yeah.
as Heavenix. It's going to be a really tough ask right here into the mid lane. What can you do to be able to actually step up and fight him? Or do you just take something very safe in the mid lane? Because mid lane is one of those roles where you can actually absorb quite a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I was pretty happy with how Juck played out game 1 for the Grizzlies on that Silas. Wasn't necessarily dominating the lane at any point and did get ganked and camped a couple of times, so it was decently well in the team fights. Was up in CS by about 20 over Kais in the mid lane on the Gwen, so had a solid start for Grizzlies mid. And normally what we see out of Heavenix is the assassin archetype. It's Echoes, it's Rengars, it's Blue Canes, right?
Yeah.
So there's sometimes the Red Cane if the jungle demands it, but normally it seems like the way that Heavenix tries to exert pressure over the game is to get fed early on an assassin and just mean that nobody can safely walk into any brush. You can't approach an objective because you'll just explode.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of room for that in the mid lane. There's plenty of champions that can viably sit in the mid lane with that archetype, but is that going to be the choice, or do you just pivot into like the standard mage? Do you go to Syndra and do a bit of both? Maybe the Victor or the Azir? Do you want to try and be the backline DPS lead, or do you keep going down the assassin path?
You've mentioned a lot of great champions right here who can just sit back, absorb a little bit of that pressure, and still be really useful in these team fights. That could well be the way to look, because if I'm looking at a lane where you can actually really be going toe-to-toe right here as the Grizzlies, top lane, potentially that's your lane, and maybe bot lane, right?
Yeah.
It was a really good look between Davis and Evolve. They
Yes.
were actually able to get themselves ahead. They did then over-aggress in a couple of situations.
Goofed it a bit,
but
but-
again, this is the level of League of Legends we're
Yeah.
playing at. Nobody's going to be perfect. And if you can get yourself that big advantage in both the top and the bot lane, yeah, the mid lane is strong, but you can't be in all the lanes at once.
Yeah, exactly, right? There's rotations available, but you tend to sacrifice, utility for individual damage potential and 1v1 potential, right? That is meant to be more or less the trade-off. You pick a Talia, you're not necessarily going to dominate as hard in the 1v1 as you would if you take an Echo or you take a Zed or something like this. So if they can form enough threats on the top and bottom side for Grizzlies, which judging by game 1, they probably can, you might end up trying to split Heavenix too many ways and trying to draw his focus in too many directions to neutralize that. And with picks like Sharp plays, things like the Aurelia, these are good anti-assassin picks because they are mobile and they can kind of follow an assassin through a team fight, but they're not actually assassinatable necessarily themselves.
Something that the Jax, I think, also fits
Yes.
into that archetype very
Yeah.
well. Can be very disruptive to any of these aggressive pickups that you want to be playing in the mid lane, whilst also, like you said, survivability is going to be key right here. And I think this also opens up a really interesting question right here for the Grizzlies of, do you go for the same kind of composition that you had previously, where you had carries in all the lanes, aggressive all over the board, or do you go for something a little bit more standard League of Legends with a lot more CC available to you to try to deal with a specific assassin? Because if you go towards that second one, that actually worries me a little bit more. You're changing from your playstyle that you like, which is always a bit risky, and also into the composition, let's say that we saw in the previous matchup right here out of the Strathers. that's a very easy game to play here as Heavenix. You look at the Tristana, you murder this Tristana, and you win game. That's exactly what Grizzlies were able to do for themselves. Having multiple carries, multiple facets to try to play through, makes it harder to make a decision as this mid laner onto where you actually need to be focusing your time.
Yeah, for sure. And for Chargers, if they're looking for, if potentially they are able to stifle Heavenix from the side of Grizzlies, you can still look down to Lewis in the bot lane as a secondary carry there. Last year, the man was given Draven twice. I have no idea why. The guy is a Stone Cold Draven, once a one-trick pony. But in theory, given that I liked the way Grizzlies approached the draft in Game 1, I think they were appropriately target banning. We're unlikely to see the Draven here in this game. But that is not to say that Lewis is unable to play anything else, right? We have seen there's potential semi-pro experience there in SELs, in NLC Div 3, there's Kaisers, there's other actual carries that Lewis can bring out down there, and we'll need to see if he's going to get pushed onto something uncomfortable, something that he can still dominate the lane on.
The only lane we haven't really looked at right here is the junglers, which is interesting, right? Usually the junglers are the first players that we look at. They run the map, but with such high-tier, high-caliber players in these lanes who want to go scrap and pick these wild pickups, it feels like you really need to focus on them. But the junglers are still going to be important. We saw it in the previous matchup on the Viego, right? I thought that Dave looked really good on that one, was able to play out perfectly effectively during the early game, stole away a lot of camps as well, and ganked effectively into the top lane, really gave that initial advantage over to Sharp to be able to carry the rest of the game. He's going to have to pull an even better performance out right here.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you're trying to pick those targets, I don't expect Chargers to come out with the same kind of very tank-heavy composition that is trickier to navigate as a Viego and as a carry jungler in general. I'm expecting a little bit more on the damage side and less on the HP side for Chargers, just based on the players. I'm assuming that Crawford, who is a bit of a kind of chameleon for this team, will likely end up picking whatever the comp needs. We already know that Heavenix and Lewis can drop damage down, and we probably just need to patch up the comp around them, so potentially Ethan and Crawford in top jungle will be on beef duty, as it were.
Which is absolutely fine. I think he's still going to be in a good spot. I would also like to mention that Awesome plays a horrific amount of Briar. I mean, the amount of Briar games is huge. It's not really a competitive pick, but it would be super interesting to see at some point. Maybe this is more of the sort of pick you want to pull out for yourselves later on versus the Strathers or something like that. It would be fun.
Okay, so we are getting into the draft right now. Oh, look! It's the Jace ban. Well played, Grizzlies. Again, the target banning, excellently done. The Fiora taken away as well, so Sharp not going to get the one-trick pony. To be honest, I feel like Sharp is the only OTP in the history of BFG that has never been given as champion once, which is kind of tough, but we do understand why. LeBlanc following it up again, a champion that can be everywhere and blow everyone up.
You can't give him the Fiora. Just stop allowing that champion from going through. I do like that ban, and actually we do get to see the ban onto the Briar. We highlighted it as something that could potentially pop up, and hey, I'm happy to see it go. It means people are at least thinking about it.
Yeah, they're trying to neutralize Ethan. Ethan can be happy that he's earned a ban in there, and again, a couple more jungle focuses, once again trying to neutralize Dave off the classic picks, the Jarvan and the Pantheon. So now we're back in the blue pick. Grizzlies once again in the blue side. They had it last time. They went for Varus in game number 1. It's open again, and to be honest, I don't know why you would change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, at this point, the Varus is just such a safe early pickup. Why not lock it in? It's the fact that you can also go between the two styles of Varus as well. You can sit nice and close and have the on-hit if you've got a bunch of tanks that you need to worry about. Otherwise, you can sit far away. And
possible frog unclogging. We did last year we had signs trying to get people to play Tom even after the last game draft had completed. They still didn't believe it wasn't going to happen.
Come on, give it to us.
We shall see. Maybe if CWL wants to pull that one up. Maybe Crawford wants to. But we have left the Draven open.
Let's do it.
And Sharp has got to be sitting here going, why is my pick banned every game? And Draven gets onto Lewis's hands year after year.
Come on. Audience, I get that you want the Tom Kench, but we've got a Draven here. Why are we not excited about Draven?
Yeah, like Lewis's Draven is a sight to see. We need to, it is, as much as he shouldn't get it, he has, and it is excellent. Ethan going on to the Jin Zhao instead, and a snap Lee Sin pick.
I love the Lee Sin right here. It was banned out in the previous game for good reason. An incredibly strong champion at the moment and can just get so aggressive. And I think it's the sort of thing that you need as the Grizzlies right here. You want to accelerate the pace of the game. You want to be getting your carries ahead as quickly as possible. Lee Sin brilliant at being able to do that. The Pyke that we saw picked up already, why not? It was great in the previous round. You can grab this one as Evarb once again, and I think it has a great pairing alongside the Lee Sin, just like we saw previously alongside the Viego.
Yeah, and Draven even more vulnerable than a Tristana is to a Pyke, right? one hook and you're basically done for in a team fight or in a lane scrap when Varus has enough damage to follow up. So let's see what the answer is going to be. We have not seen a Heaven X pick just yet, and maybe it's going to be the Syndra locked in. So avoiding any further bans. So it does have assassination potential, but it also has very competent laning. It's got a bit of self-peel. I like this offer for Heaven X.
I think it's the sort of thing that you just can easily lock in for yourself. You can totally take over a game on it. We've seen that, and the outplay button of R is real good to be able to grab into some of these slightly squishier champions. I mean, right now, all of the champions you've got picked up right here for Grizzlies, once you get all of those splinters down, you can just pop them right here. So I really like this as a pairing. And it gives you that late game insurance that you need when the Draven's going to be taking up all the oxygen in the room.
Yeah, absolutely. Second round of bans have started. Top lane focus on both sides. Sharp's Aurelia earning a well-deserved ban on the side of Chargers. And then Cassante removed, so trying to take away those options, I guess, for Crawford just to slot into that frontline position to protect. Now you have Draven for Lewis, you've got Syndra for Heaven X. You have two defined backline carries that will scale and will do well. But now you need to protect them. You need to protect them from Sharp, so you've got to get him off those big picks. The Galio actually taken away as well, potentially threatening a Lee Sin Galio dive into the backline.
Yeah, that could have been potentially
Pike and Galio as well.
very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and you've got so many options with that where the amount that you can just get into the backline is brilliant. I do wonder if the Orianna is potentially still going to be locked in at some point. I think you've got some decent ball delivery systems as Grizzlies if you want it.
I think we might see the Talia for Juck, to be honest. We've seen it out from before, and I think he's going to maybe just pick more of a supportive role. The Ahri currently hovered. Nautilus down on the bot side for CWL knows that if the Draven was going into Lewis's hands, CWL was always going to take Engager, just try and lay the target up in front of Draven to lay the damage down.
It's all about getting those initial adoration stacks down, as much gold into your back pockets as possible right here, and try to play through this lane in the bot lane. I absolutely love seeing the Dravens. It completely changes up the way that teams think about the game. Usually your bot lane isn't the lane that you're having to play around 100%. Well, in this game, you have to be. The Ahri, nice and mobile. It's one of those things we highlighted earlier as well as the sort of champion that can absorb quite a lot of pressure. You're unlikely to be able to solo kill it because of the mobility through that ulti. Still, though, doesn't really have that pop-off level of potential that the Syndra has unless you're hitting some mad
We're
charge.
not putting Sharp on, guys. We're not putting Sharp on. I don't believe you. I do not believe you.
It's good in the comp. But it's not a
Yeah,
hit.
okay, it's Jax. Yeah, okay. It's the second option that you suggested as the other best option to do exactly what he likes to do. Okay, so again, good mobility. It's Varus and 4 incredibly hard to nail down carry options that scale decently well, especially in the Jax and Varus's form. So Grizzlies have not tried to change the playbook, which I like.
It is brilliant to just lean into what you want to play and say, hey, no, we can go toe-to-toe. Hey,
ooh, the rock solid coming out topside for Crawford here. Big playmaking, and to be honest, depending on what the build path is, I'm not 100% sure on how the on how the early like Q stacking with Comet and Mana deals into Jackson lane. It used to be like a very good solution to basically any melee top laner.
Yeah, you're still going to be in a perfectly reasonable spot unless you misstep right here as Crawford. You should be fine to just absorb a ton of this pressure, potentially even go for return gank kills if you can ever spare a little bit of time to get Dave into your lane. And then once we get into these team fights, when we're talking about needing to buy space and time for a Syndra and a Draven, outfight.
Yes, it is a pretty big button that I feel like it is quite easy to miss on 4 out of 5 of the characters of Grizzlies, and we might get to see the the Crawford hate watchers might be eating good today on the Miss Malphite ultimates, depending on how it performs.
Quite
but
possibly.
At the very least, it seems it's kind of does a little bit of both worlds. I think it can be a neutralizing force into the Jax. You can play the lane out safe, but it does have, if anything, even better kind of counter kill threat and gank support than the Scion does to potentially set up if Sharp is drawn into a bad fight.
I personally just want it to be full AP for the joys of watching
Just for the
Varus.
spice.
Yeah, the Varus is there, and then he isn't. It would not be good.
And nobody can survive that on Grizzly's side. If you have full AP Malphite ult and like anyone else is present, some of them won't even need help for Malphite to pop them. Pike, Varus, Lee Sin, Ahri will all die, and Jax might die.
It's a reaction speed check at that point, and hey, do you pass, do you fail? I do think it's going to be a much tankier version. Might get a little bit of AP potentially weaved in. It makes the laning phase a little bit easier to play out. But with the tankier version of it, it's just building you that extra little bit of frontline that you really need to be able to play around. So overall, when we're looking at the Grizzlies composition into the Chargers compositions, I like both of them. I think they've both got interesting things to potentially play around. The thing that's really carrying the Chargers composition through for me is the fact that in the back of my mind, the Syndra would usually be something I gloss over, and that's the champion being piloted by the best player we've got here today.
Yes, that is the real kind of threat to deal with right now. And for Grizzly's side, in terms of how we deal with it, you've got Lee Sin Pyke kind of pick potential to try and threaten, and you do have decent backliners, the Jax as well, so that I like that they still have mobility to try and get there, and Heavenix only has the one flash, and in terms of peel, maybe we need to see Crawford again picking that moment very carefully. Do you go for a backline assassination, or do you use a peeling Malphite ult to try and keep that Heavenix carry alive?
Yeah, because if you can keep Heavenix and Lewis alive, both of them, then you are in such a great spot. But the mobility that you've got, the backline dive potential available to you as the Chargers is crazy, right? You really are going to have to be very, very careful. And I think this bot lane is going to be pretty explosive early on. I'd be surprised if we see too much going on in the mid lane beyond Heavenix pulling a random solo kill out for no reason.
For absolutely zero, for sure. We'll see how Juck can stand up in that matchup. Of course, it seems like teams are willing to bend their strategies around trying to neutralize this threat on the side of Chargers. And we have a nice, normal, quiet start once again. No crazy invades. No deep vision dropped either right now. I'm going to be watching Dave quite closely here because we did see that he was stealing a lot of camps in that first game, which was good. The ganks didn't go as well, and the calculation was just very slightly off, or perhaps just the Strathers, Lulu was very well positioned, right? Roy Boy was where he needed to be to try and deal with that. CWL is probably not doing that, right? This is not like a defensive pick for the Nautilus. Maybe you're roaming to mid to try and get Heavenix ahead. More likely, he's going to try and set up kills for Lewis.
Very much, and Davis is going to be a very easy target to be looking for right here. Interesting, actually, as well, that he's decided to go towards the barrier and the flash. I was wondering if, maybe he wanted to cleanse for a scatter the weak, but at that point, maybe you just need the barrier for all of the other damage coming at you. It's going to be a bit of a rough game, potentially, for this virus.
Yeah, there's not really a summoner that can save you from Nautilus, and, Malphite ult as well. Like, it's just, if it's already happened to you, just press barrier and try and stand your ground.
And I mean, he's gone for the on-hit virus as well, so he's going to be very close to his opposition if he wants to actually be dealing damage. I was wondering if this was going to be a good poke virus game. I think it probably would have been overall. The Syndra and the Draven, pretty easy to just poke out from far away. Now, you're getting well within the range of that Scatter the Weak, of those axes, and that makes it a very scary proposition playing out this game as Davis. Still though, we've seen him play it well previously. We know he's a good player with positioning anyway. I don't necessarily think he's just going to die constantly.
Yeah, it's a good choice by Juck there to push the wave in and get that ward to spot that Xin Zhao is pathing down to the bot side, so they know at least that Jax is safe, Sharp is safe to push up and get aggressive, can try and extend that lead. He's already bullying out Crawford, forcing all the mana from the Malphite to drop down, and we'll see how he wants to deal with that, because if you just have enough built into the runes, you can get away with not necessarily stacking mana, but he's gone for the grasp as well. It's not Comet, so we're unlikely to see him try to actually win trades with Sharp, at least in the 1v1.
Absolutely. Things so far been a little bit quiet. Both junglers starting up towards the top side, working their way down, as you would expect. These bot lanes potentially are going to be explosive, but no real attempts at solo kills anywhere else. I was wondering if maybe we'd see some big aggression up in the top side out of Sharp, but that's the reason you pick the Malphite, right? It can just neutralize this one through. And so, beyond potential gankings, once we get into these actual team fights, once we get into these scrappy skirmishes, you can just move around the map a lot faster as the majority of these champions from the Grizzlies.
Yeah, they just have so much mobility. It's the way they love to play. It helps them in team fights, helps them rotate around, use those side lanes, which again can be very strong for them. But GCU have a more centralized model, as again the bot lane is the first one, but Pyke actually once again going aggressively forward to get that stun, but Draven is in there, first blood just ahead of the Varus, and now the 1v1 not looking so hot for Dave. The barrier comes out and it does clutch up and save him.
Just about enough to keep him alive right there. Lewis was looking for blood, and this is early aggression that we were very much expecting.
Oh dear, Crawford, risk of a wailing in topside, the flash is traded.
You do not want to give that early kill over to the Jax. The second the Jax get even a sniff of a winning lane, he can completely take it over. But we'll have a look back at what ended up happening in this bottom lane. It's just straight up aggression out of Evob. As we heard in that interview a little bit earlier, loves the Pyke, favorite champion in the entirety of the game. Now getting to play it twice in a row and gets that initial kill for his guy. At the same time, though, does end up going down, and it's only going to be a 1-for-1 with both of the ADCs picking that one up.
Yeah, and you can see Lewis coming back with that BF sword already in tow. Didn't have time to stack up a huge amount of Adoration stacks, but it's still bonus gold in the bank, and Evarb is not a tanky boy, right? Davis and Evarb, if Draven is in range and wailing on them, it is going to hurt. They're not going to be able to actually survive that for very long, so they're going to have to once again try and play it a little safe, as they sadly do not have the double kill from last game to buoy themselves up, as Crawford has managed to get this top lane pushed in. You can see he's already had to TP back in, as has Sharp, but the CS lead were opening wide in that top side.
Yeah, it's really tricky to actually step up. The second that you do, you're just going to get counter-striked and then get beat down. You can see Crawford, he knows it. He's going to be just fine. And right now, it isn't really going to be the top side that's going to be the main focus. Luck.
Jack does have level 6 right now, and Heavenix does not, so there's not really real kill threat, even with the Syndra ultimate at rank 1. Yeah, it does not necessarily hit. The Xin still waiting for level 5, and even Stevens in mid lane right now, Juck dealing well with the Ahri, managing to just play this lane out as quietly as possible, to be honest, get that level 6, maybe link up with Dave with ultimates on deck. They can get a decent fight. Now, Evarb and Davis going to take a quick look towards this Drake, are on vision, and if CWL can find a hook, this is not going to go well for them.
No, there's plenty of members around right here. See, immediately Charge is going to head onto this one.
Dave's into the pit right now. No level 6 on the Lee Sin quite now. Hook goes wide. CWL without that tool doesn't get the reset on terrain either. Pull forward onto Xin still without the ultimate. They're converging on the jungler, and Grizzlies get a charge onto Heavenix. This could be massive if Dave can find that Q. Sends it wide, but Evarb takes a crack at it, finds Lewis instead. Juck finding the feet, gets the reset, claims another, and Grizzlies eviscerate Chargers in the fight.
There we go. Grizzlies find themselves a massive team fight win right there. Kills across the board, and as we were watching that happen, there's also a solo kill up in the top side. Crawford goes down as well. And in this situation, watch what Juck can do. Uses all of these dashes through the Spirit Rush beautifully. It's just all over right here. Every single time. Picks up that kill, picks up another kill, reset, carries it on through. And yes, your Draven is very strong in the early stages of the game, but Syndra doesn't give you a lot at this point. Really is just a stun and a tiny little tickle of damage, and the second that hook went wide from the Nautilus, that's your engage gone.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge for the Grizzlies right here. 2 kills apiece on both of their mid and bot lane carries. Sharp as well, not wanting to be left out, finding the kill. Crawford, the ultimate team player, will do exactly what his team is doing, even if it's just dying. Falls down in topside, and now we have Grizzlies with, once again, a great start to the second game, and this is against Chargers. This is against last year's champions. Grizzlies are rolling here today.
If Grizzlies can pick this one up, that's 2 extra points towards your uni overall in Battle for Glasgow. That will put you... Oh, hang on.
Crawford has the stun. Now the Heavenix ultimate is there. Juck surely not going to be able to get back. No flash, no ultimate. Shut down for Xin Zhao. Can hopefully get Ethan back in this game.
That's exactly what you need. You really need the Xin Zhao to begin to get ahead. As we've been saying, right, the Grizzlies picking up both of these wins. That's huge for them in terms of bragging rights for the league and the overall tournament. But yeah, if Chargers have anything to say about this one, it's certainly not going to be over at this point. Straight up from that kill into the mid lane, moves on over towards these Grubs. I think Grubs could be really key in this game. Taking them away from a Jax composition, one with an Ahri, the amount of split push that could come through from the Grizzlies makes picking up at least one of those Grubs, if not another one, really critical.
Aggressive positioning by Evarb here, once again, always threatening as the ult is still not there. Dashes back to avoid the hook. Davis does have the Chains of Corruption. If they can get their hands on anybody, they'll likely still be able to find that kill, especially with the extra gold in Davis's pocket, helping him to contest Lewis in that lane. Dave continuing that objective focus, up in CS, up in kills as well. It's a great start for him on the Lee Sin. I'm going to pick up this Grub Camp, I want to say. There it is, Grub Camp on that top side.
It's going to be 2 of the 3 going over to the Grizzlies. You were able to grab one right here as awesome. So the Chargers aren't going to be losing out too much when it comes to these towers. Still, you really would have rather had a couple more of those right here. Sharp going to be happy with those 2. Is now potentially going to get ganked. Does have vision available to him, and with a leap strike, is just going to be able to walk this one out. And other than that one mid lane play, hang on. Okay, it's fine. Awesome really hasn't been able to find those early effective ganks on the Xin Zhao, which you really need to do. This champion's so good on early ganks. Without getting that early gold into your back pocket, though, he can begin to fall a little bit flat in the mid to late game.
Yeah, it can carry whole games if you get enough gold on this champion, but right now Evarb again's found a hook, cuts the flash out of CWL, Chains of Corruption, just about clip him, and an empowered arrow. The damage is there, and the finishing touch from the pike. Excellent play, running back to 2v2, but double TP's coming in. Crawford and Heavenix want to get some revenge. Lewis stepping up to try and contest. Crawford in the middle of all of them. Juck diving deep, needs to focus this Draven down, and Heavenix not sure what he can do. He gets a double stun, but a kickback on Drake. Crawford has to flash away. 1 kill for Heavenix, hooked back, and a third fed to the barrels. Crawford clipped with the Q, and Dave will not let him get away with that one.
That's a second big team fight win right here. Dave trying to steal things away, is going to get chased down right here. Awesome, very much going to try. Hook does land, and that's going to be a kill back at least. Something right there. But Chargers, they are getting run down at this point, and it all starts with this amazing 2v2 kill. This is the joys, you were highlighting it, right? When you've got yourself those Chains of Corruption available, having that execute means you can finish off those kills that otherwise wouldn't be available, and I was already a little bit worried about this TP, where you're just going to get insta-hooks. The answer was an emphatic yes, and Lewis is just jumped too. There's no way to play this fight out. At this point, I think as Heavenix, you need to already be running away, steps in, and just gets knocked up right there.
You even get the kickback of Crawford's clipping Heavenix at the end of the Dragon's Rage, and it's just beautiful from Grizzlies. They seem very, very empowered by that first game. Dave just in front of the minion wave with the perfect resonating strike. Huge momentum again building. Now 3k the lead, 11 minutes in. They've got the Dragon lead this time for Grizzlies, and again the gold is so evenly split. No one is being left out in the cold.
Dave is here. Is now going to be spotted on a ward. Evarb was potentially looking to go for another gank right here. And the aggression just coming through again and again and again. I love to see it from the Grizzlies. I think this is what you have to do, right? You have to just put everybody on charges on the ropes and just never let up. Don't take your foot off the gas. And so far, so good. We've got a Drake spawning in 30 seconds time. Is potentially going to be Grizzlies picking themselves up their second. If they can get themselves 2 Drakes, Drake stacking, again, another great way to just keep the accelerator down.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, Bloxer, but I do kind of feel like the gold player did better against Sharp than Crawford's doing. So that's not ideal for our top side for GCU, of course. We don't want to hate too much for the guy who will play any role for that team, but if we could play it a little better, that would be nice.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, come on. I cannot wait for the next UKL match to be so scuffed.
It's going to be very, very scuffed. We're going to pay for
with
that on the
somebody,
next Productions broadcast, unfortunately, as Grizzlies heading down to Spotside River. A second Dragon available for them. Dave, again, feeling pretty confident already. Eclipsed up with 2 longswords in the back pocket. Is going to have that assassination potential. I wouldn't want to be Lewis in this game right now when you've got Ari, Varus, and Lee Sin all ahead right now.
Trajan, I might be the happiest man alive right now. We'll see if we are going to get a bit of a fight around this Drake, potentially. And looks like things are just going to chill out. It's just going to be this one picked up.
Evarb wants it. Evarb's certainly hungry for more blood. Can't connect the Bone Skewer.
Right. Look in the inventory of Jug. That is not vegan Ari. I'm not seeing a vegan Ari with malignance on my screen. This is good. I'm so happy to be seeing that Rod of Ages. Jug's already doing enough damage, and with the early kills that he got, you've got enough gold to be able to go for this slightly more scaling build. This is an Ari that will actually do damage in the late game, rather than tickling.
Yeah, the only thing I would have liked to see is a little cheeky Dark Seal, perhaps. Just a little cheeky Dark Seal would have been nice. I'd have enjoyed that one. But at least he's making sure that Heavenix cannot necessarily find any purchase on him on the 1v1. Awesome is certainly on a ward. Happens to sidestep the charm. Has the 6th sense to get away from it.
Yeah, I think Juck had just stepped into the cone of vision right there, unfortunately. Either way, good reaction times from Awesome. Otherwise, that would have pretty easily been a kill. But with him being spotted down on the bottom side of the map, he's going to pay for it by losing a ton of his top side camps as well. The CS gap opening up quite a lot for Dave as well. And things just going better and better. Although Dave now potentially going to get collapsed upon. Oh, goes over the wall. Hang on, mid.
Ooh, the lovely little link up there. Ari, Lee Sin, plenty of mobility, plenty of damage, and nowhere for Heavenix to go.
Yeah, at that point, what can you do? Dies with the flash still available to him. Didn't have any chance, and now bot
Varus
lane.
ultimate committed on CWL. Can he get to terrain? Drops the defensive ultimate, but yanked back by Evarb and sent to the depths.
Let's go. Right now, Grizzlies are running the rift. They are completely in control. They very much want to go.
A little cheeky second one. Do they have the damage to just force this onto the turret? The ignite is ticking, but Lewis steps out of the rain of arrows and will survive. He's got summoners if needed.
Yeah, the Evob can keep chasing him. That means he's going to lose this bottom lane tower. That's a ton of extra gold going over to this bottom side for the Grizzlies. They are in complete control bot side, mid and top. And with a jungler who's doing perfectly well for yourself, there's not really a lane at the moment that's winning right here for the Chargers. Where do you try to play around? Yes, you've got some decent scaling between the Malphite and the Syndra, but you're still a while away from those coming online.
Yeah, absolutely. My question then potentially becomes for Grizzlies, now they're in an even stronger position than last time, where even when they were up in gold against Strathers, they did not feel like they had control of when plays were happening. They were trying and failing to make headway, and it had to be those big clutch moments that went for them. In this game, they have such a lead that all they have to do is not trip over themselves trying to push it. You've got very active, aggressive champions, but you don't want to overplay your hand.
Exactly. If you go flying too far in, you're into a Syndra, you're into a Draven. There is more than enough damage that can very easily be done right to them, and so you have to chill out a little bit, find the correct moments, but don't ever just stop, right? You've got yourselves into a good spot. It's all about picking the correct moment. So far, we've seen decent map decisions being made out of the Grizzlies members. They just have to keep this one up. There's a lot of pressure on them right here. Yeah. This is the pride of the Yuumi sat on their back here.
Absolutely. You do not want to go down 0-2 right now. The Grizzlies trying to just avoid the stress right now. Stun from Heavenix comes out. Evob takes a bit of a chunk. Level 11 on the Syndra, so the ult's going to start to sting a little more. Don't know if we can get a sense of Heavenix's stacks, because obviously the Syndra passive getting to that 80 and then 120 mark is really when you start to feel that as a game-winning threat.
Exactly. If you can get enough of those down, I mean, oh boy. You can get a ton of gold, do a ton of damage right here, but
77 stack, he's so close to the first big breakpoint. So we are actually going to start to see that threat. I believe, is 80 or 100 the execution threshold on the ultimate? 120, I think, is just the passive 20% AP buff.
The 125 is that passive buff that comes in.
Sure. So we're not too far from getting that
initial
execution.
bit. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be doing so much damage, and this is the moment we've been waiting for. We have hyped up Heavenix so much for good reason. This man has been in absolute control of Battle for Glasgow for years at this point, all across the entirety of Europe, to be honest. A brilliant player, but so far in this game, 1-3-1 hasn't exactly been going so good.
Yeah, you know, previously last year playing in the jungle role where you have a lot of the map that is just yours to command. You have gold that you can pick up,
So much
more or
more
less
agency.
uncontested, as you say. Absolute agency through picks like the Rengar and the Echo from last year. Now in the mid lane, it's just harder to be able to take control of the 1v5 in this position, and Grizzlies have done so well. Juck has done so well on the Ahri, dealing with it, not giving an inch, and able to make aggressive plays and keep him down with the kills when Dave's there to help.
This is the other thing, right? In the mid lane, there's so many more picks that can just absorb pressure. I feel like top lane, bot lane, jungle, those are all lanes where you can really exert your will onto your opponents. Less so in the mid lane, although we will still have to see, as we've been saying, Heavenix could well pop off at this point. There's a little bit of potentially attempted right there from the Chargers. They weren't able to find anything, and now it's just 20 seconds until we've got the next Drake available. That's 2 already for the Grizzlies. The third would bring them to Soul Point, and being able to pick yourself up Hextech Soul is huge for this composition.
Hextech is not what you want to see if you're a Chargers fan. That is very scary to try and play into with a Soul on the horizon for Grizzlies. The extra attack speed and ability haste. Jax and Varus love a Hextech Soul if they can get it.
Absolutely, they do. These champions just can run you down once you've got that little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra slow available to you. Evob, once again, looking to get aggressive right here.
Ooh, flank positions right in here. Heavenix or Crawford, I should say, getting a good position.
Awesome's
They're outnumbered right now, Grizzlies. They need to try and survive. Davis is completely in Narnia, not even watching. Evob's the first to go down. Sharp is on the push. Looks like Grizzlies are going to commit to the other side of the map. Dave and Juck trying to escape to safety. They have a tower, but it's not enough to get them out of range of Lewis, and Juck will survive.
But look top.
Stunned up, but the base is collapsing.
Yeah, this is the play, right? Grizzlies have decided, hey, yes, we are going to lose out onto a couple of deaths. Yes, we're going to lose out onto the Drake, but we get ourselves a mid lane tier 1. We get a top lane tier 2, potentially even this inhibitor tower as well. It depends on if the minion wave just about rejoins. Crawford is now there to try stop this one from happening. And we'll have a look back at this one, but there's very little to actually analyze in this fight because it's not about this fight. This is not the play that Grizzlies are even thinking about. Yeah, it'd be ideal if Dave survives this one, you know, you don't end up losing a couple of extra kills, but it's really not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's great measured decision making from Grizzlies there to not get dragged into an instant snap TP from Sharp and waste the pressure on the map. They almost got that top inhib turret down. They did get mid as well.
Yeah.
So the gold lead now is still 4,000 for them, and it is just a single Hextech for GCU. So no potential early Hextech Soul threat for Grizzlies, but they're still in control of this game. They don't need that to win here.
No, very interesting though that they decide to index themselves out of the team fights, which were going so well for them previously. This is what this composition is very good at, around these skirmishes when you can hit yourself either a charm, maybe a Chains of Corruption, and then turn it into a team fight with the executes available to you. Instead, they decide to step away from it, but that's the joys of the Jax, right? Especially now that you've got yourself that Trinity Force completed, you just maul these towers.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jax is a very, very big risk in that side lane. They cannot leave him unattended or he will just start shredding the base. Even just the one kill on Sharp, it's been a completely different requirement of him. He's not been pulled into these fights by design, and he's getting so much threat on the side lanes. Could have done it last game as well, didn't even need to, but this is the threat that this player has if he's left unattended.
You can just start running through the game. One thing to note, right? We've got a 9 currently on Juck, so he's very, very close to having that Rod of Ages fully come online. Looks like the Leandris is going to be the next pickup for him as well, and at that point, this champion hits like a truck.
Yeah.
We already saw how much damage he was able to do earlier on. 2-item Ari, you are able to run this game, and I think that's the point at which you really can start playing around these team fights rather than the straight-up split push, but also in the 4v5s, they're still likely going to be fine. That previous fight went particularly wrong because Davis wasn't there. 4v5, I think they're okay here as the Grizzlies.
Yeah, and Grizzlies once again going to be able to take an uncontested Atakan on spawn, just like game 1. They're going to be happy to receive that extra boost there, as they don't even need Sharp here to ward off the rest of GCU. They're not going to arrive in time. All Grizzlies have to do is peel back into the jungle, and it's just free value for them.
Picking that one up nice and easily as well. Grizzlies 100% in control right now, looking to reclaim the crown that they lost for themselves last year. And what can they do about it? What can they do to fully just close this game out? We talked about it, right? The macro wasn't ideal in game number 1, but it feels like they have warmed up in that game up against Wrath, and now they're looking even better.
Absolutely. Davis and Evarb just hanging on to this mid lane as usual, not falling into the trap of the overextended mid lane Varus, which many a time has lost early game and mid game leads, but so far they're playing it super, super well, and this is into a Nautilus and a Malphite and a Syndra. You know, it's not like GCU don't have tools to make plays, they are simply not being presented with opportunities.
No, this is just well executed from Grizzlies in stopping them from being able to play out the game. The thing is, though, 2 items have now been completed onto Awesome, Heavenix, and Lewis. Oh, nearly and Lewis, not quite. So you've got a couple of champions with big power available to them. You just have to find that team fight for yourselves. And potentially, if Shop is constantly looking to be in the top lane by himself, just split pushing, bringing Crawford down, getting him involved in one of these fights, if you can get into the backline, if you can actually get that backline access that you need, lock down Juck or Davis, then these team fights, they're totally winnable.
Yeah, it might still be worth it at that point. If there's a Baron to take on the back of it, if there's an important Drake to take on the back of it, you can justify leaving Sharp to his top lane just a little bit. As long as you keep your base alive, you've got to make these hard decisions. That's just that's how it goes, right? If you have an early game that is that rough and you lose control of the map like this, you're going to have to make a tricky decision that doesn't necessarily look right at the time, or it looks like you're definitely losing up something to gain something elsewhere.
Absolutely. Now 22 minutes into this game, that means we've got about 3 minutes until we're going to have the Baron available, because Atakan got taken down so early on. That one being off of the board makes the Baron a very easy thing to just everybody goes and looks at, and I do wonder if we're now going to see Sharp head down into the bottom lane. He's got a couple more towers to take, and you can put that split push pressure down on the other side of the map. Before that though, 1 minute until we've got the Drake available. Soul Point, if you could pick it up for Grizzlies, just the beginning of stacking if the Chargers can find it.
Yeah, to be honest, just another opportunity for Grizzlies to find a good fight, because they haven't been able to find any more purchase over the last couple of minutes. GCU have been happily picking up waves and getting a little bit of farm. You mentioned some of these item break points. We've now got 2 unlocked for Lewis and Crawford up in the top side. So they are not without tools. They are down, yes, but you can see them aggressively moving into the jungle. Not on vision right now. A cheeky little blue ward you can see down there did catch them sneaking into this brush. So you have Grizzlies, they know what's going on here.
Not the death brush, not again, Trajan.
Oh, they're checking it anyway. They've gone through the vision, and the 5-stack of GCU comes out. Massive engagement. Crawford in on the flank with a beautiful ultimate. Heavenix under fire from Evar, but the carries from Glasgow cannot get in position. Juck has arrived with the charm to lose. Gets the reset, and Evar hunting down the Syndra. Flashes in for the auto. Actually falls, but trades the kill. Crazy fight to the blue side jungle. Juck and Davis still alive. Awesome. Ethan stepping up here to try and take control of the GCU top side with a chance to retain the win in this play.
Oh my, that should have been a wipe right there for GCU, but they're so far behind that the Grizzlies are able to make it work. Juck, at the point at which he arrives in this fight, is crazy, using every single stack, reset of that ulti, and now they're looking to dissuade this Drake.
This is risky business, but they don't have much HP, but Ethan's been drawn off. He still has the Crescent Guard. Davis has to stand in melee range to trade it down, but now it's Malphite versus AD Carry.
No.
We know the AD Carry mains will be crying for days for this one. 1,000 gold shutdown, and Crawford is just standing on his corpse.
Yeah, standing on business right there is Crawford. That's what we needed to see out of the Chargers. They put themselves back in a good position off the back of a crazy little flank that we just saw. And now, because the Drake doesn't go down, we do it again.
We can do it all
Run it
again.
back.
Okay. Oh, hang on
Oh,
a second. All the
Crawford.
stuns. Insta-jukes. Crawford couldn't get the back up. He has TP, but he's got no ulti with the kickback. And Grizzlies step up for round 2. And this is a very different story. Heavenix arrives with a stun right now. Sharp trying to get onto the backline. He's dropping low, but it's a double kill. Q lands onto Syndra, and Dave seals the deal. Grizzlies come back around, and this time they take it decisively.
Yeah, they decided that, Crawford, you're going to int us a little bit. Hey,
just a little bit.
Immediately, he gets taken out right there, and this is going to turn into the Drake. That's now going to be the 3rd one picked up for the Grizzlies. Soul point for them. Hextech Soul, as we were saying, incredibly strong on the Grizzlies side. And I hope we get a little bit of a replay of this one. Don't know if we're going to have time, though, because there are pings and movement right now up towards the Baron. With 15 seconds until Heavenix is back up and available, there is a window here. It is risky, though. We've seen the steals.
Trying to have their cake and eat it. Crawford has TP if he wants to get in range. Can try and stop it. We've got into replay anyway. But you mentioned it, you needed the perfect setup for GCU to even get this far.
Yeah, the fact that they get themselves that death brush off, I don't know. I don't know why the Grizzlies check it. The Chargers should have won
No, you
this
did not
one.
have to do that.
But they're down by, at that point,
They were just
5,000
confident.
gold. And yeah, look at what Juck is able to do. The constant resets. This is a melee range Ari, and it works.
Yeah.
This should not be happening at all. You should not be getting away with melee range Ari. But he's playing right on the knife's edge, using his health bar as another resource, as he should. So we jump out of that replay. It looks like it is going to be the Baron picked up. Resets just coming through. There was no steal this time around. Grizzlies grabbed this one without any fanfare. And now they can push on towards the base.
Yeah, Heavenix and Crawford holding on to their TPs right now. The ults are now back up, but the flash is still down, because going into that second iteration before the Drake, none of the carries are in a better position. None of them have flash. They can't actually get away from Grizzlies trying to call the play right now. But here we go with the Baron push. This is the time where it gets a little tricky. Once again, you need to get your flank vision down. We can see Grizzlies doing a bit of homework right here, trying to be safe about it.
Make sure you've got as much vision established already as possible. Eva, I'm just going to throw a little hook out, a little bit of a warning shot, you know. CWL, don't step up here unless you want to get taken down. And with the push still going on in the top lane from Sharp, it's going to be an important thing to watch, because Sharp does not have a TP available to him. Crawford does. So if you want to join in with the rest of your team right here as Crawford, you can, but you are leaving that top lane fully alone.
Sharp trying to threaten onto Ethan, and hold the phone. Crawford is actually managing to deal with this 1v1, commits the ultimate onto Sharp. Surely we're not about to get 1v1 by Crawford, are we? Sharp has to leap away to safety.
Okay. Look at that. Crawford has really decided to pop off in the last 7 or so minutes of this game. Needed 20 minutes of warm-up, apparently, but that's all good. Now looking better and better at this point. And even though there are Baron minions available, it really hasn't felt like Grizzlies have been able to get too much out of this buff so far.
Yeah, it feels like they're taking a lot of time trying to put vision down, but they're not able to maintain the consistent line. And I'd rather see them try and get these waves into tower. Try and make sure that we're actually knocking on those objectives. Make them come to you. You've got Ari, you've got Lee Sin, you've got these champions that can bait in an aggressive play, and as long as your flank vision is good and you see where Chargers are coming from, you should be able to draw them into a fight. When Chargers don't have the perfection of a death bush, they just lose the fight so far.
Yeah, they have been struggling, and this is the thing. It's a Draven. I love Draven. I wanted to see it do well. Yeah, Lewis has not popped off on the Draven, really at all in this game so far, and it sucks to see. But at this point, you're so far behind the curve. You will do damage if you're allowed to just sit and deal it, but you're into an Ari, you're into a Varus, you're into a Lee Sin. These champions are all making it so he can't ever just sit and deal his damage. You can kind of see it in the build as well, the Collector Bloodthirster build. I get it, you need the healing, but you're just not dealing as much damage as you would otherwise want to be.
Yeah, it is a rare down game for the Lewis Draven. Has not been able to find that impact after the first blood in bot side. Trying to get some pen locked in right now to at least try and shred through some of these divers, but overall, I think it's going to have to come down to Heavenix, right? We've almost got a Rabadon's completed for him. We must be almost, if not fully stacked up by now.
Yeah. He's getting to the point where he is going to be dealing just ridiculous amounts of damage. You're going to need him to pop off in this game if you want any hope of being able to win it out. We have a look back at this replay. This was like quite a while ago in the game. Pre that Baron going down, I really like the little insect that we got to see out of Dave. But there's nothing too much really to break down in this team fight. This is a wallet diff. You are getting smacked in the face by a lamppost with a wallet on the end.
Yeah, this is less preparation, but this is just the wallets coming down, and you've University of Glasgow knowing how to use the champions that they have. They know they're in spikes. Dave can dive in hard. Sharp can follow up. Like, they're actually just playing exactly what is needed. It's not complicated. It's not necessarily difficult to understand, but it just works so well, and they know that they don't have to overcomplicate things.
Absolutely, they do. You can see multiple people hanging around towards this bottom side of the map once again. 30 seconds until this Drake is going to spawn. Stun.
Double stun. Sharp is on this push right now. Crop's going to stop him. That's an early stasis for Chuck. Gonna have to have a defensive ultimate. The Nautilus ultimate follows it down. Bit of damage, TP. But we've taken some of the tools away from the Ari. Absolutely right. TP coming in. Crawford as well is going to arrive on time. So GCU, they have river control still. Oh, it's done to Ari. No, well, flashes away. Do they have the ultimate coming in with the assassination? Heavenix with the opening salvo, and Grizzlies are running back to mid lane. They're trying to split the focus again. They did this earlier.
Yo, they're just going to push straight through the mid lane, and we were talking about how much damage they can do to towers. The mid lane tier 3 will fall. The inhibitor soon to follow. Can they just keep pushing onto this one? There's recalls coming through.
Dear.
The dragon has gone down.
Crawford's doing what he can, ulting in to slow them. They only have one cannon minion with no Baron. Heavenix can kill that off, and it's an inhib in mid, some inhib tower damage, but GCU, they get the second Hextech, they get a bounty with it, but that was a little tight for my liking.
It was, but I have a lot of respect right here for the Grizzlies. You mess up, you lose out onto your incredibly strong Ari, the main carry that you've had so far in this game. That's bad, but you are then able to turn it back around and put themselves into a good spot by just running it straight down mid. Lesser teams would just step back, not decide to do anything, and just lose out across the map. They still grab gold for themselves. Still though, the Chargers, they're beginning to spin up, you know. We just saw a ton of damage come down between Heavenix and Luix to pick up that kill onto Jug. They grabbed themselves that Drake as well. 2 of the Chemtech Drakes. Chemtech? Hextech Drakes coming through. They're getting into a strong position.
And with this current dynamic in the top side where Sharp isn't actually able to bully Crawford out of the lane as hard currently. When he gets the 5 and 6 items, he will just start winning again. But right now, Sharp TP'd into that fight early, did not go for the split push, did not get a flank, and without that option, Grizzlies didn't have enough in the fight, and they also didn't get as much on the map as maybe they could have.
Yeah. Crawford gets kicked around during the laning phase, but he's still an incredibly tanky boy at this point. So hard to kill by any of the members right here of the Grizzlies. And it means he's just buying so much space as well in these fights. It looks like we're going to get another relatively straight up 5v5 fight, although Juck is going to push down through the bottom lane. He does have teleport to come and join this fight if he needs to.
Yeah, different 1v4 or 1-4 scenario for Grizzlies right here, but they don't have the Juck charm necessarily. They don't have as much punish potential on GCU setting up the vision. Grizzlies are giving them a lot of leeway here.
Yeah, but someone has to go back to base, right? You are going to lose this inhibitor tower in the bottom lane. The Baron is started.
Yep. Juck's already working on it. They've got to finish this objective, and you don't want to get it stolen away like last time right now. Crawford working on it. Awesome on that front line. Thinking about going on to Sharp, but gets away. Juck is TP'd again, not focused on the inhibitor. Grizzlies have not committed to the 1-4, and now they're in the 1v5. But here we go with the charm onto CWL. Instant first kill for the Ari. This is looking a lot nicer. Evo dashes in with the stun. Isolates Heavenix. Is a big knocker for Crawford. The ult slams them apart from Ethan, but can it actually win the fight? Davis is DPSing them down. And the Grizzlies have called the 5v5 and have massacred Chargers outside the Baron pit.
This is going to be a quadra kill right here for Sharp, the main carry in the first game, stepping up once again, and this is going to be game Trajan. This one's done.
Sharp with the stasis in lane, but the rest of the Grizzlies are booking it down that lane to try and end the game. The Grizzlies, the apex predators of BFG, hibernating last year, but they have come roaring back in 2025. A dominant 2-0 as GCU barely scrabbling off the fountain. They can do nothing to deny Glasgow.
This is going to be a 2-0 day right here for the Grizzlies. They pick themselves up wins against both of their rival unis. They are the kings of League of Legends Glasgow.
What a turnaround for the Grizzlies from last year to now. You earned that pop-off, gents. Enjoy it. What a performance, and the Chargers unfortunately falling away. there was a time they looked like they almost managed to get their feet under them at a couple of points.
Yeah.
And if that game went a little bit longer, there was maybe a chance for that perfect 5v5 to come through, but Grizzlies were not hanging around.
Remember, folks, we came into today at 2-2-2. All of the teams tied up completely. All of a sudden, the Grizzlies have doubled that lead for themselves. They are now 4-2 of everybody else. And what a performance, what a way to be able to do it, right? They have stamped their mark on this game.
Yeah, that is massive from them. We get to see finally the strong performances from Sharp in the top side. This new bot lane, Davis and Evarb smashing it down there. Juck as well in the mid lane, who's someone who's been coming back year after year for Glasgow. We've seen the years when he struggled. Now we're seeing the years where he performs.
So nicely played. And I got to be honest, that was a better game from them, right?
Yeah.
That first game that they played, the Strathers kind of had their number in a couple of situations. The bot lane was very back and forth. In this game, I can't point at a single member here of the Grizzlies and go, yeah, you screwed that one up. You were not a main carry here in this game. Every single member stepped up.
You can see Void there, the team dad, coach and moral support, dapping them up, well deserved as well. I'm sure he's happy to see that team return to victory here at Battle for Glasgow. Got to give some props out for Dave's Lee Sin as well. Excellent in-secking, great knowledge of where to be on the champion. The Viego laning phase was a little tricky for him, but that Lee Sin game, we see why it was banned that first time around, because that was a big blow up for him.
It was just such an impressive set of performances across the board, and I'm looking at every single member like, right, Sharp pops off and completely takes over the game. Yeah, it's the quadra kill at the very end, which is cool. We like the quadra kill at the end, but I've got to be honest, it's the map pressure that he's putting down that was particularly exciting, to me at least. You look into your mid lane, and you not only absorb the pressure of Heaven X, which is all we were looking for. I would have been happy with what Jack had done if he had just absorbed pressure, but no, he takes over the game. He pops off on this Ahri, and at bot lane, you're into a Draven, and you're still finding tons of kills. That Pyke performance, gorgeous.
Yes, an even better glow up, right? They didn't have the same problems that they had in that first game. Yes, they managed to bring it around, but this time was an even, a notable improvement again in Evarb, getting those deep kills under the towers, knowing when to fully commit for that kind of screen-wide engage that Pyke is one of those few champions that can actually bring it out. And that decision-making was very much on point in the second game.
Yeah. Whoever's making the calls, we'll have to ask somebody on the Grizzlies at some point who it is that's making their calls, because I was very impressed with the macro decisions that they were making, where they were going for the fights. The one fight that we actually saw them lose, they hadn't indexed into it. They decided that that wasn't their fight. They were pushing in the top side. They were pushing in the mid lane. And that ended up winning them the game because they had those lanes to be able to play through at the very end with pushing lanes constantly. They never lost a fight that they wanted to take.
Yeah, absolutely. They just looked very very well put together today. And after a last year that left a lot to be desired, it's a shame that we I guess that Void couldn't get that win on the stage, but it's very nice for him, I think, to see them there performing well under some light coaching, some tutelage perhaps, glowing up. And to see these teams retain players from year to year. Yes, there's always going to be some turnover. This is ultimately a university competition, but players like Juck in the mid lane for me particularly, who has been there for so long, seeing the improvement come through there, and we see the fresh talent coming in the bot side as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And this potentially, we could be seeing 3 more years of Davis and Evarb cutting it up down there.
As we were talking about with Evarb during that interview, he was like, no, integrating into the team was great. It felt awesome, and you can see it right here. You've got your old style top side, and then this new fresh bot side, and this is apparently the combo that they needed. I love looking at that bot lane. They were able to play so very impressively. The thing is, right, we've got to look at the other side of it now. Grizzlies are done. They've got their 2 victories. They can start having a great weekend. They can begin their Saturday early if they so please. They've earned it. For the Chargers, you now have to mental reset to come back at a team who should be beneath you. Strathers should be beneath them. At the same time, though, they had a better performance into the Grizzlies than you did.
Yeah, we were seeing here when they're playing around this vision line, using their threats of Nautilus Hook and Scatter the Weak from Syndra, forcing Grizzlies to come in and check them blind. The composition for Grizzlies is not good at this situation. It likes to flank, it likes to split lanes. But going into this straight 5v5, trying to break through the GCU line, was where they got punished and it gave up this Drake. It shows that Grizzlies they had a great response to that, as we said in the game, when they chose to go for the pushes instead. But when GCU were able to set up a play and play it out on their own terms, we could see what the comp was designed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. They were just able to just keep pushing the game on forward, find ways to get back into it as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really interesting matchup as we have a look back and some of the key moments that we got to see. Bot lane was explosive back and forth the entire way through, and hey, we were not expecting it to be anything different.
Yeah.
It was the side that was getting the kills that was surprising.
This play was actually so beautiful from Grizzlies. The way the target selection is so pristine.
Yeah.
All four heading, picking out the jungler, all four onto them, forcing the flash away from Heavenix, shifting onto Lewis because that's the most vulnerable target, gets Juck the reset, and then he dives forward to finish off the Syndra. This was so synergized, and you could tell, as you say, when the integration is clearly that good, you can tell they're all on the same page on a play like that, and with a comp like this, you need to be on the same page to push that advantage early, and it's exactly what they did.
The Grizzlies are a very aggressive style of team. They like themselves a full all-in kind of composition, and you can see it here. It just worked for them. This was another one of those plays at the bottom lane. Evarp, I'm so glad we got to interview him because, boy, this Pyke is gorgeous. This was potentially also bad decision-making, though. Out of charges. Teleporting in here, this play is done. It's dead. You can't go in onto this one, and if the Chargers have this sort of iffy back and forth engage style again, I don't know. I kind of feel like they might be under some threat.
Yeah, it's an issue, right? Because we were happy with a lot of what we saw from Strathers against the Grizzlies. They really made the Grizzlies work for it. This was a more dominant win for the Grizzlies, and the Chargers, coming as our champions last year, might be struggling against Strathers in that last game. They want to be fighting for that last point, especially now that the Grizzlies has pulled ahead of both of them.
It's just such an interesting matchup going on forwards after a very exciting one here. Yeah. I love the little look we get of Davies right
He's
here.
actually not even clicking the wave. He's just clicking on the spot.
Doesn't.
He's just standing and
He's
walking in
watching
circles.
the fight currently. He's walking in circles watching the fight.
He's not doing his job. He's watching the fight. He's cheerleading from the mid lane.
To be fair, at the point at which you are looking down and you're still mid lane, you can't involve yourself in that fight. You walk up, you just die.
It's too late at that point. Like, maybe it's got like, do I need to go? Like, all of my instincts saying I need to help my team, but they're like, no, just push mid.
Just
and
push
he's
mid. And he does. And he pushes mid, gets that tower. Top side, you lose 2 towers as well for it as the Chargers. This was the back of that death brush play. This was desperation. This was a last chance dive at your opponents. But the amount of gold you're behind means that even though you catch onto some of these main carries, you're not actually able to kill them.
Yeah, it was a good like window of vision to find in there. This ward down just below the screen at this point in the replay gives Glasgow enough vision to understand roughly what's happening. If that ward isn't there, there's a high chance that Davis maybe walks in blind to that. Like someone more important takes that first track in, because you could see that Dave on Lee Sin was checking it with the Q. He puts himself in danger to do it, but they're clearly hunting for them, and with just a little bit of a difference in vision line there, or maybe if Crawford's ult catches Davis as well as the 2 frontliners, that could have been a completely different story. He does get him eventually, as we saw at the end, so ultimately he still finds his man, but that fight was the last kind of ditch hope where you have that window of opportunity, and it was kind of the only time Grizzlies left the door open fully.
Watching the BMing from Crawford directly into Crawford missing the ulti, so funny.
That's a true combo, I think.
We are posting that in the UKL Discord. He is never living that one down, people. Don't worry about it.
The BM into get hit combo is a true combo, as displayed by GCU Crawford in this game. But yeah, once again, once they're on an even keel again, once they actually have the ability to choose the fight on their own terms, Grizzlies were just they were just unstoppable today.
They absolutely were. Grizzlies, as we've been saying, right, they can chill. They can have a good time for themselves, moving on forwards. Heavenix, I want to see him on something more aggressive, right? The Syndra was fine. It wasn't the problem, but it certainly wasn't the solution.
Maybe just something with a bit more individual agency and less reliance on team positioning, because we've seen him play things like Echo in the jungle, and I don't know if we just need to see something that is a little bit more clear-cut assassin and can self-peel to a certain degree, and that I think lets Heavenix potentially just kind of make his own strategy in the plays, and potentially catch out the enemy team by being a bit of a rogue element, while the rest of GCU can maintain his 4.
Yeah, give him the opportunity to just do his thing, not stay in the lane and deal with whoever it is, go get involved.
Yeah.
Play the rest of the map. I want to see something like a Z, I don't know, where you could just leave your lane, go get into someone else's and make things happen, right? We talk all the time in League of Legends casting about your mid-jungle duo. We never got to see that combo throughout this entire game.
No, we did not. We did not get to see it. They managed to keep Ethan pretty far behind from those early plays where they focused him out. And just we saw just about getting there, maybe close to the end, but again, just not enough time. Right? They needed a couple more fights that they could stall them out. Maybe a Baron steal, maybe just catching, Grizzlies on a bad rotation and stealing the Baron away. Something to draw the game up for another 5 minutes. And we might have had a different story, but credit to Grizzlies, they did not give them the opportunity. For now, it's time to go to another break block, so we'll be back with another interview in a few minutes, and after that, the last game of the day, which will be Chargers versus Strathers. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for our post-game interview after our second game of League of Legends. I am joined by Crawford, the top laner from Chargers. Now, it seemed like in that game, you showed me a pretty interesting screenshot after that game. You came with a story to tell. Would you like to tell everybody the important information that you've learned?
Yeah, so the Malphite, right? You know, it's a tank. It's not the attack damage carry.
It's not a damage dealer, no.
It's not a mage carry either. But I seem to have the most damage in the entire game.
Huh.
So it might be bugged. League's a buggy game, but
yeah, okay.
I don't think I really had a team, to be honest, that game, but it is what it is.
Absent, unfortunately, on the Rift in that game. It was a tough one for Chargers. After last year being pretty dominant, right, for you guys, coming into this, I guess, what was your read on Grizzlies in this game? Like, how was it like to play against them? Considering they kind of folded last year, like, what is it like playing them on the map? Is it oppressive? Like, is there any, how is it kind of to go up against that 5-stack?
Yeah, they're really good at just starving you, it felt like. I think we really struggled with vision the entire game, and we just kept losing objective after objective. And to be fair, we looked at pretty much the OP.GGs. That was like the only scouting we did, and we weren't very impressed by the OP.GGs. So I think we came in a little bit more confident than we should have. But I do think our draft was a lot better than theirs, but I think they just outplayed us mechanically most of the time.
Yeah, it was. They did come up very, very hot in that second game, and I think for yourself, playing multiple rows of multiple years, I guess what is it like just being sort of the chameleon of Chargers? Like, do you feel like do you wish you had more room to play what you want to play, or do you just want to make sure the team works the best? Like, are we ever going to get to see mid lane Crawford on the stage of BFG?
I mean, I just want to play. I don't really care where I'm playing, as long as like the other players are happy where they're playing. I'm happy to just move about the place, even if it's top lane, which is like my worst role in the game. I'm pretty sure. It's still I can still make fun of it. I can still have a good time like I did in that game. But as long as my teammates are in a role they're comfortable in, then I'm happy to go wherever.
Yeah, and of course you are working behind the scenes as well as on the stage. Like multiple years now, you're kind of everywhere in this building. There's always plenty for you to do. So was it like kind of being behind the camera and in front of it, getting like the player experience as well as the admin experience? Like, what does that kind of feel like?
It definitely, it's a nice reward, to be fair, but to be like to do the setup and then also to be playing on the setups in the LAN with the crowd and like people you know kind of shouting your name or whatever, even if they hate watching or not, it's still a good time. But I think it's good to have multiple perspectives when trying to make an event like this happen, essentially.
Yeah, and ultimately, like this whole experience is for the community, for the unis, for the players, and you can feel that. And yes, I think it's nice that it's a reward that you get to experience all of the work going into setting this up, and you still get to get on the stage and play in front of everybody and drop the most damage in a game on Malphite. You know, there's always big rewards there. So that's very great to hear. Thank you very much, Crawford, for this interview.
Thank you.
And we are going to send it back to a break. We'll be back with the last game of today's League of Legends block, which will be Chargers versus Strathers. So don't go anywhere.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, turn around, 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 dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna
Welcome back, everybody. We are back live for game number 3 here of the League of Legends block for Battle for Glasgow. We have seen the Grizzlies take a 2-0 win, dispatching Strathers and Chargers without much aplomb. But we have Chargers and Strathers now. We're playing for that second spot, that all-important final point to go onto University's tally.
Yeah, as we were saying, coming into the day, we were at 2-2-2. All of these teams tied up. Now the Grizzlies have got themselves a nice little lead, and you very much don't want to let them get away from you at this point.
He's flexing the Faker mouse. He's flexing the Faker mouse.
All
Okay.
right.
I mean, we didn't see much of it in that first game, but let's see if maybe it can carry them to that win over Chargers.
At this point, after you flex that mouse, you'd better be 20-0-0. I
Yeah.
want no deaths, no assists. You
Yeah.
are all of the kills of your team, otherwise what on earth is the point? No, it was a very impressive performance so far out of the Grizzlies, and like you said, between the Chargers having not really the best game, they really never got themselves going, and Strathers having a better time of it overall, but still not able to pick up that win. These two teams really going to be looking for a bounce-back performance right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, given that we saw from both sides, we saw what they can bring to the table. We saw that Strathers do actually have they play together decently well. They've got good carry threats in the bot side, and they have a solid strategy of how best to use their players.
Yeah.
And then Chargers, they do have Heavenix. They are able to try and flex that at some point, but ultimately, as we said before the break, we want to see if maybe we can get the guy in a position that gives him a little bit more control over the game's outcome, and can maybe be the difference maker they need in this third game.
Yeah, we get that a bunch of his best pickups are just going to be taken off of the board. He's not going to get the LeBlanc, not going to get the Jace, but there are still other very aggressive picks that you can have in this mid lane that you can try to play around. The Syndra just wasn't it. I'm sorry, I don't want to see the Syndra again. As much as it was perfectly competent, it doesn't really feel like the rest of the squad was able to pop up in a way that could justify your best player being sat on something that really can't take over entirely. I also want justice for Crawford. As we heard in that interview, top damage in the entire game on the Malphite, you know, was actually doing okay on Mr. Tank Malphite, but I want to see him be played around. You know, this guy can be your carry too.
Yeah, let's give him a chance. You know, let's give him a chance to carry some games back. You know, we've got some potential up there, and into Strathers, who have either Kais or Blahaj up there. Last time they were running with that Scion, trying to mitigate kind of the threat of Sharp up there, and to be fair, the Scion actually did pretty decently well. This is maybe a chance to see if Crawford can take something with a bit more agency and try and find a lead in that lane as well.
Yeah, exactly. If you could try to get yourself into this lane and take over in this one, hey, why not? That's certainly somewhere you can try to play around entirely. For Strathers, their bot lane could potentially be another place to try and play around. They had a much better time of it into the Grizzlies bot lane, and into the Grizzlies bot lane. Chargers looked kind of terrible. They never got the Draven going at any point.
Yeah, that was a rare misstep for the Lewis Draven right now. Smashed it last year, but wasn't able to get a footing this year around. And we have had confirmed that Strathers are on the blue side, so they'll be taking that first pick. Interesting, they opted for red in that first side, but have now swapped over to blue. So going into Chargers, trying to potentially giving a counter pick over to Crawford in top, which is obviously top lane is often a counter pick scenario. The support often gets it, and then maybe for Heavenix, you're unlikely to leave him till R5, you know, because so many bans are going to get levied his way that you might want to just pick something solo for him early.
I can understand why they've swapped it around, coming over to the conventional wisdom of blue side is best side.
Yeah.
Do we see the first pick Varus of the tournament?
For Arturo,
I hope not.
I hope not, but to be honest, it wouldn't. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's bad, you know? It'd be like, well, I guess, you know?
Yeah. It's not interesting.
It's not interesting, but it is
good.
potentially good. Because it does, you know, it's something that can play well with the Enchanters, and Royboy is very, very comfortable in that scenario. So it would, I'm trying to think if there's a better first pick or a lane to try and power pick into. Like, they could try and go back for the Gwen again, but at this point, it feels like enough of the sting has been taken out of the Gwen's tail that it's not necessarily a B1 level pick anymore.
Yeah, the Rumble is still in a very strong spot, but do any of these top laners play it? You get it very high in top level competitive, but at this level people don't really pull it out anywhere near as often for good reason. It's very tricky to get the absolute maximum out of this champion.
Yeah.
And if not, maybe we get to see something that we've been hoping for the whole way through. Maybe we get something like a Fiora. You know, let somebody pull out their signature
Sharp's
pickup.
gone, all right? We've all taken our loss to Sharp. Now maybe we can let the Fiora through.
Let's play.
You know, there's not that much of a risk. Let's just have fun. Let's
We've seen how much split pushing has been a factor so far. The split pushing is massive, and Fiora's one of the best at it in the entire game. or we get a wet noodle fight in the top lane. Who knows?
Yeah, we get the Malphite Scion matchup, the fabled Malphite Scion 1v1, so Crawford can pad his damage stats again.
Bro, Trajan, you don't even know how much I've been crying for a good old-fashioned, like, Scion
Ornn, yeah.
Cassante Ornn recently. We've had some crazy stuff top lane. Not necessarily crazy good stuff recently as well. Although in this game, it has actually been a very pop-off lane.
Yeah, for sure. We saw the hover of Ornn on Grizzlies last time, which nobody believed for a single second. But it's something that we could potentially see up here. And the good thing about Ornn in that scenario, if you want to give Crawford again something that can help set up Heavenix and Lewis, you can still dominate the lane on Ornn. The champion's kit for trading is very, very strong. It catches pro players out. Still to this day, pro players are dying at level 3 as Olaf against Ornn. You know?
It happens all the time for no good reason. This champion...
Literally, at this point, no reason.
It's an assassin.
You know what the champ does.
You have to know at this point that once you've got a brittle stack on your head, walk away. Stop stepping up to it.
Yeah.
Don't get involved. I'd like an Olaf too. That could be interesting.
That would be sick.
The same sort of thing that could run through some people as well, get very aggressive. I think we should be jumping into the draft very soon. But overall, our thoughts and feelings going into this one is just that, like, we need to see some more sparks, some more early game play out of both of these teams, right? And I think that has to come from the junglers.
Yeah, for sure. Grizzlies has been using that very well today, and Ethan in the last game on the Zinjao wasn't really able to get going on this pick. We needed to see more out of the Zinjao to really get a foothold, and Tairatsubi as well isn't necessarily a heavily kind of jungle-focused player. The Skarner was denied from him in game 1, and that would be kind of the go-to there, which does have a lot of ways to make creative gank paths and to be very solid with base damage early on. So potentially, if they can neutralize the junglers and just let the lanes play their lanes out, that might be what they prefer to do, but it has not been the day of the junglers today. It has very much been the day of the laners,
Yeah, so let's see if the junglers can actually step up and get themselves into this game, as we are going to jump into the picks and bans for this match number 3, the last match on the League of Legends.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll see what these bans are going to come out. We're expecting again against Heavenix the usual Jace. We'll see if the LeBlanc comes through again, and I want to see if they... What was that third ban in that first game? They ended up leaving the Draven up so they could ban something else against Chargers. I'm trying to remember what it was.
I can't remember what it was either.
We might have a record of it somewhere, but ultimately, it seems like there's a top lane focus on the side of Strathers instead.
Yep.
So they are taking the Camille, Crawford's, I don't know, famous Camille, I don't know, and then the Mel tonight as well. Weird number of Mel bans today.
Yeah, Mel has been all over the bans recently, and we are actually going to get to see the Draven taken on board. Tristana too, so we're going to get some new bot laners.
Okay, so we have denied the Draven from Lewis. We might see the Kai'Sa just slammed here. That is generally the second pick for him. And like, I think Varus is an option, but he's very heavily favored on the Kai'Sa, and I think it's a decent spot right now, so they might just lock that one in. I'm not sure if Arturo's going to take it, but they're going to go a different direction. They're going to go for the Lucian.
Okay. Do you end up pairing it with the Milio or the Nami or the Braum? You've got a ton of really good options for it.
You give it to Heavenix.
Oh, that is also possible. The mid lane Lucian has potentially been available.
I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at right now, I'll be honest. I don't have words for that, don't have an explanation. I will... this is actually the Draven... The Lucian is completely brain blown me out. That clip was coming through. So we have Strathers is on the left, to be clear. So the Lucian is going to be picked up for Arturo down bot lane. So yes, it's going to be the Lucian Navi that you'd spoken of before. Ashe is the choice for Lewis instead. So not necessarily as hard carry. It does have skill expression, but a lot of utilities bring as well.
Yeah, the Ashe.
Oh,
we get it. There we go.
Kench unbenched. They've been calling for this for years at Battle for Glasgow.
Yeah, the audience loves that pickup, and I really like it if you want it in the support paired up alongside the Ashe. That is the sort of champion that can really just lock people down. The Ashe is already miserable to try to get away from. If you've also got a tongue lash happening at the same time, it's just terrifying.
Yeah. Just playing the Macarena theme now through our ears. This production is on a mad one right now. They are losing their minds in the booth right here. Gwen locked up again, so we get an early pick right here. Kais potentially, assumedly, will be piloting that one, blind up in the top side, but of course still technically flexible to jungle if a little weaker in that role, or just playable mid, as they did last time. Why not?
Yeah, you can move this one all around the map, wherever you really want it to. It's going to be the Karma locked in. Now that should be a Karma alongside the Lucian in the bot lane. Not necessarily the pairing that we usually think about. You often like the Karma alongside these slightly longer ranged pickups, so you could just be doing as much damage far away as possible. That's not Lucian's game. Lucian wants to be getting up close and personal in your face, dealing the damage that way around, and into an Ashe. I get that you want a little bit more poke.
Aha, it seems like Heavenix has maybe opted to go more for the Puppet Master style, and we'll be playing a global roaming mid lane. lane. Of course, Taliyah does still have outplay potential with the CC, and if you get far ahead pretty early, the damage scales up quickly, but if you're just playing even, you're going through your Archangels, you're going through a lot of slow, low damage items, but it's going to be more about enabling the team. So maybe a bit of a pivot, not the pivot I would have wanted to see, but a pivot nonetheless.
Yeah, we wanted something a little bit more aggressive potentially, but I can understand why you want to pick yourself up something like the Taliyah. Like you said, the map movement is huge, and when you've already got that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you've now got the sort of pick potential on a snap timer that you can just go in onto. The Tahm Kench also gives you a little bit of extra survivability that these immobile squishy carries like the Ashe and Taliyah really likes to play around. So the beginnings of this composition right here for the Strathers is good. I like it. For the Chargers though, this is odd. I can't call it anything but odd at this point.
Oh, the Briar ban. Boo! Let the man play his champion, but unfortunately it will not be a Briar today. The Syndra banned away from Chargers to take away from Strathers, potentially from, I guess, Blahaj in the mid lane, assumedly. If we have Kais, or potentially, because if we have Kais going Gwen mid, we're kind of still worrying what those lanes are going to be. And yeah, the Karma, a strange pickup for the Lucian, not the Nami, not the Lulu, not the Milio.
Or even the Braum. You know, if you're looking to be a little bit
so maybe even just potentially Roy just going, it's an Enchanter plus Lucian fine, and maybe that's just the most comfortable Enchanter. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it doesn't even necessarily need to be a Tahm Kench support, right? This could very easily be a Tahm Kench top, and that leaves the Braum still available to pick up right here as the Strathers. A great pairing with Ashe, and great into the Lucian himself. There's a lot of great options potentially.
Okay, both of Ethan's champions banned away, the Nocturne and the Briar, so no globals to pair up with the Taliyah. That would have been a pretty fearsome combo. We'll see what the choice is going to be now. If there is, I mean, I don't think there's anything else that can offer quite the same. The Volibear will be the choice. Now, again, this is still flexible. We actually still see Volibear played a couple times in top in pro. Whippo in the LTA North is still liable to pull this one out. And into kind of long, skirmishy, where it's not small trading patterns, you want the fights to go long, things like Gwen, Volibear actually still does stand up pretty well.
Hey, I guess the Strathers decided to channel the Grizzlies, get themselves their own bear to try to play around in this situation.
Grizzlies can't lose today, so let's just pick a bear.
I like the Shen into the Volibear. You can actually make that one work, and the mobility that you have gives you an answer to that Taliyah. You now can get around the map much easier. If somebody does get tagged by an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, well, you can stop that from being a big threat. That does most likely mean that it is going to be Gwen into the mid lane, Shen top, but we could have Shen jungle, we could have Gwen jungle. There are a lot of options right here. That, I think, locks us in. That should be Jarvan in the jungle, Shen top, and Gwen in the mid lane.
Okay, so again, very short range for the Strathers. It's mostly melee. The Karma is actually the longest range champion, I guess, not counting Lucian culling. And that means that you cannot be dithering around objectives. You cannot be waiting to just get poked down by Taliyah, by Ashe volleys, to get picked by an Ashe arrow. You need to be decisive on the map. When it comes to CC, they're a little light. It's Jarvan into Shen, which is a decent dice combination, but you don't have necessarily AoE, so skill expression, I think, is once again going to be needed. Good coordination. You need to be calling for the right Shen ults. I think Strathers have a pretty difficult comp to play out, honestly. Whereas the Chargers have a lot of tools. They have a lot of options to fight forward, fight back, to make plays, to disengage. I think they've given themselves a pretty easy comp to play out.
What you need as the Strathers is for your Tahm Kench and Ambessa and Volibear to be tanky enough that even if they end up getting taunted up, baby caged, and then a full culling laid on top of their heads, that they're tanky enough to be able to survive that one. The spanner in that work, though, is the Gwen, who can rip through tanks like they're not even there. And so there's just so many different ways for the Chargers to be able to play this one out. At the same time, the pick potential of the composition out of Strathers, I think, is what makes this composition playable.
Yeah, and this is not the Sejuani Sion frontline of last game. This is a Volibear and a Tahm Kench. And Volibear, even if you build tanky, you're not going to be able to get as tanky. It's mostly, again, that kind of drain tanking style. The Tahm Kench is not going to have any items. And the Ambessa, his job is not to sit there and fist fight with the Gwen at that point. Again, it's backline threat. So we have seen Crawford go into this Ambessa, so it looks like he is actually going to be the one trying to dominate in that 1v1. It's not necessarily going to be Heavenix on an Assassin. It is Crawford on the Ambessa trying to threaten the Shen.
Top damage Malphite.
Top damage on Malphite. What's he going to do on Ambessa?
Exactly.
We saw what he did on Malphite.
With a real champion, what's he going to be able to do in this
double
situation?
everyone's damage and then some. This is going to be the Crawford game. This is going to be the game that we talk about in the history books of when Crawford finally came to play and took BFG by storm.
Exactly. And hey, it is a good champion to be able to try do that on.
Yep.
I do really like this pickup for him. The Ambessa is something I've been seeing drop off in the meta a little bit recently. It's still so strong though, and the thing is with this kind of composition, it's so much easier to play because that ulti, that public execution's really dang easy to miss unless you've got some setup CC first. There's a ton of setup CC available to them on this composition.
Yeah, absolutely. So I like what Chargers put together. I think if they can strategize well, they have a great mind of the game in Heavenix that can potentially direct the flow of traffic throughout the later stages. Whereas Strathers, they have a bit more skill expression, a bit more pop-off potential perhaps. And it's going to be, I guess, a test of how well they can continue that synergy building on, because I liked the way they played together in Game 1 most of the time. I thought despite the fact that Sion the Blahage was kind of abandoned to a losing lane up top, they were still able to rotate and join fights as and when needed. They weren't completely disconnected, and with a Shen, you need to be able to join your team when needed.
And I love that you bring up map rotations right here, because that felt like it was the Chargers' biggest weakness, was that they just weren't getting involved in any of these rotations. At least for the Strathers, it was just kind of like some mistakes in the team fights, getting kicked around in the lanes specifically. Not that they weren't rotating to the team fights. They were getting there. They were getting involved. It felt like for the first 25 minutes of the game, the Chargers kind of just allowed the League of Legends game to happen around them. They weren't particularly active participants other than in one kind of skirmish around the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. We have had a small technical pause from a blue screen on a machine on the stage, so we are just going to be resolving that as soon as possible. We will get this game started ASAP. We already have the draft at least, so we don't have to run that one again. But yeah, so for Strathos here, I think the one, we haven't spoken about the Jarvan in jungle as well. I'm trying to remember how game 1 went for Tairatsu. He had that Baron steal on the Sejuani, which was obviously pretty huge.
Quiet.
It was a little bit quiet, right? Was able to mostly focus on helping out mid lane, but does have a Jarvan now that can get stuck in. So into this, what's the jungle matchup here?
It's going to be the Jarvan into the Volibear.
Oh, the Volibear, of course. So both gank heavy.
Yeah.
Both solid dueling early on. Where do you think is the best place for these junglers to spend their time? I guess for both sides, because they both can do it.
For the Jarvan, everywhere and anywhere. I think all of these lanes are potentially playable.
Hero, kill hero.
Even the Shen lane is somewhere that you can try to play into right here. Usually mid lane would be the lane you think about as just sort of backing off until it is good at absorbing pressure, but at the same time, Gwen gives you so much damage and Jarvan is so good on a gank that you can potentially just go into that lane anyway, at least try to blow a flash early on, maybe repeat gank it, maybe that's good enough for you. Top lane, bot lane though, I think those are very much going to be aggressive lanes for you. And with the Jarvan, you have to gank early. That's champion. It's the best thing about this champion. The baby cage is great, but the ability to just get into these lanes, maybe even a level 2, level 3 gank, something to really kickstart your entire tournament so far. This is do or die at this point. Over on the other side though, right? For the Strathers, with the Volibear, the ganking is good, but it's not as strong. You're very telegraphed when you come running out of a bush. It's very obvious when that gank is going to go through. Top lane could potentially be somewhere to play around, but I think the counter gank on the Volibear is much stronger, less so that you need to be the proactive one pushing the game forward.
Yeah, okay, looks like we're going to head on to the Rift, everybody, for our last game of the League of Legends block here at Battle for Glasgow 2025. Strathers and Chargers playing for that second spot to get that all-important point for their universities to try and catch Glasgow as they strip away into the lead.
Oh yeah, you cannot be allowing the Grizzlies to just pick up every single point right here. Getting none out of the League of Legends in and amongst those games that you've got, really not good. Should get a lovely little cinematic.
They were having a moment in the river. And they got trampled by Volibear. Come on now.
Let's see.
Very rude.
Does this actually turn
That
explosive?
is a 5-stack that we're sort of looking at. I can see on the minimap that they are invading jungle, but we're just kind of watching it through the frog's eyes, which is interesting.
I respect it, you know? It's good to get a look from the local animal perspective.
Different point of view, you know? Remember the nature on the Rift right here and how they can handle with 5 strange-looking fellows stomping through the jungle. Some somewhat suspicious all-chatting going on, but not quite as bad as LTA North perhaps, but it's certainly getting there. We are going to return to these normal setups, so we do have the Gwen mid and the Shen top side, and it looks like the invade did not come too much, but they at least have some deep vision down this time.
The fact that the normal lane matchups right here includes a Gwen in the mid lane is crazy to me. I mean, this
standard
is
laning for Chargers.
Yeah, this is just the state of the game at this point.
Yeah.
And so, both junglers are going to be starting up towards the top side of the map. Jarvan can gank very early on if you want it to. So we're talking about, yeah, you don't really want to be doing that quite so much on the Volley Bear, but the Volley Bear clears camps incredibly quickly. He's got a very nice, effective clear speed, so you can match the Jarvan right here to potentially try to counter gank. Going to be interesting to see if they just take their top lane camps and move straight down into the bot lane and try to play out, or if you do want to turn around and get an early kill top lane or something.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to keep an eye on this mid lane as well, just because last time we had the Gwen versus the Sylas melee matchup that Juck on Grizzlies was able to get the upper advantage of, but now we actually have melee into Taliyah, which cannot be fun for this Kai'S Gwen to play out. They've opted to keep this strategy, even if they're having Kai'S mid, they've not picked for anything ranged, they've not picked anything that I think they can actually really challenge it. It was blind as well. Yeah. I'm worried that Kai'S is going to suffer in this lane.
Yeah, we saw in the previous matchup, right, where we were expecting there to be some suffering going on in the mid lane, but actually it was absolutely fine. Jett was able to absorb all of that pressure, move on, all good. The Taliyah is a good champion at absorbing pressure. You know, we cannot take away from that one, but at the same time, you need to be in a good enough spot on the Taliyah that you feel like you can push your lane out to roam. Otherwise, this champion just constantly being caught in the mid lane is not useful at all, really. You have to push your lane through, roam out, get involved in these side lanes, and then come back to your lane quickly enough, because the Gwen pushes your lane out very fast.
See Volibear taking a wee look. Both the junglers circling around the mid lane right now. Volibear going top to bottom, could potentially look to punish Karma Lucian if they are still pushed up, though they do have a deep ward to spot them. Jarvan as well, working on those bot side camps. Might be able to have a little 3v3 down here, and Lucian Karma, I think, would be very happy to take a 3v3 at this stage.
And you can see the clear speed just coming through a little bit faster right here for the Jarvan. But with the lane pushing in against him, not really going to be any potential options for this one. Something that we also saw out of Awesome in that game number 1 was a lot of time just spent around in these lanes. Sat in lane bushes, waiting to potentially get a gank off. I think the Volibear is pretty good at that one. If you jump a little bit too far forwards and get caught by that QE combo, so much damage, so much CC and slows coming through on that one that it could be very tricky to get away. Right now, though, he's going to spend a bit of time sat right on top of a ward.
Yep, heading up to that that bot crab instead as Jarvan comes around the corner. They have vision for Strathers as well, so both junglers will be spotted, but Kai'S is going to have the reverse rotation. Volibear's got the scuttle sorted out. He's going to escape into that east quadrant right there, so no purchase for charges, but again, there's decent vision being placed up by both sides here. They're well aware that the junglers were going to show up.
Yeah, knew that they were going to get a little bit of focus. I mean, especially because we saw those wards heading down into the bottom side from that initial 5-man invade. You knew what was going to be happening. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, Observer Client struggling a little bit with the level of movement right there, as Ambessa is not doing too hot. Of course, still has time to go back and TP.
Yeah.
So potentially forcing the Shen out and then getting them back into lane will have a small lane health advantage to play for as well.
Yeah, exactly. And now with the Drake spawning pretty soon down in the bottom side of the map, if you do potentially want to play around this one early on, the bot lane pressure that you're constantly getting out of having this Karma in the bot side makes that one a pretty attractive option if you are the Chargers.
So Crawford TPing back on there. We'll see how that lane develops, as currently it does seem like the only lane with a real disparity is bot side, but Arturo and Royboy have been pushed up all lane long. They had good vision to avoid getting ganked down by Awesome, and Ashe, you don't normally see an Ashe kind of this kept under wraps. I don't know if perhaps the Karma, it is the kind of the longest range of the options, and maybe it's just to try and contest the Ashe volley at range, which it seems to be doing, but maybe with just a little bit less good synergy into the solution 2v2 as the Dragon is getting worked on.
Yep. You're saying Dragon is an option, but you have the Volibear in the area.
Oh, he's just walking all the way in right there. He's going to get ruined up. Tom Kench flying in with the Abyssal Dive. Gwen's drive, and Ashe is down. Stolen by Volibear. First kill for the Chargers right now, though. Taliyah has been hemmed out by Kai'S, and Tom Kench being worked on. Volibear and Karma slapping away in the river, but Lucian, there's no more AD carries to contest him. He's going to be free-firing a flash away from Karma as Shen comes in clutch to counter the Volibear aggression. Blue team feat of warfare, and Chargers away with the lead.
Yeah, Chargers picking themselves up those 3 kills right there. It is going to be traded back. You at least managed to pick up 1 for yourselves, but it is going to be the Tom Kench at CWL that picks that one up. Crawford gets a little bit of free time, topside, with some plates, so that is at least something to try to play around, but that's the composition right here out of the Chargers. It's just unfortunate for them that they all turned around and just stopped thinking about the Drake. They could have had that too, and then taken all of those kills.
Yeah. Crawford obviously not with the luxury of a second global ultimate as Shen does to come down there, but does get a little bit of a lead building up in that lane. Gwen managing to keep Heavenix out of that fight as well. There was just no impact of Taliyah on that play coming from mid lane. Completely neutralizes the mid lane's effect on it. And Chargers going to have a nice little gold lead to start building off as the Stratas instead trying to crash away in bot side, trying to get what they can, and they will at least get it into the tower.
Potentially could take a reset, or if not, you want to just keep the pressure up.
Hello, we're needle working. We're
Big
sending
damage.
it. We're sending it. Do we have the
Nice.
last damage? One more auto.
Oh,
Cancels the auto. Kais, no, you had it. You had the kill in your hands, and it slips away.
Oh, Kais, that's going to feel so rough. One more auto absolutely would have done it. Cancelled autos always feel bad. That's a certified whoopsie right there, and it really sucks when you're playing a champion like the Gwen. Getting early kills, so incredibly impactful. Yeah, he was able to get a couple kills and an assist during that initial skirmish, but getting a solo kill onto Heavenix, what would that have done for his confidence, for the point at which you are strong in the game, just brings that moment forwards.
Now, Volibear has managed to get undetected into this try. If Jarvan's going to be there, not going to hit level 6 off this camp, I don't think. So that might be let Volibear get the drop on them. Steps out, is going to be spotted. In fact, they're calling the play, but Jarvan's around the corner. He's kind of committed. He has to go in. Lucian's got summoners if needed. Flashes away, holds in the barrier. There it goes. The Karma Shield too, keeps them alive. And the turnaround from the Chargers is massive. Stratha's getting some gold under their belt. They're fighting back with the Ash. Heavenix arrives to try and turn this play. Lewis picks up a kill, and it's 1-for-1 at the end.
It turns a little bit messy. Like we were saying, the Volibear very much likes to be the counter ganker, doesn't necessarily want to be the one initially engaging, but the time is just...
Crawford not about to be 1v1 again, my friend.
Boy, he lives. It's okay, but... Yikes. Very, very close. Yeah, this Ambassador not having the best time of it in the lane. This is the thing. In the straight at 1v1, the Shen does so much damage. The Ambassador's really going to be popping off during these team fights. That's your time to shine. We'll have a look back at this play. The initial play is great, but the barrier right here out of Urto does more than enough. It's exactly what you want. But the turnaround, the damage that actually comes through, where does it land through from Heavenix? Yeah, at that point you just have to kind of try for that one. Maybe you pick up the kill onto Lewis, not quite.
Yep, it's a tough one. So well played back for the Chargers to get something back in there and keep it relatively even. And we back to live. Top lane just getting crashed in. Crawford did manage to avoid dying there, has built up a small CS lead. If Shen can pick most of these up, it should be basically even, as now a mid lane play coming through. Kais caught out by the Tom Kench and the Heavenix seismic shove, but Karma is there with a shield and a root ready. Needed the Ash Arrow though from the bot lane. That's what you get for trying to help your team, Roy Boy. You get left out to dry.
Heavenix going to be able to pick up that kill as well. 1-0-1 at this point, putting him in a very nice spot in this game. Like we said, the Ash Arrow is going to be one of those main setup tools in the straight up 5v5 team fights. I don't know how much you're really going to want that at Strathers, but in this situation where you could just pick somebody off, get a quick kill, and then turn it around into objective, that would be perfect for them. You can see right here, Awesome going to be able to grab himself all 3 of the Grub site now. That's Grubs going over to a team composition that doesn't necessarily have big split push potential, but very much can siege aggressive onto these towers, relatively low range as well, so you want as much damage as possible once you're actually able to be hitting onto these towers.
Strathers trying to forge a path into this bot side river. CWL will have to dive to safety, and we'll see a replay of this play. And this is just the problem with being a melee champion. You can't get caught out in mid, but Karma, I guess, takes over the frontlining duties and suffers pretty heavily for it.
Yeah, not quite going to be ideal right there. Jump out of that replay. We've now got ourselves 18 seconds until the next Drake is going to be available, and it is going to be an Infernal Drake. So a huge pickup for either of these teams if you can grab it. The extra damage will just be nice. Everybody loves themselves a little bit of Infernal. But there's no early setup from either of these teams.
Gold's still fairly even. The most even early game we've had so far, and is the game without the Grizzlies in it. How about that? But Strathers with that early Dragon at least will help their laning out, and they do now have the point in the game where everyone's got their ults coming back up. So we're going to see the Ash Hours coming through from Lewis, the Talia ults from Heavenix rotating to cash pushing lanes, as Strathers are still trying to get aggressive, trying to get lane advantages, but that does put you at risk of the plenty of engage options that the Chargers have.
Yeah, the Chargers definitely have a couple different options depending on where they want to go in. It's already going to be started up by the Strathers though. They're going to start this one. Getting a decent chunk of damage onto it already. Not really full committing to it until this point. Now they turn onto it entirely. And Awesome, he decides there's not really anything he can do about this one. Has to just back off. That's the Chargers going to be conceding this one. And now it's 1 Drake apiece.
This was not a successful arena for them a few minutes ago when that first Dragon fight went so awry.
Yep.
Chargers are going to hold their line for now. Trying to get those first items on deck. We do have the Eclipse completed for Crawford, so he's going to have even more trading power, can hopefully be able to stabilize in that lane and get a bit of kill threat onto the backline. But for now, the Strathers seem to be happy just building up that small lead in bot side and allowing the Gwen to scale, right? Because to be honest, this has been a decent start for Kais and is going to be slicing up that front line, not nearly as bulky as last time, as we said.
Yeah, already got himself that Nash's Tooth as well, so he will be just dicing through people at this point. But we've got quite a lot of the first items coming through, especially right here over on the side of Chargers. The one I'm looking at specifically is that Sunder Sky. The volley bear now going to be able to survive for so long in the backline of these team fights. And I was watching to see what it was Awesome was going to build on this bear, because there's a ton of different build paths. This one, pretty standard, just gives you so much extra survivability with a decent amount of damage.
Awesome arriving in bot lane to try and crash this wave through, taking the time to keep that bot lane safe, as they are just trying to get what CS they can. Shen TP's back into topside. Crawford's starting to get a little bit more purchase up there, starting to threaten a little bit more. Hearthsteel now completed for that Shen. So the items are coming through, but gets a decent trade off the top of it. Crawford, though, of course, with the TP, still has the freedom to back off and buy without too much pressure on his own tower.
Yeah, he has done a very good job so far of being able to absorb as much of the pressure that's being put down as possible up in this top lane. Blanche hasn't really been able to grab for himself too much at this point. But still, the Shen is very much just going to be looking to get as tanky as possible and keep these carries alive. Multiple members right here of Strathers down in the bottom side of the map. But I mean, Lewis and EWL, they're super safe. I don't really know what you're looking for here.
Teretsubi likes to hang out in these bot brushes, as we have seen. Not found some value off it just yet. There's no TP from Heavenix, but no ult either at this stage, so they won't be able to easily rotate down, as maybe there's a play on top side. The Shen being drawn into a fight, and Volibear is there looking to keep him locked up. Public execution committed. Crawford looking to get that first kill on the board, and Volibear takes the credit as Shen drops.
There you go, now the gank
bot lane too. They finally get some angle in for the Jarvan, and Kais around the corner, the 2v4. CWL gets back to the tower, the dive is on for the Strathers, they find one. The ult keeping Lewis alive for now, but it will not save him. It's 1 for 2 in bot.
And they at least managed to get one kill back. Way too much damage tanked up by Cass. But over the entire map, I mean, this is exactly what you would have been looking for. Back and forth action all over the board. Heavenix going to cash in on a couple of plates in the mid lane as well. Bot lane, tons of plates going over. Crawford as well, profiting. Just damage all across.
Yeah, much like the Grizzlies in the last game, always getting value on the map elsewhere. As it took a long time for Strathers to finally find an angle on bot, but didn't get it eventually.
Yeah, he was sat in that bush for a long time. Ended up having to bring Kais in as well to this bottom lane. And Ice ends up going down, so you do still get a kill back for Lewis. Hang on.
Back to live, and the Shen between two towers. Heavenix as well rotating up, trying to really put the squeeze on this Shen. They'll take the kill on the tower as well.
And nice quick kills happening, exactly what you want to be picking up for yourself at this point. As the Chargers, they just need to keep the pressure up, right? They're currently doing incredibly well in some of these lanes, but it isn't really translating into overall gold lead. 800 gold the gap, that's not particularly too much. It'd be interesting to see where the gold is actually split across. You'd imagine that there's a decent chunk up in the top side. Yeah, about 1,500 in the top lane, so that's somewhere you can really look to play around. Let's go, Crawford.
Yeah, let's go, Crawford. Yeah, we've got a 1k lead for Lucian for Arturo down in that bot side, and top lane kind of the matching for Crawford there, as mid lane is fairly even. A small lead for Heavenix building, but not necessarily a devastating one, and Kais has been able to keep those kills and assists rolling in fairly regularly to keep himself topped up right there. There's a minute left till the next Drake. Again, we're splitting them so far. It's not going to be the early. So public execution in mid lane. Kais has been caught up. He has a turret. He has potentially the Hallowed Mist and the ultimate to keep himself alive. And the Channel and the jungler to come around the corner. And Crawford overdives. It's a shutdown for Gwen. As bot lane, they're taking another fight. The 2v2 now enough for them. The time Ketchult is committed, but CWL cannot escape.
He saves Lewis. Lewis is at least going to be able to limp away, but this tower is soon to follow, unless, of course, there's going to be a big bit of aggression. Awesome sprinting his way down into the bottom lane, but there's also a TP to keep people safe. Kais recognizes that his bot lane were under massive threat.
Strathos getting great value out of this Shen. You have to be on the ball when you're playing a champion like this, and respect to the top laner for leaving it to the last moment to commit that ult. It draws the team into a bad play. If they know the Shen ult is coming, they'll back away, but absolutely essential Shen play going on right now. Yes, the turret has fallen, but the map play is essential. Finds the taunt in mid, the flash away from Heavenix. There's no ult just yet, and they can't lock the Talia down.
Oh, the fact that that's a Talia who's so low and you can't capitalize on that kill really is rough right here. Once again, we can see the way that Chargers could just, on a moment's notice, snap engage, call a play, and hey, go all the way in. At the same time, though, I don't know, Strathers, they're kind of playing nice with it. They are doing incredibly well for themselves, bot lane specifically. Lucian is the kind of champion that you can fully carry on.
Yeah.
We were confused a little bit with the Karma, but we can see what it gives you in the 2v2 pressure.
Yeah. We'll see if Arturo can take the ball and run with it, can get it over the line, as it is, you know, it's not necessarily a champion that doesn't scale as well. There used to be the past where you dominate early and mid, but you'd fall off late. The culling is very, very dangerous later on with the new crit build path, as Heavenix drops the Weaver's Wall to lock Strathers out of the pit. The Dragon being worked on, but a TP behind enemy lines. In comes the Shen, 1v5, gets away from the stun. Triple taunt through the front line. Can it quite get back? Not back by the Heavenix seismic shove. First kill for Lucian. In goes Crawford trying to disrupt him, but he can't get the kills. And Strathers have opened up another team fight. Lewis, the last left alive, snapped up without a second thought, and the Strathers go massive.
Strathers pick themselves up that ace. They're going to be able to turn around and pick themselves up this Drake as well, and potentially even turn it into a Herald. This team has just been playing with a fire lit under them. They were the ones who were able to take the Grizzlies the furthest in their matchup, and now in this one, they are kicking the Chargers around in that team fight.
Yeah, just absolutely bullying them, running them over here. The Shen TP in looks a little deep, but still gets the great taunt in, uses the shield and the auto attack dodge into great effect, and buys so much time. Chargers do not have the damage yet to contest here.
No, they are just trying their absolute best. I mean, watch Lewis, right? He is free hitting, and this Ashe is tickling.
Yeah.
Does no damage at this point in the game. And it's really unfortunate right here for the Chargers. Their composition just isn't online yet. They need more time, but they don't have it at this point because all of a sudden Strathers, they're online and they are rolling.
Strathers feeling good in this game. We can see them very happy to see how this is going. Tyrant Subi in the jungle having a better performance here. 0-3 and 12. Support Jarvan locked in. 12 out of 13 kill participation. This guy's been everywhere today.
Has just been getting involved constantly, and that's exactly what you want to see from your supports, from your junglers, from everybody really in this game. They've all been all across the board. It's going to be the Herald picked up. Strathers, they just get everything. It's a clean sweep for them after that fire.
Oh dear, the 18-minute Infinity Edge Essence Reaver crit cloak Lucian has landed. Arturo is cooking in this one. If they cannot get on top of this Lucian, he is going to shred the entire team of Chargers. Now you need like a flash. Oh, hang on a second, Cedric was just dead again. He's gone legendary already.
Yeah.
But without a flash Volibear stun, maybe a max range public execution, an Ashe arrow catching Arturo on the front line. GCU have the tools, but Lucian is a very slippery champion. He can stand behind his front line. If Arturo plays it right, he is going to have a field day in this game.
Yeah. Herald's going to go down onto the mid lane.
Oh, flash in. Tyrant Subi not waiting for a second moment. Has maybe overcommitted. Still drops out one more auto, but the stun is there. And Jarvan can't quite get the 1-for-1.
Hey, I respect it. I respect the attempt at picking up that kill. Not quite going to work out in that situation, though. And instead, everybody just going to back off a little bit. So, a little bit of over-aggression here on the Jarvan. Ruby, I think you're allowed one, right? You're allowed one whoopsie in this game.
Yeah, we were gassing you up, like, you got excited, we've all been there, okay, well, let's reel it back in, okay, let's reel it back in.
It happens. Still, without any big objectives on the map, there's not really any worry. We are going to have the Atakan spawning in just about 10 seconds time. It's going to be down on the bottom lane at the moment, and so this could be another avenue right here for the Strathers to get themselves a big team fight available to them, exactly what this composition wants to play around.
All heading out onto the bot side right now, besides the Shen of the Strathers. Kai's taken up a deep position, trying to get that wave push. The Atakan spawning already, and the teams are converging around it. We've seen very early Atakan takes by the Grizzlies in the both first two games, and now Strathers would like a piece of that action. They have this massive Lucian to play around. If they can keep him safe, the team fights should be theirs, and they are shoving Chargers back already.
Yeah, it feels so impossible at this point for the Chargers to actually step themselves up into this one, to get themselves into the pit. They're going to have to muscle their way in. Potentially, they need to find a big Weaver's Wall out of Heavenix to split this fight up, give them enough time to get on top of Arturo, potentially on top of Case. Otherwise, if you can't do that, I don't know how you win these fights at the moment, not when you're in quite so much of a disadvantage.
Strathers have not started up just yet. They're actually taking a recall for Kai, so has the TP if it gets hairy, but he's going to head straight back, get a fresh buy off. 2 items deep now is the Gwen. 5, 1, and 4 on this mid lane pick, or this, this top lane pick in the mid lane has done very, very well for itself. But oh look, it's the classic Chargers Death Brush. Do they know? Do they have the critical information?
Yeah, it depends on who steps into this Death Brush right now. They're just going to turn
Ooh,
around.
maybe actually.
Oh, wait.
Oh, but a lovely slow from the Karma ultimate. Tyrant Subi's already dived in for Heavenix. He's on his own right now, but the rest of Chargers are diving forward. They're not helping him out. CWL has to keep that Talia alive. And meanwhile, look at Gwen going a bit crazy. Arturo has arrived to solve this mess. An aggressive move by Chargers leads to them being completely diced up, separated out, knocked down one by one. Gwen triple ace for 0.
Yep, that's now going to be Chargers 0 for 2 on Death Brushes, and then looking down the barrel of a 0-2 day right here with the Atakan being picked up as well. This is Strathner's game to lose, and what a play out of Kais.
Yeah.
The mid lane Gwen, it's a little bit of an odd one, it's a little bit of a fun one, but he makes it work to perfection right there. He gets jumped by everybody, he just pops a Howling Mist and starts snipping, and there was nothing that anybody could do.
Lovely play again. Chargers trying to be active. Like, I respect that they're not just going to lie down and die. They're grouping up. They're trying to find a play, trying to catch the opposing team in too aggressive a position. But the reaction from Stratos was just perfect. We'll see the replay here. And the slow from Karma, the repositioning from their sides, and the split focus a little bit from Chargers really lets them down here.
I want to see less Death Brushes in my games because this is not working at the moment. I mean, just watch Kais. This is the key thing right here, is that Kais is getting jumped by Crawford and Lewis and just snip, straight through their health bars. Getting another one is going to be able to pick up the triple hit as well. The other key part of that fight is that Tassurusby is on the backside, just locking people down in a fight. Isn't necessarily getting any kills, but he's stopping Heavenix from ever being able to sit and hit and deal any damage.
Yeah, when you have an Ashe that's behind the curve, a Talia that's now behind the curve, has got the Seraphs and the Leandris now, but this is a freshly nerfed Leandris. This is not a huge damage point in the game for Talia. This is not what the champion is built to do, and with that, Chargers don't really have anywhere to turn to actually get kills over the line. Not when Kais is this fed, not when the Shen ults have been on point every time to save anyone vulnerable.
Exactly, there are so many different avenues that you can play around right here as Strathers. Currently, they're trying to play a little bit through the top side. Crawford,
solo kill by Shen in the top side. It's going from bad to worse up there.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse and worse in this game. And the thing is, now the Shen has some free time to just push through the top side, potentially pick himself up a tower, or just go find a fight elsewhere on the map. You can just Shen ult your way in, and you're just chilling at this point. It feels...
possibly a little aggressive positioning from Roarboy up there. Just kind of walks in 1v4 and dies. Fair enough. That's a reasonable response. Shut down, in fact, as this was a very successful Karma to this point. So again, not perfect play from Strathers, but they also have a massive lead. We need to see them now. There's a bot lane inhib they can threaten. There's 3 towers in top lane to take. And in a couple minutes time, just 1 minute time in fact, there will be a Baron to fight over.
And the Baron should be the big next potential objective that both these teams are going to be really interested in picking up for themselves. Strathers, you're in the advantage, right? You need to be setting up for your vision early on and just not letting the Chargers members into the pit. Volibear is a champion with a lot of ways to get into a pit. You could just ult over the wall if you need to, does a lot of damage, gets you in there with a lot of extra HP as well. Then you can smite that one away potentially on the steal. You cannot afford to get this one smote away because, again, as much as the Chargers are behind in this game, they've still got the sort of composition that can get you back into this game, that can take over if you can just find that one fight.
20-10 the kill score, a 7,000 lead for Strathers with a soul to play for in 3 minutes as Kais is still taking names. A solo kill in topside. Crawford with the 5th death of the game, and with the Baron up in 8 seconds. It's not what you want to see. They're pretty aggressive. They're getting proactive, trying to take the jungler already. Shen's on the flank to cut them off, and CWL, who's been trying his best with these Tahm-Kench ults, just cannot save the critical members. 3 on the floor for Chargers as the Baron hits the rift.
This is a complete and utter domination right here, Trajan. We had a relatively even first 10 minutes, and from that moment on, things have just gone from bad to worse to whatever we're watching right now. The push going to be onto the mid lane tower, picking it up very easily. I mean, with a Gwen, you just snipped your way straight through this one. This isn't even with any of the grubs. You know, you're just wrecking these towers. Now you can peel back around and potentially start yourself up the Baron, or you don't even necessarily need to right now.
Yeah, we got a replay of this play as well. We can just see that they're just confident enough to go for this, and even, to be honest, even if Heavenix is there, I don't know if they have the damage to burn through the front line. They might be able to save one of them, but Shen has the perfect flank as well. Like, this is just so well crafted from Strathers, not opting for the flip. You know, they got a new lease on life in game 1 with a stolen Baron from Tyrant Subi. They're not going to make the same mistake themselves.
No, they're just going to be able to pick this one up nice and easily. Happens during the replay, but nothing ends up going through.
Oh, well, I guess you hit the critical target with an Ash Arrow, just perhaps not at the right moment.
Imagine getting sniped in base. You're probably not even looking at your champion at this point,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden you're stunned up, not moving. I like it, and hey, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is a very short cooldown. This one's going to be back up very soon. Right now, though, it's all going to be on the Strathers and what they can do for themselves with this Baron buff. They've already lost a tower down in the bottom side. I think Crawford's going to give his life for having taken it.
Yeah, it does seem to be standing his ground against Kais, who goes legendary as a result. So a little bit of damage there, some bounty picked up there on the turret kill. Arturo not in the best position, has the summoners, can dash over walls, so Lewis and also not able to find it, but they really are reaching for this one. Tyrant Subi's now arrived. Roy Boy's around the corner. Volber's got to get out of there. Are we TPing mid? Oh, hang on. We got a deep TP from Kais.
Deep one.
And there's no turret in bot side, so they actually are just going to go for the flank. Lewis has been caught up, and Kais is just pulling a little bit of a sharp and going for the look at these auto blocks, sir. Look at the tower. It's evaporating. The game just ended. 10 seconds ago, we thought we were going to play for a Baron or a Dragon, and the game's over. Strathers win. What?
Look, I think Kais wants to go home. I think Kais
He's
was
sick
done
of
with
it.
the day.
He's well bored. He's got lunch to have.
His Saturday wants to start after this. You know, like, move on with this one. Okay, I wasn't expecting that one to just end.
Oh my word, the decisiveness from the Strathers. If this is what they were missing before against the Grizzlies, they certainly found it today. Oh my word, proactive picks, ending the game with a deep TP flank with the inhibs down. Excellent work by Strathers, securing that final point in the League of Legends block. They'll end up second place. And Chargers, our champions from last year, crushed BFG, 2-0'd the league block, tumbled down to 0-2.
The fact that you have such a good time of it last time around, you win overall 2024, and then this utter collapse, all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel of it being 4 points to Grizzlies, 3 points to Strathers, and 2 points for you. Yes, there's still plenty more games to play. We've got some more later today, we've got some more tomorrow. But you've put yourself in a deficit that you really don't want to be trying to claw your way back out of at this point.
Yeah, we've still got Overwatch to play later on today. Well, maybe Chargers will want to try and right the ship through there, because this was not their day on the League of Legends field. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game, because this from Strathers was such a great glow up to see him. We did see good things in that first game, but the decisiveness, as you said, that we wanted to see, the way they played these fights aggressively to their strengths was very lovely.
Yeah, very much. This was the first fight where it really just goes all the way over to Strathers. And it's just easy for them, right? The way that this one gets played out, it doesn't even feel like they're particularly worried about it. Yes, it's a little bit messier than some of these later fights once they've got these big advantages for themselves, but it's multiple members right here just stood right on top of it themselves from the Chargers, and that makes it very easy with the needlework to just be flinging it through multiple members.
Yeah, we can see why that they were blinding this Gwen for Kais. Once they got that set up and they were ahead on the gold curve, it went absolutely crazy. Solo kills in every side lane, dominating the team fights. The Gwen was a wonder in Kais' hands through the second game. And into Heavenix in the mid lane, into the Talia, range versus melee. We have to give the credit where it's due. Excellent game for Kais.
Yeah, it was really, really well played. It was really well played from the majority of our teams. I mean, Chargers, they probably didn't have their best day overall, which it sucks to see, right? Right here on the Battle for Glasgow stage, this is where you want to be popping off. They had defending champion status to really pull back out for themselves, but there were still pop-off moments from pretty much everybody in this game.
Yeah, we can see from this early fight, right, it's very scrappy there, but the champion's just, if you have a Lucian Karma that's kind of unfettered, and Kais already just spending his whole effort to keep Heavenix out of there, to keep the CC, to keep the DPS out of the fight, it just lets Arturo go crazy, and credit to Awesome for almost getting that kill, but just when you think you can turn it around, maybe make the fight even, in comes the Shen-ult. So many times this game, those Shen-ults were clutch.
It was critical right there. Without the Shen in this game, I think this game goes very, very differently. Because yes, you're able to kind of push Crawford around in your individual 1v1 lane, but that's not what top lane is about. Top lane is very much about what you can do for the rest of your team, and the fact that you can split push and then just come join up with these big Shen ultis every single time. I mean, the shielding was just so tricky to get through from the entirety of the team. You've got to stand united, you've got all the shields Karma can get, you've got yourself a barrier as well on a couple of these champions too, and it just makes it miserable trying to get that initial kill to then turn it onto the next one and the next one. They couldn't start these fights off with the kill from all of the shielding.
Very, very tough. Like we get a Tyrant Subi reaction cam from every play, an emotive player that we love to see. You can see the ups and downs written on his face as even as we get later on right here, I guess this is where we started to see like the engage options and the utility from Chargers come through, and they were able to make plays like this. But this was like the last play of this type that we saw, was that Ash Arrow. We never really saw them able to make it stick onto anyone else, and there was always something being lost on the other side. They just couldn't connect with their proactive tools.
No, there was one interesting pick that we got to see at some point that you saw right there in this play. Kaiser's able to just pop down the Hallowed Mist, and now the arrow cannot land onto you. It really sucks to try to play the Ashe into this composition. We were surprised to see the Ashe in general anyway. We'd had a lot of aggressive picks in the bottom lane. You're into the Lucian and aggressive pick in general. And it is sad as well that the fan favourite of the Tahm Kench isn't able to pick up a win here.
Yes, the Frog remains heavily clogged, I fear, and will probably be rebenched after this one. Yeah. And like, I thought CWL was trying very hard to make that pick work and trying to save the carries, but again, love this pick, this choice from Kais to just dive in deep. They got the inhibs down, and ultimately just ended the game. 27 minutes, fastest win of the day, and they managed to fight back, get that one win. And can be happy, I think, with how they ended out this series.
We're ramping, getting ready to talk about the end game, and then it's done.
Yeah.
It's over.
Just over. Everyone's got places to be, I suppose. We certainly have an interview to do in just a few minutes, so we are going to go to a quick break for now, and we'll be back with our interview, one of the victorious Strathers. So stay tuned for that, and besides that, we have plenty more coming on later today. BFG is only half done, everybody. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I done ran low on my patience. Make sure my time isn't wasted. I told them all that I've been real. They know that I cannot face shit. Funny how none of this makes sense. Now that I'm up with an A-list. She tryna throw me the K now. Telling me happy belated. Got too much shit on my mind. I told my mama I'm fine. I told my girl that I'm stressed. But I'm gonna make it on time. I pray to God for these signs. He know how hard I done tried. Lately I'm looking for real shit. The things that my money can't buy. They don't understand how the shit goes. How they all use you to switch goals. How they all speed when they need some. Then when you need them and they gone ghost. They want the money in big roles. They use your name for a quick post. The same ones that told me to quit rap. I saw this shit, man, it gets sold. But for now, I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. Yeah. What's up? Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. And I heard the same shit, dog, it's really getting old. Got so many hundreds that I can't get it to fold. And I'm only speaking facts, just the truth is being told. Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. Who I never see the silver lining, only see the gold. I don't speak in caps, dog, everything bold. And I put that on myself, cause it's a life that I done chose. I said come through, you can see me on the west side. Now it's funny how they walking with their chest tied. Ooh, I heard him talking numbers, but he just lied. Thought I told him that's the shit that I can't let slide. You gon' make me say it again. Do this shit for my family, I seen them do it for trends. I done told too many girls that we better as friends. I done told too many men we can't make no amends, and that's facts. Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. And I heard the same shit, dog, it's really getting old. Got so many hundreds that I can't get it to fold. And I only speak in facts, just the truth is being told. Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. Who I never see the silver lining, only see the gold. I don't speak in caps, dog, everything bold. And I put that on myself cause it's
Alrighty, hello and welcome back to the final interview we're going to have on the League of Legends stage. We've had one with the other two teams, now we've got one with our final team right here, the victorious team. We've got Kais. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
So, give me your name, give me your university, and tell me what course you're on.
I'm Kais, I play for Strathclyde and I do software engineering.
Amazing. And you just had two back-to-back kind of banger performances, I gotta say.
Thank you.
With that Gwen mid lane. Not something I can say I see particularly often. How come?
I just like playing Gwen. So I had to fill. We have two players that aren't playing, so I had to fill mid lane. I felt like maybe if I matched the better players, you know, we'll do better. And I don't play any mages. I'm like a Camille OTP, right? And I recently picked up Gwen, so I think it's really fun. There's a high elo streamer that plays Gwen mid, and I took inspiration from him.
Hey, it worked great. Actually, we were able to take Tevenix to task in that second game. Were you worried about that matchup particularly? Obviously, he's a big player, well-known incredibly, and you were able to do great.
To be honest, yeah, we're kind of scared of Heavenix, but not him in mid. I feel we played against them in Battle for Scotland, and he was in mid, and it was like a totally different game from when he was in jungle. So I think, you know, I realized that when I nearly solo killed him and I missed my auto, I was like, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem.
Hey, that's great, and you were clearly playing with a lot of confidence. Having to fill in into the mid lane, I guess, hey, picking up the one AP champion you're probably playing a lot of in the top side. Maybe we could have got some Rumble in the mid as well. It was super fun to watch. Obviously, you guys weren't able to pick up the win versus the Grizzlies. Just give me a quick rundown of what you think happened in that game.
I honestly don't know. I know I wasn't able to get prio in mid. It was really hard to get objectives. You know, they'd always have push. And then we just ended up giving everything. They just got to ahead, you know, they had the tempo lead. Their jungler's good as well. I assume he was just just calling out and, you know, shot calling for his team. I think he did pretty well.
I mean, the Grizzlies obviously had a heater of a day, but congratulations on being able to pick up that win. Beyond this specifically, we've got some other games happening tomorrow. You're going to come down, watch any of the other matches happening. You interested in any of the other games that are happening here at Battle for Glasgow?
Not really.
Are you just a league player?
I'm just a league player. I like Overwatch too, but I don't think I'll...
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's very fair. Beyond that, just give me a couple facts about you, right? Favorite color, favorite food, any of those?
My favorite color is green, and I love chicken.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And I love playing Camille. Camille is the best champ in the game.
You're wrong. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
No.
No.
What do you like?
Warwick.
Warwick's a noob champ.
Warwick is the best champ.
Warwick is for...
You want to finish that sentence?
No. They know, you know.
They know?
Yeah, they know.
Right. Yeah. So we're going to have some beef here. We're going to have an argument. Unfortunately, you guys don't get to watch that, but luckily we've got something awesome to still watch. Thank you very much to Kais. We're going to fight about this. We're going to throw over to the stage though, because we've got a presentation for the Glasgow Children's Hospital.
Hello, Battle for Glasgow. Thank you so much for the reception and for having us once again for our third BFG. This means so much to all of us at Glasgow Children's Hospital Charity in our third year of Games for the Wains. For those of you who don't really know what we're about, my name is Stephen, and I'm actually the gamer of the hospital, just a few miles down the road. So my job is actually to play video games with children in hospital. I know some of you are probably thinking, that lucky so-and-so. So yeah, I'm well acquainted with Rainbow Roads and Minecraft and all the games that children like to play. I'm here today with our volunteer gamer Sam and our other volunteer Lucy. This is the first year that we've had volunteers coming here at BFG, and so far they've all really enjoyed their time. So thank you so much for such a lovely welcome for our third year. I'm going to play you a little video from STV, who came and visited us a few months ago to show you what it's like to game in hospital. There is some sound on this, but you kind of get the gist if we don't get it on.
Always have companionship and get to play their favourite video games during their stay in the Scottish hospital. Raheem Cham visited the hospital to see how the scheme is unfolding.
Hi Aaron, how you doing?
Turning your hospital room to an arcade. 12-year-old Erin gets to play Crash Bandicoot with the first ever in-house resident gamer while recovering at Glasgow Children's Hospital. The hospital's charity raised £100,000 to help children get to play their favourite games, a scheme they say helps children during rehabilitation.
Since we started this gaming service, they feel more relaxed, they have a distraction from whatever they're going through in hospital, and a child in hospital really doesn't have many outlets to distract themselves from what they're going through. They can't meet up with friends and they can't go outside and play sports, so gaming is one of the last things that they're able to sort of rely upon. Nice one.
9-year-old Ayan is a Mbappe fan, recovering from a traumatic accident where he broke his pelvic bone and calf. His left arm was also temporarily paralyzed.
Because I was using both of my hands.
And then?
And it worked.
Obviously his left arm wasn't functioning after he had his accident. So the arm, the hand, nothing. So when we tried to exercise it and move it still wasn't working, so we'd play games just to try and get his pinky moving. And then when it moved, I think it was just that encouragement just to get the hand moving. So he'd sit and hold the controller, and now he has function in his hand.
It's quite a therapeutic experience for children like Ayan and Erin to have a competitor or companion to play their favorite games with. The charity's gaming initiative helps to bring the children's day-to-day activities here to the hospital to help boost their morale and enhance recovery. Part of the socializing experience is that children will always have a player too during their stay in the Scottish hospital.
Gaming is so important to a lot of children, and I think when they come to a children's hospital, when they spend days, weeks, sometimes even months as an inpatient, it's important that you can normalise that experience for them as much as possible. It's really important that they get to do the things that they would do in their normal daily lives, in their normal community settings.
There you go.
While the road to recovery may be long for children like Ayan, Stephen will be right by their side for the fun, adventure and distraction. Raheem Cham, STV News, Glasgow.
The reporter's little walk down the corridor there took about 20 takes, and the cameraman was ready to fight him. If I could have the next slide after that, thanks. So yeah, this is some feedback that we've had. After every visit we have in the Children's Hospital, we give out a little feedback form, links to allow the parents to give any comments that we've had. The report there mentioned £100,000 that's been raised for our gaming programme in the Children's Hospital, and Battle for Glasgow and the Caledonian Chargers are responsible for, I would estimate, £7,000 to £8,000 of that. So I just want to say another huge thank you from all of us for everything that you guys do and continue to do. If we could have the next slide. These are kind of what we play on in the Children's Hospital. You'll recognise from when I was in Erin's room the little unit we've got there. These are called Rockin' R's, and they're specially designed for use in a hospital. They can sort of adjust it for height, so you can get right down to the bed bay and adjust it so that the child can see it. And it also comes with all the games pre-downloaded, because if anyone has ever worked with kids before and used DVDs or games, they get scratched very, very easily. So this is the Rockin' R, and they provide these to hospitals like our own. The funding that you guys have helped provide already this weekend will go towards things like this for children who have to spend days, weeks, months in the Children's Hospital. If I could have the next slide. Sorry, I feel like I keep breathing into this mic. I'll try and rectify that. These are some more comments that we've had. Really, it's just a distraction. It's a way of keeping things fun, and in some cases when a child's going through a complex procedure, like something like a plasma exchange where there's a lot of tubes, a lot of maybe needles, perhaps they're having their blood taken, video games is really useful as a distraction, and all of this is backed up by research as well from people much smarter than me. Next slide. And if we play this as well. So this is a special event we did for Mario Day, where we brought Mario Kart Live home circuit to the Medi Cinema in the Children's Hostel as well. So the funds raised also go towards special experiences that our children maybe otherwise wouldn't have even had at home, and Mario Day was one of them. If I could have the next slide as well. And this was another thing that we did for FC25 coming out on release day. We got Glasgow City, who are the only women's team in Scotland, to come to the Children's Hostel and meet patients and play the game on release day with some of them. Next slide again. Yeah, this was Freya, who had actually met some of these players, or not met them, but seen them play for Scotland at Hampden, and suddenly they were appearing in our hospital playroom, so they got to absolutely paste Barcelona 7-0, so they're very proud of that, as you can see. Next slide. And we also sort of integrate gaming into our arts and crafts programme. We made little Ultimate Team cards for our patients, and these were kind of custom made and taken out of the funds that we raise through video games. Next slide again. So if you'd like to support some of these activities, we would absolutely love your support. If you come to the fan zone in the Students Association, our wonderful volunteers Sam and Lucy are taking part, or they're holding our raffle, which you can take part in. There's lots of really cool prizes from developers like Devolver Digital and 2K Games. There's a signed Mafia, the Old Country poster, there's Cult of the Lamb merch. There's like 5 Nintendo Switch cases, so there's loads of chances to win, and it's only £5 for a strip of 5 tickets. But you can also buy, for the very first time, our limited edition esports jersey, which is sponsored by Devolver as well. Those are just £35, and we've got a range of sizes, which you can take a wee look at as well. If you are planning a stream, perhaps you are an esports society looking for plans in Freshers Week next year, we would love your support to help our Wayne's game. The Caledonian Chargers have been supporting us in this way for a number of years now, and I hope you guys enjoy it just as much as we do. And yeah, as I say, 100% of all the funds that we raise this weekend and in all of our gaming fundraisers are basically ring-fenced for all the activity you've just seen, to help our gamers in hospital just relax and game it out. Next slide. So yeah, thank you guys so much for listening. I know it's roasting in here. I know you've watched a lot of League and you're probably wanting some fresh air and some food. So thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you in the fan zone. Cheers.